Hello and welcome to the RWBY podcast. Guys, we finally made it. This is our 100th episode of this podcast. Can you fucking believe it that we've actually done that many? Now, I've been thinking long and hard about this intro, and I thought about, all the sappy, cheesy shit I could say about how long we've been friends and how much you guys mean to me and all that stuff, which is all true in fairness. Gotten me through a lot of stuff. But as I was going back and watching through the show recently and getting all this stuff ready for this episode, I noticed that in our very first episode of this podcast, the first thing I said was that I was here to talk about Renora as much as I possibly could. You could hear the joy and excitement in my voice. How naive I was. I waited 3 years to do my Renora podcast intro, and I actually got to do it before getting cucked by the writers. And now it has been 9 years almost since that first podcast. And I am here as a very different man to bring you a new message. And that message is, Jesus fucking Christ, we made 100 episodes of this stupid ass podcast about this stupid ass show before Ren and Nora actually got together. Fuck me. I am Dude.
I am one of your hosts. I am the man of 1,000 characters, the man on the razor's edge. I am one with the Force and the Force is with me. I have 2 seats, 2 balls, and 2 screens. I am 3/4 pleased with this podcast. I am your friendly neighborhood. I am the master of my fate, the captain of my soul. I am your emperor. I can see the future. I am the incomparable, the hero Gotham deserves, but not the one it needs right now. Your resident purple monkey. I am the hero of Hyrule, coming at you live from the bottom of the Missouri Ocean. I'm Mary Poppins, y'all. I am still the incomparable. I am the ass that rips gas in the night. I am Hans Zimmer's farting French horn. I am Watts' waxed mustache. I am what is left of Tien Shin Han's dignity. I am the living shadow. I am the relic of knowledge. I am the world's greatest pole dancer. You will know a bird by its song, and you will know a media by its choice of soda. It's Coke tonight. I am a stuffed turkey. I am Santa's little helper. I am more machine than man now. I am the blue genie. I am still Santa's special helper. I am Brie Larson's plaything. I am the broken score that plays when you enter the Temple of Time in Breath of the Wild. I am the man of tomorrow. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here the whole time. I am having to throw this together. I am the man who breaks his channel promises all the time, still do. I am going to make Rooster Teeth pay for what they've done. Oh wait, too late. I am 65 million years in the making. I am the kingpin of crime. I am the last gunslinger. I am the genie of the lamp. I am not feeling good today. I am T-posing to assert my dominance. I am the crypt keeper. I am the RWBY podcast. I am Godzilla's pet human. I am the Grinch who stole Christmas. I am a rabbit in a snowstorm. I am the tyrant lizard king. I am the host of Team Hemorrhoids. I am the Sandman. I am the man who made a whole 4Kids One Piece intro parody for the Volume 6 finale podcast. I am the Senate. I am Weiss's finger puppet. I am Itsuki's meat bun sandwich. I am apparently the most hated man in the fandom. I am Itsuki's bag of daddy issues. I am Ironwood's secret plan. I am RWBY's dirty little secret. I am the captain of cringe. I am Yotsuba's lucky can of carbonated orange drink. I am the White Medea. I am a very tiny man piloting a vaguely human-sized robot. I am the ever-incomparable. I am the second brother of the Sith Inquisition. I just found out that testicles have taste buds. I am not in the Volume 6 Episode 11 podcast. I am a pasty-ass ghost. I am Rush Limbaugh's lung cancer. I am Joe Biden's stammer. I am William Howard Taft's mustache's revenge. I am the Hound of Baskerville. I am the local PogChamp. I am the manifestation of Zorro's now-confirmed Conqueror's hockey. I'm just a simple man trying to make his way into the universe. I am the Wolfwalker. I am Mr. White Christmas. I'm Mr. Snow. I am a humble GameStop investor. I'm the cinematic director of X-Arm. I am the 16th student hiding somewhere in the school, the one they call the Ultimate Despair. Look out for her. I am Wanda's bullshit reality warping construct. I am the longer, darker, more tedious version of an already long, dark, and tedious movie from 2017. I am very tired of arguing with dumb people on Twitter. I am the man of piled stones. I am the liminal sage. I am he who exists between all things. I am the artist now known as E.M. Allen. I am a man of 1,000 sighs. I'm a Cassandra Cain simp. I am the crusader against redhead erasure. I am the blank devil. I am Rooster Teeth's new shitty logo. Wonder if that had anything to do with them going out of business. I am surfing through RWBY. I am the one who comes up with David Letterman-inspired intros about himself all the time. I am basically fucking dead. I am the tree whose bark is worse than its bite. I am the author of the Nephilim strain. I am the scribe of Night Watch. I am Weiss' personal gimp. I am DC's tangled mess of continuity. I am the dandy doctor, and I am 4 babies in a trench coat, and that is why they call me Mediocrity 4.
That's way funnier when you hear them all together.
And I'm Coop.
Fuck you, Coop. That's your best intro ever. The people who actually listen to all our podcasts, well, I thought mine was pretty good. Media's is even funnier, and then Coop's is just way funnier than all of them.
It's only funny in context, though, like the best jokes.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's the fun. That's the best jokes. Exactly. So if you watch all of our podcasts, you will know why that was so fucking hilarious.
All right, so in memoriam of this being the 100th episode, we're just gonna talk about like our favorite and least favorite moments from this bullshit series that we love ever so dearly, or at least I do. I think the rest of y'all are indifferent.
I mean, I love it. I rewatched it recently. I will finally eventually have something to finally advertise. I never have anything to promote or shill for at the end of these, episodes, and I am finally starting to make a video essay channel, and I have a few scripts in the works. And the first one I finished was a one on RWBY, and it is like 40. How many pages is it right now? I'm actually looking at it right now. I think it is like 45 pages. So when that's done, I will have, something to talk about. And the reason why I even made it is because I went back and I watched RWBY recently, partly because of this podcast. I just watched it for fun, and it still kind of sucks, but I still had a great time. So yes, I mean, the reason I'm here mainly is for you guys and doing the podcast. Like, I would be here talking with you three, even if nobody else was listening. Right. But I do actually still love the show, even though it's not the best. So no, it is out of love. And actually, the stuff I'm most excited to talk about today are actually the best moments, not the worst moments. Can you believe that? That's like my one big giant soapbox that I'm excited about is for my number one moment, not any of the bottom 5. So no, I'm happy.
Yeah, I mean, well, to kind of flesh that out a little bit, we aren't going to be doing these in order from like our worst to best. Instead, we're going to be doing it chronologically as sorted by media, who presumably has them set up.
It's a little random.
I mean, volume 5 is going to have a lot to talk about. What a surprise.
Yeah.
When we do our retrospectives, volume 5 is going to be a difficult one, man.
Do we have to do the volume 5 retrospective? Can we just
Yeah. No, we do.
Can we just do the volumes that we didn't do episodic podcasts on?
No, we're gonna no, come on. Because here's the thing: it's how you have any idea how long it's gonna be before the next volume actually comes out? It's gonna be a minute.
Yeah.
So we're gonna need to fill the time with something. So yes, we're gonna have to do all of them for sure. All right. So what's the first one?
First one was by Coop's pick, Ranger and Crow versus Tyrion from Volume 4.
Yeah, I think that the whole Volume 4 fight was pretty good on all levels. Like, even I did go back and check the clips of it. A lot of people complained about the animation in Volume 4. I think that fight in particular actually came out looking pretty good. It had enough character interplay within it of things happening, personality-wise, that were also pretty cool. Things like Crow having to sort of work around his semblance and around him being in the same area with the others. RWBY getting a tad bit full of herself and thinking she could take on Tyrion as well as she did, which she kind of did. It was, and of course the ending where Crow winds up getting severely injured to sort of produce some dramatic effects that go on after it. I feel that was a pretty good action scene. I think that was in general, like, if I was to rate something as being like, this is a solid climactic engagement of sorts, this would be like this would be like the kind of like the starting line, like the bar that I would want things to kind of come in at. You know, it's not exactly the best. I don't have it rated as the best. I've got it rated as my number 5, but it's I still think pretty good.
It is. It's a fun scene. Not to spoil. So, for those of you who listened to our recent podcast, the previous one was going to be our bottom 5 characters and our top 10 characters, but we spent so much time bitching about our bottom 5 characters each that we're going to have to do the top 10 characters in the podcast after this. We split it up because we wanted to do our favorite and least favorite scenes as the 100th episode. So, spoiler alert, Tyrion is in my top 10, and this scene is part of the reason why. Like, he's just so much fun, and I do agree, they do a pretty good job of showing the characters each do their own thing, like, in this fight, I feel like. And I am glad that Crow got hurt, because one of my biggest complaints with the show is that you got adults leading the kids by the nose the entire time, and then, well, now they're adults, but, like, the main characters through the nose, and now that means that now Crow is the baggage they have to carry. That's one of the things that makes that part of Volume 4 a lot more compelling. So, yeah, I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, Tyrion's just a fun character visually. I think he could be more fun. I think we mentioned this a little bit with our outfit podcast, even though I didn't have Tyrion on the tier list at all. The way he moves is interesting, and there's kind of 2 points I want to make about this fight. Both of them piggybacking off of stuff that you guys said here and in the prior podcast, talking about like the worst characters. The first is that, and I know I mentioned this at some point, I don't know if it was in a podcast or if it was in one of my reviews. The biggest like loss that came with Monty's unfortunate passing wasn't really his ability to create dynamic and interesting action scenes. It was his drive and his ability to create so many. Like, like his work ethic is not something you can just replicate just by hiring someone. Tyrion and the whole Tyrion fight in Volume 4 showed that there were still people at Rooster Teeth who could replicate like Monty's style, his kind of like tit for tat, like rhythmic action style. There were just so few action scenes of this quality in Volume 4 because they didn't have someone who can like just throw one together in the span of a week like Monty could. Like we've talked about before, how like Neo was such a last minute addition. She was still like a 2D cardboard cutout in the Volume 2 trailer. Neo had some of the more interesting fight scenes, or had one of the more interesting fight scenes in Volume 2. And a lot of that was, thanks to Monty's work ethic and his ability to like just kind of come up with this idea and see it through to the end, which he unfortunately was not able to do with RWBY as a whole. But yeah, Tyrion kind of proved that Rooster Teeth still had some of that sauce as far as choreography and like the action pacing goes. The other thing is piggybacking off of what Coop said about like the stakes and the dramatic stakes. Like, a bit of a tangent here. I hate solo leveling, and the reason why I hate solo leveling and think it's one of the most just worst big budget action shows of all time is because, like, as flashy and fun as the action scenes are in the moment, none of them mean anything. There is not a single action scene in solo leveling, at least not in Season 1, and from what I heard, it continues on through Season 2. Not a single action scene that actually amounts to jack shit. There's a lot of RWBY fights that you can accuse of being like, oh, this is just a fight scene for the sake of having a fight scene. The Tyrion fight here in Volume 4, it does remove Crow from the picture for a while, forcing Team Ranger to actually have to make difficult decisions and deal with the Nuclavi on their own. And you have whole like the fork in the road where like they're arguing over whether they should go to Kuroyuri or if they should try to take the mountain pass. And there's a little bit of conflict there that wouldn't really have happened if Crow was there to call the shots, because they would have, they would just appealed to his authority.
Well, I've said before that kind of setting up Crow as an authority in the first place was a little bit of a bad idea considering how they used him later. But I kind of, at this point in the story, at Volume 4, you kind of don't know that yet. Like, the benefits of hindsight and having the continued volumes afterwards. It was really more in Volume 5 and Volume 6 and 7 and 8 that he really went on his downturn. Volume 4, he was good for what he was. It was just that he was kind of crippled for a large portion of it, and but he was, I think, better there than pretty much anything later with him that happened. And this is like probably, I would say, like one of his better scenes. Not his best one in my opinion, but one of his better ones.
All right, moving on. Dude, you want to talk about your number 5 pick?
Oh, okay, so we're doing in that order. Okay, so my number 5, this is for favorites, right? Okay, so this one's weird. This is... I just rewatched this. I watched the whole show again a couple times recently. And I never noticed this scene the first time I watched it through. Because it is in Volume 5 finale. And so my number 5 favorite scene is Yang's conversation with Raven at the end of Volume 5, where Yang convinces Raven to let her have the relic. Now, I understand that there are still problems here because it's RWBY, and that's what the show's like. There's always a comma but after any compliment you ever give with this show. That's what I've realized, sadly. But with that said, this scene is fucking fantastic. I know the problem is that like Raven even wanting the relic doesn't really make sense because it does kind of put a target on her back. But the thing is, aside from that, it's a great scene. They don't actually, besides that, they don't have to do any like jumping through hoops or anything stupid to like make the logic work in this scene. And that's something that I really, really like. Okay, so yeah, and the exchange with Raven and Yang earlier when they're in her bandit camp is pretty bad as well. But this scene is great. So basically Yang is confronting her mom about what a terrible mother she is, which in fairness is fucking true, right? Raven really is the mom who went out to get cigarettes and just never came back. And the thing I like about this scene is Yang coming like head to head with how much of a shitty person her mom is and like actually accepting it. Like this is where she had to go from trying so hard for so long to find her mom. And that was like a thing that was kind of a theme earlier on in the show. And then now it's not really about that anymore because she has found her mom and she's just so disappointed. Like it's all of the worst things she could have that she could have even thought of. The fact that the logic that she uses basically is like, hey, mom, you're going to give me the relic. And her mom's like, no, why would I do that? It's like, because you're such a terrible mom that you would rather let me, your own daughter, take it and put myself and my sister and everybody else at risk so you can save your own ass and go fuck off by yourself again. And Raven's like, God damn it, you're right. I am that bad of a mom. I am that bad of a person. I am going to agree to this. Which obviously they do it better than the way I just explained it, but that's true. And in fairness, what we've seen of Raven, she is that shitty. And what we've seen of Yang, she is when she needs to be that forceful and direct, and she would use that much of a fucked up strategy on her to get what she wants. And it works, and it's logical. Like it's one of the things with this show is like there's so many times where you have to like jump through hoops in terms of logic, and you actually don't have to do that at all here. It makes perfect sense. And it's heartbreaking that it makes perfect sense. This is probably one of the most heartbreaking scenes in the show once you take it by itself and you take it out of the context of the whole Volume 5 finale, which is so bad. I literally did not even notice the scene the first couple times I watched this through. And I was so shocked at how good the scene was when I watched it this time through. Because I just didn't even realize it existed. I probably just checked out the other times I watched it. And then Yang goes inside, gets the relic, and she just breaks down crying. Which makes sense. Because she's so fucking sad that that worked. She's like, Jesus Christ, that should not have... The fact that that worked is so fucking sad. Like, that's so pathetic. And it's a good example of show don't tell, which is something that I have a lot of in my top, I think in all of my top 5 scenes. It's some of the very few examples where the show does show don't tell. Obviously they do a lot of telling as well, but the show so rarely does a good job of show don't tell. It's one of their bigger problems. This is a good example of that, where like you don't need to explain why she's breaking down and crying. It makes sense. Also, the line where Blake's like talking, or sorry, Yang is like going off on her mom, and her mom's like, "How dare you talk to me like that? You don't even know me." And Yang's response is, "Yeah, I don't know you," which is like such a fucking burn. I thought that was great too. So yeah, absolutely love this scene, and it's actually very powerful. It actually hit pretty hard when I watched it through this time.
I mean, watching it week to week, so much of like Volume 5, like especially with the finale, so much of it is just got lost in the shuffle. Like, and I'm experiencing that. Like, even listening to our podcast, I'm like on the episode 11 podcast now. So much of Volume 5 was so bad, and so much of it was so boring, and especially with the Battle of Haven, which we'll have like a whole list of moments to talk about there, just to rattle them off when we get there. That by the time the finale even happened, we were all like checked out. Like I remember being like just completely checked out, being like, "Oh my, just fucking end it already. Just get it over with." I stopped caring about anything that was going on with Raven, and with Yang, and with Blake, and even like Weiss and RWBY. It gets brought down by so much like what it is surrounded by, that I think this is an oddly poignant and what's a definitive RWBY scene, really, because isn't this just RWBY in a microcosm? A genuinely great moment surrounded by just bullshit.
Yep, and it wasn't even set up that well, like because the previous scenes with Raven were terrible. There's no arguing that. So it's not like could the scene have been better? Absolutely, because they could have done more to set it up well. It's like one of the ones that I thought about putting on this list was Bumblebee getting together, because not because it was like perfect in and of itself, but because it actually was kind of cute. There was some dumb stuff. Some of the lines they said to each other were dumb, but like at least they actually finally paid something off. But all the lead up to it was so bad that, like, you know, it kind of undercuts things so much, right? And that's the same thing here, but at least this scene on its own is still logical with everything else for the most part, and is still very poignant. And then they never follow up with it, by the way. Like, Yang never tells anybody about this. She doesn't talk. Why does she not talk to Blake about this? Jesus Christ, like, to build the relationship between Blake and Yang, because now I'm tying these two things together. I didn't even think about this before. Like, why doesn't she share about that with Blake? You know, and then Blake can say, like, I don't know, maybe talk about her parents, and well, maybe that wouldn't work because her parents are too great, actually. But still, like, that would be a nice thing for Yang to confide with Blake in. You know what I mean? That would be great. And it's like they have these great scenes, and they never follow up on it. Like, we never hear anything about the apathy again. We never really hear anything about the great Kuroyuri scene again. There's so much good stuff that just never gets followed up on. Like, the best stuff, the writers don't even realize when they're actually doing their best work. And that's pretty sad.
I guess her talking with Blake about it at some point would have maybe been good, since that was how the whole thing with her and her mom first got revealed, was by talking to Blake. Although she did, you know, fail to put the small detail in of that she wanted to find her mom in order to tell her how little she cared about her, and she just wanted to use her as a GPS. But yeah, like, that was.
Oh, that's just her being a Cinder.
I don't know what Blake's response to her would be. If she would just sit and listen, that would probably be the best one. She was,
Probably, but it'd still be good to see them do that. Still be a bonding experience either way.
yeah. If she was to bring up her own parents, I guess she could be like, yeah, when I abandoned my parents to go get cigarettes for myself, I
For my abusive ex-boyfriend.
it totally wasn't my fault, by the way, but I understand how it could be somebody's fault, so I get why you're angry at your mom for it. But I was totally in the right the entire time, of course.
But don't worry, we'll get to that in the bottom 5 scene for sure. Don't worry.
All right, so my fifth favorite scene is Watts telling Cinder off. And it's a perfect lampshade on a lot of problems I had with Volume 5 specifically, actually, where so much of why I ended up really hating Volume 5, a lot of it has to do with how boring a lot of it was, and that is the most often cited criticism of Volume 5. It was just fucking boring. But what made it, like, truly, like, detrimental to the series as a whole is how incompetent the villains came off as. Like, the heroes don't win through clever use of their abilities or of their surroundings or of the situation like they did in prior volumes. They don't win by, like, skill or power or development or, like, any kind of physical or emotional growth. They win because the villains are just fucking retarded. And Cinder is the most retarded of them all, especially with the deal she strikes with Raven and just how obvious it was that Raven was going to stab her in the back. And Watts, the whole time, being like, don't do this, you're being a fucking idiot, and then he is proven right. And then, in Volume 8, because Salem's not around, he gets to rub Cinder's face in all the piss she left on the floor. And she can't do a damn thing about it because killing him will just prove that he's right. Which she does anyway because fuck that.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't such a good move on his part in retrospect, but, you know.
I mean, if he's gonna go out, might as well go out swinging.
Then again, I feel like Cinder probably would have killed him either way because she really didn't like him. In fact, many people around him were not big fans of his. Not really a whole lot of love towards Watts in general.
Oh, I love Watts.
Well, you're an audience member. That's different.
I know.
Tyrion loves Watts. Like that was one of my takeaways from my most recent watch through is that, like, Tyrion and Watts are such strange bedfellows. Like, the moment when Cinder does return to Salem and bows down after Watts has been captured, and Tyrion's like, oh, while the good doctor and I were dismantling Atlas from its roots or whatever, you were merely just atoning for all the fuck-ups you did before. Tyrion has a lot of respect and admiration for Watts, and then in Volume 7 earlier, when Watts is like, we need more chaos, and Tyrion's like, you want more chaos than a grim invasion? He's like, well, if anyone can do it, I'm sure you can, old chap.
Yeah, they didn't get a lot of scenes together. I imagine they would have had a cool dynamic if there were a little bit more of that going on. Having a relatively large yet somehow underutilized band of misfits around her is a Salem thing.
All right, Coop, you want to talk about the train fight? Which train fight?
The Volume 2 one, where they are about to open up the hole into the middle of the city, and Team RWBY, along with Professor Oobleck, decide to try and put a stop to that train in somewhat similar words. I really, really, really like this entire action scene. And I like it purely for the action, because I think that this is kind of like one of the coolest ways they've got it set up, because the manner in which they have each train car is like another boss fight essentially. And they've got to leave like one of them behind to let the others through up to the engine to try and shut it off prior to it getting getting to its point of detonation. I think that I think that whole thing was very cool. I like how Oobleck uses the little dog whose name I can't remember at the moment.
Zwei!
Yes, is why. I like how he uses him as a flaming golf ball for reasons. Not sure why the dog can do that, but who cares?
He has an aura. All dogs can do that when they have their aura unlocked.
I guess.
Volume 2 Zwei is stronger than Volume 1 Jean, confirmed.
And the fact that this was like still at the time when they were using like robots and stuff and henchmen and things instead of being more grim happy, where you had like various different types of mooks and you didn't have to just stay on the stale grim type mook constantly. These goons are different. They're of a different flavor, and it's cool to see to go back and observe some of those original fights where they were different like that. And each individual fights that each of the girls gets into is also pretty cool. The 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 Weiss fight with Chainsaw Dude, really cool. The Yang fight against Neo, where Yang actually gets her shit kicked in, super cool. Uh, the Blake fight with Roman kind of ended a little bit abruptly for my taste. It was still quite well choreographed, but it was also cool because that was the last one, and Roman essentially confirms to her that he was just buying time to where they would get to the point where it was too late for them to stop the train, and they actually don't. I also do like that they were willing to have this super cool fight towards the end of volume 2 wind up not being a W for the heroes, only to go on for the next episode and have them very easily win and seal the hole again. But never mind that.
What was the thing I was talking about where like every compliment always has to have a comma but afterwards and how they don't follow up on shit?
The point is that contained within a vacuum, I think this scene is some pretty peak RWBY scenery, okay? Like, if we're talking about like levels of action kino here, this is what I would say is up there with the best in the entire show, because it did just want to throw the cool fight scenes at you, and it didn't it, you know it didn't care about logic perhaps, but also it was so cool that it made you not. And that was another thing that I liked about the early RWBY volumes.
Yeah, I agree with that. You were having the early volumes 1 and 2 of RWBY are just a lot more are just fun. Like, it's not great, but you just kind of turn it. You can't turn your brain off with modern RWBY. That's what I noticed watching through the series this time, is that I understand that people complain about like, oh, turn your brain off, blah blah blah. It's not that great, whatever. Okay, but honestly, it's okay to do that sometimes. Like, people enjoy the fucking Fast and Furious movies. Turn your brain off, you watch it. It's giving you exactly what you're expecting, right? My favorite anime is Girls in Panzer. You have to turn your brain off when you're watching that shit, but it's so much fucking fun. Like, and they know that. They're not arrogant enough to think like, oh, we're doing peak fiction here. No, it's like, no, we're gonna do dumb shit. We're gonna make tanks go way faster than they should. None of this is logical. We're just gonna make a bunch of like super fucking stereotypical jokes about every country in the world, and it's gonna be hilarious. You're gonna have a great time. Trust me. And everybody, fucking people love it, right?
There's a scene in Volume 2 where Yang double fists turkeys and then gets punted into the fucking stratosphere by Nora wielding a watermelon.
Yes, exactly. That was fun. I loved that scene. Scene was fun as shit. And you're just having a good time. You're just kind of vibing with the characters. You're watching cool fight scenes. And then RWBY gets all serious, and it's like, okay, well, if you guys could do this well, if everything was like the good parts of Volume 4, if everything was, and that's, I think, why we were so upset about Volume 5. You start Volume 4, it's like, hey, they actually can do this. This could actually work, them getting more serious. Because the stuff with Weiss was good. The stuff with Yang was good. The stuff with Ranger was good. The stuff with Nora and Ren was fantastic. So it's like, oh, maybe they can actually do this. And then ever since then, they can't do it. So it's like now you actually go back and now I miss volumes 1 and 2. Because even though they're kind of crap, I'm still having a good time. Now it's like volume 8, like I'm not having a good time during volume 8. I'm just not. Or volume 7. Yeah, I can see why this would be something that's high up there. And also the Neo Yang fight. Fucking love that. That one especially is actually has some character work in it as well, with the reasons why Yang loses so hard to Neo. Plus it has the second or third most iconic shot in RWBY, which is Neo sitting down with her legs crossed with the umbrella open, right? Number 1 is RWBY in the red trailer. Number 2 is Nora doing the salute with Mag and Hild, and number 3 I think is that one with Neo. So that one's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a reason why Neo is the only non-Team RWBY member to make it into that Blaze Blue crossover,
and with good reason. Plus the character design alone.
It's also just fucking. It will never not be crazy to me that Yang never gets a run back. Like
Yep.
Well, it's a minor problem with this show, but it is a problem, is that they don't do a good job at showing the progression of the characters. Because they do progress. They do get, like, upgrades to their equipment. They do learn, like, new abilities. Like, during the train fight, we see Blake use dust rounds for the first time, which is something that's been in her arsenal ever since. That is a good physical progression. Weiss uses time dilation. She only uses it twice in the entire series, and it's both in Volume 2. It's really weird that she doesn't use it ever again, that she hasn't used it since the fight with the chainsaw guy. A good way to show the physical progress of characters in an action show is to let them get that run back. Yang does not see Neo at all until the very end of Volume 8, when she just gets one shot off the ledge and falls into the ever after. She's only seen Neo 4 times in the entire show. First was in Volume 2 after the mech fight when she saves Roman. Second was on the train when she gets her ass kicked. Third was all the way in Volume 8 when she gets knocked off the ledge. And then the 4th time is in the ever after. See her get, like, possessed by the Curious Cat. So there's technically a couple moments depending on what you count as a moment there. But basically, those are the only 4 times that Yang has even seen Neo. And she's only gotten to really fight her once. Yang is a character that, like, she's supposed to be one of the stronger members of the team. She's supposed to be, like, the best at hand-to-hand combat because that's her whole thing. But, like, they never give her opponents to show that off. Like, she's never... Not only has she not fought Neo, she's never really fought anyone like Neo to show off that she is not the same stupid bitch that she was in Volume 2.
Well, to be fair, she is kind of that same stupid bitch.
That's exactly why she was my 3rd least favorite character last time.
Still hasn't decided to be Ruby's sister yet.
Just no progression. No progression since Volume 4. If anything, she has regressed as a character since Volume 4. And just so many stupid moments. Like, actually, because I want to do, like, a couple good ones and a couple bad ones, and kind of jump back forward. Like I said, this is going to be kind of random.
Okay, we'll get there.
So we'll file that. We'll put a feather in that cap for now.
So it's my turn now, then, right?
So
for my number 4?
Yeah, you want to talk about a moment that has lived in infamy on the internet ever since it dropped in Volume 9?
Well, it's a few moments, honestly. We kind of put these together, but it's RWBY playing a nice little game of Sudoku.
RWBY's Crashout is just what I have on my dock.
Yeah. And it's combined with Jean's Crashout.
A true Crashout. A true Crashout is when the character is given multiple moments to de-escalate and walk things back, and they just keep going. RWBY's Crashout is fucking cinema.
It is. And I like it the more every time I watch it, which is probably extremely rare for anything in RWBY, if I'm being honest with you. And the funny thing is, I really don't... I used to involve myself with the fandom in, like, discussions, like, online and, like, Reddit and Facebook groups and all that stuff back in the day, back when, you know, people our age actually still use Facebook groups. Now we're getting to the age where we would start using Facebook again, ironically. But that aside... I used to actually like interact with the fandom of RWBY a lot more. And then I stopped for a very long time, and I still don't. But apparently, people really don't like this moment, and they really hate Sad Girl RWBY. Now, in fairness, I remember I listened through our podcast again, and I, for some reason, no idea why, I will talk shit on myself forever for this, that I initially was annoyed that they were doing Sad Girl RWBY in Volume 9. I don't know why. I still cannot fathom what my brain was thinking. I was wrong. So first of all, what leads up to it is Jean's breakdown, which is not as extreme as RWBY's breakdown. But first of all, the fact that they lead into each other, and that what Jean says helps cause RWBY to do what she does, is actually very good writing that I don't think anybody's really talked about and given them the writers credit for.
They were each other's moral support system all
Yeah.
the way back in Volume
Yeah.
1, and now they can't help each other, so they just keep spiraling, and it's a vicious cycle of fucking insanity of a mental breakdown.
Yeah, and the other thing is, okay, so let's several major issues with this show, right? One, they can't commit to relationships, friendship or romantic. The characters are led by the nose by other people, and there's no consequences for the characters either. Those are by far the three biggest problems with the show, right? And the fourth one would be that things don't affect other things in the show. Like everything exists in isolation, right? And like, so for example, Volume 1, Penny is the main characters have no effect on the end of Volume 1. It's all Penny. The main characters have no effect on the end of Volume 2. Really, it's all Team Coffee. RWBY is the one person who has an effect on the end of Volume 3. Volume 4 is arguably the best volume, even though it has the Blake arc, which is terrible, because everything that happens in that arc is all about the actual characters themselves. What Weiss goes through is about Weiss. And so of course she affects what happens. She's not just a passenger. What happens with Yang? She's not just a passenger. It's her own trauma she's going through. And then what happens with the Team Ranger is about them. They're not passengers. They're the ones taking care of Crow, right? Volume 5, they go back to being passengers, and the only thing that affects anything is Blake bringing the Faunus and Yang getting the relic. But everything else, nothing would have changed if the characters were there or not in Haven. It would not have mattered. Volume 6, they're the ones that caused the problem in the first place, and then they clean up their own mess, so things just go back to where they started. In fact, if anything, technically things are worse with them having been there. The only positive thing is Blake and Yang killing Adam. That was probably that was the best part of the finale, the thing that everybody remembers. Volume 7, it's all about Winter, Ironwood, and Penny. They're the ones that affect everything, not the main characters. And then in Volume 8, the main characters do everything wrong, and they fucking fail. Yes, they technically get people out, but honestly, I don't think it really went any better with them there than if anybody else was there, right? So they're passengers throughout most of the show. That's one of the biggest problems. And they have no consequences.
Yeah, it wouldn't have, and we kind of talked about this, that like, even if RWBY's plan was better, it wouldn't have worked because they got because Salem had the Relic of Knowledge.
Yeah. And so my point with saying all of that, I know I was insulting the show, but now here's the compliment. Finally, in Volume 9, we have at least two of the characters, which, let's be honest, these are the two main characters, finally facing the consequences of their failures. Regardless of how much it is their fault or not, they are facing the fact that they have failed and they have not been good enough. And that's actually one of the best things about these scenes, is the fact that the writers are actually aware of the fact that some of this is their fault, but some of it is just because they're just not quite good enough. It's not really their fault necessarily in some ways. Some of it is, but some of it is just they can't do it all themselves. It's just not possible, right? Like with Jean, like I love so Jean is great here, where they also lead up to him really well. Like he starts off looking all heroic. He's the rusted knight. He's kicking ass. He looks like a badass. Weiss is all horny for him because he's all tough and he's experienced and he is who he is now. And then right after that, you start to see it kind of break down, where he starts to look a little more crazy. Yeah, he's definitely got more skill, but he's not all there in the head, right? And it just gets more and more. And they actually do the progression very well, to the point where once the paper pleasers finally die, he just fucking loses it. And the thing is, knowing they don't over-explain it, and I think some people hated these scenes because people are so used to everything being fucking spoon-fed to them by these writers, because that's the way RWBY writes their show normally. They finally just doing implications, like, well, obviously Jean's gonna break down at this point. Of course he'd be nuts by this point, given everything that he's gone through in his actual life back home in Remnant, and what he's gone through here for the decades that he's been here. He's insane. He is literally insane. He is the definition of insane. He has been doing the same thing every day, expecting different results. They literally show that. And you guys are complaining that he's having a breakdown at this point. Of course he's having a breakdown. He's literally insane. And I like that he actually admits, he's like, I know I'm not okay, but how am I supposed to be okay? That fucking hit me really hard. No, he's not supposed to be okay. He should be this fucked up.
That shows a level of maturity that RWBY lacks in that same moment.
Yes, exactly. And so Jaun is more mature than her because he knows he's not okay. He's still kind of like, he's not being that angry, but he does make the point, no, RWBY, you did fail. You did fuck up. You're not good enough. Like, you weren't good enough at least this time, okay? And she can't handle that. Which, in fairness, the thing is, people complain about this. It's like, oh, because that's not within RWBY's character. Guys, Media and I specifically, I would say, and maybe Robert, I think as well, are probably three of the biggest RWBY defenders on the planet. Like, everybody else does not think RWBY's a very good main character. I actually think she's a very good main character. I don't really have that big of a problem with her being fairly consistent throughout the show for the most part. And neither does Media. We'll get to that next podcast episode.
I have noticed a lot of people, like, kind of on that note, with the hiatus that RWBY was on, going back and watching Volume 1 and realizing that a lot of the issues that RWBY, that come to a boil here, were present in Volume 1. And projected onto Jaun. Like, one of my favorite moments, it didn't end up making my list, but one of my favorite moments, one of the things that I found really cute, and the reason why I've always been, like, diehard Lancaster shipper, is the moment where they sit in the hallway and talk about, like, what it means to be a leader now. RWBY's whole, like, idea of what it means to be a leader comes directly from what Ozpin says in Badge of the Burden. It's a badge and a burden that you wear constantly. If you are not always performing at your absolute best, what reason do you give for people to follow you? That is a very, very toxic sentiment. And you can see her, like, projecting that same lesson onto Jaun. And this is the moment, this is the volume where, like, even more so than Volume 6, which it did come a little bit in Volume 6 as well, as far as, like, Ozpin, Oscar, and Crow go. But this is the moment where, like, RWBY realizes there is no such thing as being, like, good enough by this definition. You're going to fuck up.
Yeah, that is such a good callback. Yeah, that's my point. Everybody complains that RWBY hasn't really changed much. He's too flat of a character. First of all, I do not completely agree with that. She has changed to a degree. I would say RWBY's character is consistently pretty good, and she changes a decent amount and matures. It's more like the show as a whole fails to show certain things, right? But that doesn't mean her character is the problem. But anyway, the point was that I was saying is, everybody complains, a lot of people complain that RWBY is not a dynamic and complex enough character, that she's too flat. And then they also go and complain that RWBY would never do any of this. What the fuck are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. You can't have both. That's so fucking hypocritical.
RWBY has always low-key been kind of insane.
Yeah, that's the thing. So, to your point about what you said and what she says in the hallway scene with Jaun, I remember watching it recently. It's funny you say that. I was going to bring that up. That's in my notes. That's a terrible... She actually gives him really bad advice.
Like, the word for word, what she says is, you're a leader now, Jaun. You're not allowed to be a failure.
Yeah, you're not allowed to be a failure. When she said that, I was like... And I didn't notice it ever before, in fairness. I never noticed that the several... God, I think I've watched that episode at least 10 times. And this most recent time that I realized, holy shit, that is really fucking bad advice. That's awful advice. And that makes so much sense with how she is in her breakdown in Volume 9, because that's her whole thing, is it doesn't matter how much of it is your mistake in terms of decision making. If you fail, it is all your fault no matter what. Right? That is always the way she's acted as a leader. That's always the way she's acted. So for her to take this so hard does actually make sense, because in fairness, this is the first time they've actually failed, which in fairness, yes, that's a problem with the show. I've complained about that forever. That's why I was now going back and watching Volume 8. I hate it. I didn't hate it before. I hate it now because it's bad, but I was happy when we watched it initially because at least I got what we wanted. I wanted them to fail spectacularly. They had never really failed as characters that much, right? And they finally really fucking failed, and I was happy about that. And RWBY has to deal with those consequences. And here's the other thing, too. it is consistent with her character to deal with things this way because she's always been super hard on herself, actually. She's always been way too hard on herself, in fact. Excuse me, she's not actually as much of a happy-go-lucky girl as she seems. She is like, she's I think it's Minori from Toradora. Like, she's a Genki girl on the surface, but underneath she's not, actually, right? She's got a lot of issues. She's not actually as okay as she seems to be, right? And also, having gone through things that I've gone through in my personal life recently, I can tell you that I was somebody who was a very positive person overall and was much closer to RWBY than probably anybody else on the show, if I'm being honest. Like, I have to do this, things will work out. Like, that's kind of how she always sort of acts. Like, I have to do this, I don't have a choice. This is my responsibility, you know, as the man of the house, whatever, I will get this done, right? And then it doesn't work out, and your whole fucking world falls apart. And then you have no confidence, you lose all your confidence. And yeah, you do think about playing a little bit of Sudoku. I'm a lot better now, but I can totally see why she's feeling this way. So for people to say that that's not consistent with her character is ridiculous. Like, it actually is. And people can change, people can snap, basically. And it's very clear that what's going on is she is snapping. This is not a gradual, you know, thing. Like, how they're not in the ever after for very long, okay? This is all very quick. And so it makes sense for her to lose control that quickly. And especially when she does actually drink the tea, keep in mind, her emotional support best friend has just it was the last one who snapped at her. Her sister isn't supporting her in any way whatsoever. She did completely fail. She did let another one of probably her favorite people in the world, Penny, die. Her mom's dead. She's never going to get her back. And Neo is literally torturing her this entire time. Like, can we not talk about that? How much that affects what RWBY does?
Yeah, and also it's not just that. It's also because part of it is also seeing two of these people who are really three, because Weiss is, you know, horny on main during that whole section. Like, these three people who are supposed to be like the closest to her, the most aware of her, the ones who are supposed to be like more sensitive to what she's feeling, and they're happy. She's miserable, and that's why she throws out the whole like, maybe we'll get our feelings sorted out. By the way, congratulations, we're all so happy for you.
Yeah.
Because misery loves company, and she is miserable throughout her entire time in the Ever After until literally the last seconds when they finally cross through that gateway. And she doesn't get like why they're behaving this way. She just doesn't. She's not mature. Like, it's another maturity thing. Like, she just doesn't get it.
And so it's great to see that. Like, she is dealing with the consequences of her failure. And it's the first time in the show that the show is really, really doing that with RWBY especially. Yes, Yang has to deal with it in Volume 4. Weiss deals with it in Volume 4. Those were two of the best arcs in the show. Hello! And now they're finally doing it with RWBY. Like, when the show finally actually follows up on the characters failing and having to deal with their failure, it's actually pretty good. And it is, I thought, the direction, the way this all looked. I understand, yes, everybody's complaining that they just stood there and watched her drink the tea. Look, that's a thing with RWBY that's always happened. Yes, it's bad. Of course it is, but they've always done that. There's so many scenes. It's one of the ones in my bottom 5 is one of those scenes. So I'm gonna talk about that. I know it's a problem, but like the whole stuff with the way Neo is torturing her, that scene was so good. Like, there are a lot of things that would know. Is it directly RWBY's fault? Necessarily, no, but she did cause a lot of these things to happen in a way. So it is understandable for her to feel bad about it. And Neo's obviously manipulating her. So that works as well. So, no, I fucking love all of this. I think the characters earned their Crashouts here. I think it is consistent with the way the characters have been the whole time. Jean has always been insecure about his ability as a leader. RWBY has actually always been as well. That's the thing. And so it's great to see them actually have these moments. And it's some of the best moments in the show. I don't understand why people don't like this. The only problem is, of course, the fact that they don't follow up on it. And as always, even when we have to we're complimenting the show, we have to have a negative point, which is that they don't follow up with this. The fact that RWBY is just seemingly okay at the end of the volume and just like, what if I choose me? Where does that come from? Hold on. Let me finish first, because I have my alternate theory idea, which I think is probably the best alternate theory I've ever come up with. So obviously, yeah, she just hears her mom say something like, "I love you just the way you are." And then she just chooses herself. fucking stupid. Yes, that is horrible. That does make the whole volume pointless. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. That's the writers. Like, you guys, you were this close to greatness, and you fucked it all up. What if, instead of any of that happening, imagine this. Imagine you see Ruby, like, her little form in the tree, right? Like how when someone goes in the tree, they have like their own imprint in the tree, right? Imagine the other characters are fighting the curious cat, and Ruby just doesn't come out, and they keep fighting the cat, and eventually they win, and Ruby never shows up, and she's still in the tree, and they find a way to open the door, and Ruby still doesn't come out of the tree yet. So they start getting desperate. Let's just say that the door that they managed to open starts closing, and they're starting to run out of time, and Ruby's still not out of the tree yet. And we have no idea what's going on. We have not seen anything. Okay? We have no idea what's going on with Ruby. We just know that she's not out yet. So they start getting desperate, and then finally, Yang, finally being a good fucking sister, and the teammate, they start trying to get her out. So they go over to her spot where she's stuck, well, the form she has made in the tree, and they start trying to break it, and they get her out finally, but she's unconscious, and she doesn't have Crescent Rose. She's just there by herself. She's unconscious, and they drag her out, and they run out carrying her, and they barely make it through the door, and that's how Volume 9 ends.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think that, considering the things that happened post Volume 9 that have caused the wait for Volume 10, I'm not certain that that's how they would have wanted to end it.
I'm aware, but
for other
thematically,
reasons.
that would have been a lot better.
And insofar as like, I'll just add my little thing in. I will say that I'll be kind of devil's advocate here. My critique from when we originally have reviewed it has not changed. It's not the same as everybody else's. It's that the moral that they are attempting to put forth there of leaders in a life or death situation not trying to avoid failure as best as possible is not a good moral. People should, if you are the leader of people in a combat circumstance, not want to get them in situations that get them killed. Period. I don't care if it makes you feel bad every so often when you do. You still have to buck up and then go forth and continue leading, or otherwise you do wind up the kind of way that RWBY does. And the way that they resolved it was to sort of say that there is not a singular burden of leadership and that it can just be spread around to everybody, and so nobody has to take ultimate responsibility for these scenarios, that is not the case in real life. I'm sorry, that's just not how it works. The buck has to stop somewhere.
Now, in obviously, like in the scene in the finale's defense and stuff, they haven't really had a chance to follow through with it, or to address it, or to really illustrate what the takeaway is, because like what Coop said, like Coop's absolutely right, but there is actually still wiggle room for that to be part of the takeaway here.
That seems to be what I have heard on it.
I mean, my takeaway was that like it didn't matter what RWBY chose, she still had the heart of a warrior. That's why all of her choices were weapons. And therefore, she would still have to deal with Salem. And therefore, like, don't kill yourself because it doesn't actually solve any issues. Like, her becoming a different person wouldn't solve anything because, like, even the best have failed. Like, there is no such thing as, like, perfect.
And they're not going to have her have a different weapon. I know that. Like, Crescent Rose is too fucking iconic. It's the coolest weapon ever. All right? I'm not arguing that. It's just more that, like, she comes out and she seems so fine. That's the problem I have, right?
Yeah, if the idea here is just, like, don't let a failure get you so down that you don't keep going, then that's a perfectly fine moral to have for it. If it's something to do with, like, not really taking responsibility for your things or something like that, or like not taking on that burden of leadership voluntarily and trying to like offload it onto other people, that's where I would have a problem with it, which like I said, that's just other people's interpretations of it. If that, I haven't watched it in a little while, so I don't know if that's something that can even be gathered from it. But if that is actually what the show was going for, then I'm against that. But if it wasn't, then that's fine.
TLDR, it's so nice so nice to have consequences for once.
Moving on to my fourth favorite scene. It's one that I've talked about at length, so I'll keep this short. Burning the candle. Really just the whole episode. It used to kind of be like the highlight was Yang's backstory. That is what initially got me interested in the series. There's just so much mystery and intrigue with Raven and Crow and Team Stark and how like Team RWBY fit into this and how it reflected Blake's own homicidally what's the word, obsessive hunt for Roman Torchwick. But fuck all that, because fuck Blake and Yang. The best moment of this episode is RWBY being all pissy that the takeaway was enjoy life while it lasts. Which again, that just complements the Crashout scene, really. That's all I really had to say about that. Like, RWBY and Osmond talking at the dance was really great in the moment and is borderline fucking hilarious in hindsight.
Getting a lot of nostalgia for like when RWBY was fun, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, I vaguely remember burning the candle. It was a pretty decent little thing.
I can't just call it decent, because the thing is, that was as a Bumblebee shipper from that moment, by the way. That was what all the psycho Bumblebee shippers use as our main piece of evidence for how many years was it? Like,
she saved a dance for Blake. Don't you get it? They're meant to be. They're meant to Bumblebee.
Many years. So it could, you could interpret that as one of the worst scenes in the show. I promise I was never one of those Bumblebee shippers. I actually thought, especially watching through it now, I was always fine with Black Sun. I like Sun. He's in my top 10 characters. So I got no problem with that. You know what I mean? That was the scene that made me a Bumblebee shipper, in fairness. That is the scene. And so I can see why other Bumblebee shippers became Bumblebee shippers because of that scene. I don't agree with the lengths they went to, but I see it. It is a great scene, and I saw people complain. I've seen reviewers talk about complain about how it doesn't really matter because it's just a school dance or whatever. It's like, no, but people need to do real shit. You know what I mean? Like, that actually I think is fairly realistic, especially for how the show was back then. You need to be a human being at least a little bit. That's a big lesson in a lot of shows as well. So yeah, it's a great scene.
Yeah, I would say that doesn't really come up as much in the later episodes of the show, just because they
did it in such a shit way in Volume 5 and then kind of overcorrected in every volume since then.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
it's kind of been too fast paced ever since for them to ever slow down a little bit.
You can either be a fun show, or if you want to be a serious show, you have to be so competent to be a good serious show. Like, you have to be like Shogun. Shogun is not a fun time, right? It's amazing, incredible fucking show. You're not having fun, but the plot all makes sense. It's really well done. Same thing with the Andor series. It's not fun. It's miserable, but it's really, 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 really fucking good. On the other side, you got stuff like Girls in Panzer, which is not super good, but it's really, really fun. RWBY should have probably, unfortunately, they got a little too big for their britches, and they should have stayed in the Girls in Panzer lane, not in the Andor or, HBO, whatever other HBO top tier series kind of thing, like The Wire or whatever, They're never going to pull something like that off. It's good to have stuff like Burning the Candle was like a nice serious scene that still has its lightheartedness in a, at the time, relatively lighthearted show.
Yeah, it was cute. What else can I say?
Mm-hmm.
Let's actually jump into some of the worst moments. And the worst moments I do have in chronological order. Okay. So
to make things more confusing.
Yes.
So we're stopping in the middle and then doing the worst moments in chronological
It's like a
order.
Tarantino movie.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I do love Tarantino.
I just didn't want to get so bogged down in the shit when we get into the shit. So yeah, we're mixing it up. Jean's bully arc was the first truly horrendous thing to happen in this entire series, and Jean's rant to Pyrrha about how he doesn't want to be the loser stuck in a tree while his friends fight for their lives, and then proceeds to, like, not do anything to stop being the loser stuck in a tree while his friends fight for his lives, is really fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Almost, it actually, like, ruined Jean's character for me for a long time. Like,
Oh, yeah.
he would have been in my bottom 5. He would have actually been my number 1 worst character after Volume 1. Volume 2, he does some things to redeem himself. Wearing the dress helped. It wasn't until, like, Volume 4 that he really got off my shit list. And then, from, like, Volume 6 onward, he's been, like, top 4 best characters.
Yeah, no, he's been really good in the volumes where all these other characters keep getting assassinated over and over again. And Jean somehow has done the reverse, in fairness. I will give him that credit. But yeah, I mean, there's not even much to say about that scene. It's just the logic's not there. He's a fucking idiot. He's being an asshole. And it's just
he literally has this smoking hot redhead throwing herself at him, being like, "Oh, I'm gonna, like, dedicate hours of my life every night to just making you a big strong man," and he just, like, ignores her and just throws out all of her kindness and just.
And it makes no sense.
You, Jean.
Yeah.
God damn. I would kill everybody within a 10-mile radius to be in that situation.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, Jean had his eyes on the true prize that was Weiss, which he later got. So who's the joke now, media, huh? Looks like you weren't so right after all.
He could have had both. Weiss had a thing for Pyrrha, too.
White Knight is looking fairly likely. I'm not gonna lie. It really is. Honestly, I never expected that, but all of a sudden, damn, it's looking likely. And I wouldn't even be mad. Who's next?
Me again, because I'm the only one who had moments from before Volume 3.
Oh, that is true.
The Breach, which was a shitty little bow to stick on an otherwise competently made volume. The whole thing with the Breach and the way it was structured and may have worked in the long run if more of those characters were relevant in any kind of positive way. This is the one and only moment where Team Coffee is, like, actually relevant, and all they do is just show up and just embarrass everybody. They make the Grim look like fucking fodder. Big problem with the early volumes that kind of continues through the later volumes, just not as much as Salem is more and more involved, is that, like, why the fuck do they even have to go to Beacon?
Yeah. I know, right?
What is the point of a Huntsman Academy when all these Grimm are such fucking light work? And obviously, like, it doesn't really work for training them, because every professional huntsman we've met that isn't named Crow or Winter is a fucking joke. And even Crow is a joke in Volume 5. But yeah, like, it never bode well for the series when these students are supposed to be, like, weak or, like, inexperienced or untrained, and yet they are just mopping the floor with humanity's greatest threat, while also trying to go to a school specifically designed to train them in order to, like, make them competent in this, and then all the graduates we meet are either dead, retired, or clown show. Like, it never made sense to me. It still doesn't make sense to me. And Team Coffee are just the poster child of that entire sentiment. They're there to make the Grimm look like a joke, and then are, in the following volume, treated like fodder by Mercury and Emerald, and they haven't been relevant since.
I think the one part of the Breach that was kind of okay was that John was shown being able to do something for the first time.
Yeah, he did take an Ursa down by himself, and we did also get to see Emerald's weapon. It was the first time we saw Emerald's weapon.
I think John taking the Ursa down probably would have hit harder had the Grimm been seemed more of a threat, though, in that very scene. If everybody else wasn't so leagues above him, very easily despite being in the same training program as him. Then maybe it would have been a more tense situation.
Yeah. Well, I also think one of the other issues with Sean is that he's too incompetent from the beginning. Like, in fairness, as much of a as better as he's gotten throughout the show, it's not realistic for somebody to be as bad as he is at the beginning with basically no training to get as good as he is now. That's not actually realistic.
Well, is he even all that good? Like, he doesn't really get a whole lot of opportunities to show off his skills.
Again, he shouldn't even be there. Like, everybody's babying him too much. Like, it is a little. I think it's a little too ridiculous that they made him that shitty, like, as a fighter at first. Like, he could have just been not that good. You know, he could have gone to like an actual Huntsman Academy and just not gotten in, but still like you know what I mean, like gotten close and it was still actually decent. You know what I mean, something like that.
Or just do like a free run just this a little bit with Stark, where Stark is like a coward. He kind of sucks, but he is just crazy fucking strong for no goddamn reason. To the point where like he accidentally kills a dragon and is scared even after the dragon is dead. He's like, "Freered, help me!" Like, dude, you already won. Like that, I think Jean would have benefited from like that kind of action where like, yes, he can't fight worth a shit. Yes, he gets his ass handed to him anytime he's up against someone who's competent. But he should be like the one dude who can just cut clean through a Grimm's armor, and it should just not even be explained as like he should just be jacked for no goddamn reason. I think that would help validate his position a lot better.
Agreed, because like the problem is I still see him as like, why is he here? As much as I do put him fairly high on my character list, he's a character, he's decent, but like just logically, like what is he doing there when like Nora and RWBY and Weiss are there? Where like seemingly, if you look at like the abilities of the actual fighters, like those three should be the best. They have the best abilities and like powers, and like you put them next to Jean, it's like what the fuck is he doing there with?
Yeah,
like I wish they addressed the difference in skill levels and abilities more. That is something overall with the show. Like Yang's weapons are just not that good. You know, she shouldn't be able to be that good against. She's not that good against Grimm. That should be addressed more. Ren is just pathetic. Like they kind of show it, but like. I wish the characters would like actually admit that and kind of mention that more, because they always talk about him like, oh, he's a ninja, he's a badass. You know, they literally talk about him like he barely ever does anything fighting wise. His weapons are shit, and he's got no endurance, and he's really one of the weakest. He's the weakest link besides Jean and now Oscar. Why is that not addressed? That should be addressed. Why is it not addressed that Nora is way overpowered and Weiss's semblance is way overpowered too? Why is that not more addressed? That like Weiss's semblance is fucking broken. The fact that she has 2 or 3 semblances, like that all should be talked about.
I think like this is sort of like more of a structural thing with the whole show, because like yes, if they did make Jean and Rin like better to be on par with the rest of the cast for the purpose of it being a more action-oriented show, then it would really only call into even greater question the idea that there has to be a school for this at this point.
Yeah, you're right.
And you know, there's so there's that. Even though they did want them to have a school, because like what other means by which are you gonna get these people to socialize with each other? I mean, I would say probably them being rookies in a huntsman association of some sort that isn't a school that just hires you to go out and do jobs would maybe work. But you know, it's a whole thing. You would have to rework it all from the ground up, and it's just not it's not worth to thinking about too long, really, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
And I think honestly, like at this point, probably it's that was kind of like one of the least lame things from that whole scene. I think another lame one was like the robots being called in and just everything becoming perfectly fine instantly.
And especially since that's what leads into like Ironwood taking over security for the Vital Festival tournament, and it's just like, really, you guys barely did anything. It's like America taking credit for victory in World War One.
Well, it's like that's what did I say earlier? Where how the main characters are always passengers in most of the volumes. right? That's the biggest problem with Volume 2, and coffee is the reason for that. So that's why that's in.
By the way, like I said this, I recently read Viz's RWBY manga. They fixed this problem. Like Team Coffee, I think they do show up, but they're like kind of just in the background, and it's actually like RWBY and Weiss that take down, because Torchwick is still like on the loose during the breach. So like everyone, like Team Coffee, Sun, Neptune, Team Juniper, they all do like crowd control on the Grim, while Team RWBY fight the White Fang and the perpetrators of the breach, who are continuously like making things worse.
Okay, well, Viz proving that if you give RWBY to writers that aren't the RWBY writers, you will get a better product, as Ice Queendom also proved. I know some people actually didn't like Ice Queendom for some reason. Ice Queendom was definitely definitely fixed a lot of the problems with Volume 1. And yeah, clearly you're showing they fixed some problems with Volume 2 in this RWBY manga. So basically, if you give RWBY to anybody who isn't a DC writer, you'll get a better version of RWBY.
Oh, and that's another thing about the breach that I wanted to say was also kind of bad about it. I don't like that they did actually catch Roman at the end, because that took him out of the equation for a very large portion of Volume 3. And I like Roman a lot, and I would have liked to have seen more scenes involving him
Yeah.
that we didn't get to have, just because he was stuck in a small outhouse, uh, which is also kind of a weird way to design his cell. He just got like one seat with like a cage over top.
Yeah.
That's horrible, honestly.
Sure.
How did they? Was that a toilet he was sitting on? Like, I don't know.
They just lock him in the bathroom.
Yeah, like
No, they just lock him in one of the robot lockers.
It does look like a toilet, honestly. It looks like an airplane toilet.
yeah.
It looks like he's in like a 767, like
Well,
on the
to be
toilet.
fair, he was on an airship, so
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
like maybe that's how they have to design it, just for like weight saving. I don't know.
It's a fucking gunship.
I'll ask my brother if that's one of the toilets they have. If that's one of their toilets.
So, fun fact, as important as Volume 3 is, and as much as people love it, and as many issues as it has, throughout this whole, like, ordeal, these, like, I think we have like, 30 scenes that are on this little docket I have. There's only one from all of Volume 3.
Well, it's because in fairness, that is partly because Media and I did discuss this beforehand, and we agreed that he would take certain scenes, and then I would take certain scenes so we wouldn't overlap.
So, dude, I'm going to pass it on to you and talk about the moment where Volume 4 started getting kind of bad for a bit.
Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah. All right. So is this my number? Where do I have this? Oh, this is actually my number 1 worst scene. Okay. In fairness, it's not my number 1 worst scene, because we're saving this for the last thing we're talking about, right? The thing that our number 0. Okay.
Like I said, the order's kind of random.
Yeah. So my number 1, what we decided, by the way, is there's something so bad throughout the entirety of RWBY that we just agreed that it's not even going to be anybody's number 1. It's us. It's our collective number 0. But besides that, this is actually my number 1 worst moment in RWBY. And that is when Blake is revealed as the Faunus Princess. What the actual fuck, writers? What the fuck were you guys thinking? This is the dumbest shit possible. And please keep in mind, I was a huge Blake hater during the podcast, right? I was not a Blake hater when I was watching this show before I got on this podcast, okay? Because Blake in volumes 1 through 3 was okay. Definitely could have been done better. But she was an interesting character. She looked cool. Her background she's a good idea for a character. You know, you gotta like the dark mysterious one. That's cool. You know, but if you're gonna have a character be the supposed, dark mysterious character, then how are you supposed to have her have all of her stuff revealed about her first? And the worst thing about it, yes, we understand that she left Yang, she abandoned Yang. That is not a good thing to do. That is not okay. That is not the right thing to do. I think the writers did at least understand that. I will give them credit. They knew that. They knew that that was wrong. Okay? But for everything else that happened to Blake, we're supposed to feel sorry for her. She's supposed to be beaten down, discriminated against. She has the abusive ex-boyfriend. She's the one who was, born into this resistance group, this protest group and everything. She's had to claw and fight her way to the top. There's this whole little scene with Ozpin. I think it's in volume 3 where he's asking her, like, he kind of alludes to, like, bruh, how the fuck did you get into this school, man? Like I know you were part of it. Like, you were, the reason you got in here is because you trained with a terrorist group. Like, I know that, okay? Right? So she's got to fight and claw her way to the top. So we're supposed to sympathize with Blake. Great. I love a character with a tragic backstory. I love that shit. I'm all for having that, okay? I don't care how stereotypical and obvious that is. I will support that like crazy. I'm all for it. But then, when Sun asks her which house is hers, after all of this, after she's treating him like shit already, she's all poor me. I'm not here to fight. I'm just here to go back and fix my life. I can't deal with this anymore. Woe is me. It sucks to be me. Everything is wrong with me. You should sympathize with me. And Sun asks her, which house is yours? And she points to the fucking biggest one by far. The one in the center. The one that's clearly meant to be the government official's house. And that's the house she has. Her parents founded the White Fang. Their dad is is the president of Menagerie. He's the president or king of the Faunus. She has the biggest house. Her family has the most political power. Her parents have the best relationship in the show. If you actually watch, like, Gary and Callie interact, like, they support each other well, but they're not too cloying. Like, it's perfect. They have, like, the perfect marriage. They do. It's great. They love her. They support her. They give her space. They probably give her too much freedom, if anything, actually.
Just let her run away and be a terrorist for 5 years.
Yeah. The thing that doesn't make sense is Gira letting her run away and be a terrorist and then not liking Sun, the guy that is clearly emotionally intelligent and being he's really a good guy. He's clearly not, like, some fucking, man slut at all, right? Just because he dresses like he doesn't act at all, right? So that doesn't make sense. But other than that, these parents are fucking great. There's a reason everybody talks about Callie Milfadonna. Everybody loves her. She's great. So hopefully you can see, just by what I'm saying, how can we possibly sympathize with Blake at all when her home life is so great, when she's got money, all this stuff, it completely retroactively ruins everything she goes through with Weiss. And again, I'm the liberal in this group. This is a show written by liberals. I am the liberal here. You do realize by making Blake so privileged, you're making Weiss's racism look less bad. You do realize that, right? Do you not realize, writers, how stupid that is? Jesus fucking Christ, how dumb are you?
Like, and to hedge off any comments about this, like, we're not saying that she's as privileged as Weiss. Mm-hmm. Obviously.
No.
But her whole backstory and motivation, like, implied, like, an impoverished background.
Yeah.
Like, not having clean clothes, not knowing where your next meal is going to come from. Things that, like, genuine poor people can understand and relate to, even if they've never been homeless or been, in poverty, really. Like, we all know, at least I know what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. I know what that's like.
Yeah.
I know what it's like to have to sleep in the back of a car. Literally, one of our biggest episodes of the podcast, I had a fucking phone post in a hotel room because my life was going to shit. And that was so embarrassing because that was the one we had Fat Man Falling on.
Oh shit, I didn't even know that there's that one.
Yeah. That's why that had to get split up into 2 parts.
So please understand, we want to sympathize with Blake. This is not saying,
what we're saying is, to parody Bo Burnham, what we're saying is, she writes songs about fauna suppression from the comfort of her mansion home.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, again, my point here is not that Weiss's racism is okay. It's not. In fact, and if anything, you watch us talk about in the Ice Queen podcast, I said Weiss gets away with too much, actually. And she's one of my favorite. Okay, I'm just going to spoil it. She is my favorite character. It's obvious, okay? Weiss is my favorite character. I don't want Weiss to even be my favorite character. I'd prefer if Blake was my favorite character with her setup. That's who I wanted to be my favorite character. And she's not. So like again, yeah, I want to sympathize with Blake more, but I can't, and that's why we hated on her so much. It's like, guys, it's so easy. It's like you just do the most obvious shit, and you make her sympathetic. You don't have Weiss forgive her off screen. You have Blake be the good person, right? You have Blake forgive Weiss and not Weiss forgive Blake. It's there's so many easy things you can do to make Blake a more sympathetic character, and they don't do that.
Have that be like a moment of clarity for Weiss. Like I've mentioned before that Weiss is not really like my sister, but when I do my Weiss voice, I am doing the same voice I use to mock my sister. Hey. One of like this moment that always sticks out to me is something that happened between me and my sister is when my sister went off to college. She pursued a psych degree, and something she learned in class like really hit her, and she called me up. I was in college as well, a different campus, different college, obviously. She calls me up in the middle of the day when I'm on like my lunch break or whatever. She's like, "I'm so sorry for the way I treated you all." Like, that should be, like Weiss should have had a moment like that after Blake forgave her if Blake had earned that. Like, just, there's a moment like that really needed. A moment that didn't end up making my my bottom 5 shit list, but almost did, was just the entirety of, like, the whole black and white thing. The main issue I have with Volume 1 structurally is that the team never really comes together at the end. Kind of bang my drum on that, especially with the Ice Queen podcast, because Ice Queen kind of fixed that problem with its interpretation of events. The whole, like, Blake being, not super rich. Like, we don't know how much money, if any, the chieftain of Menagerie makes. It could be that the mansion is literally just a perk of the job, and that could even be, like, a more recent development. Something that only happened for, like, a year or two before Blake went off on her own. Obviously, it happened before Blake went off on her own because she knows about it. But, like, it still muddies the message a lot. And that is a bad thing to do when you are trying to have, like, a cohesive message.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, that's the thing. It's like, no, it doesn't actually justify Weiss's racism. Nothing does. Of course not. But if it that's why I'm mad. Is like, guys, you're actually making it feel slightly more justified, which that's the opposite of what anybody should be doing. So that's why I'm mad at the writers for this. It's like, you guys need to not do that. You need to make Blake the sympathetic one. That's who you're trying to make the sympathetic one. And by making her so privileged relatively, obviously, yes, of course Weiss is more privileged. But the thing is, Weiss is actually the best done character in the show. So they address that. They have her go through that. And actually, Weiss right now is less privileged than Blake is. But literally, in volume 7 through 9.
She is an heir to nothing.
She is the heir to nothing, as she says herself in volume 9. Blake has more privilege and power and money than Weiss does. Which, again, I mean, partly why Weiss is the best character. We'll get to that in the next episode. Actually, I'm going to get to it today with my number 1 moment. But that's not what the writers were going for. And you could still do all that same stuff with Weiss and still have Blake be sympathetic. Like, I love Callie, but she shouldn't exist, or she should be dead, or something like that. Like Gira and Callie should not exist the way they do,
or just make them fucking poor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They shouldn't exist
that would help get the message across.
They should not exist the way they do. Is my point. That is the problem. You could give Callie and Gira even the same personalities, but they should not exist the way they do. Her pointing.
I just realized how absurd it is for me to say just make them fucking poor. Mediocrity 2025. That's my presidential message. Just make them poor.
But it would make Blake a better character, and she's the most, at least at that time, she was the most disappointing character in the show. So it's like, God, she could have been. It's the biggest. That's why it's number 1. Is it's the easiest thing that this decision to make.
It doesn't really help that, like, the rest of Menagerie also doesn't look that bad either. Like, it seems like a pretty nice place. Like, yeah. I wouldn't mind living there, Yeah, I didn't get to see the inside of other people's houses. Maybe they're worse inside or something, but outside they look pretty good.
They say it's really crowded here, and she's like, yeah, it is. And it's like, Guys, that's not crowded. Like, look, I'm not blaming the animators because their budget's zero and they're being overworked and being manipulated. And we know that Rooster Teeth in hindsight already. Even at the time, we knew.
And at the time, they were learning how to use this engine that none of them had used before.
But you could have done something else. You could have said something else besides that it's crowded, guys. Writers, you have to help your animators. They are doing more than you are, okay? They're working with nothing. You're making them learn a new program. You're overworking them and not paying them enough, okay? Fuck you guys, right? Then do the bare fucking minimum to not make them look like idiots. Now, in hindsight, we know that the writers are the ones that are fucking idiots, not the animators. But, like, just do something to give them to make them not look stupid, right? And God, yeah, that whole scene.
There's a lot of that in Volume 4 and Volume 3, I noticed. Like, there's several moments in Volume 3 where they say one thing because it was an earlier draft in the script, but then obviously they changed it for the animators last minute. Like Mercury identifying Crow because he uses a scythe against Winter. No, he fucking doesn't.
He doesn't. He keeps it in sword form the entire time.
He literally doesn't. And then that moment gets even more hilarious because the one other moment that Mercury would have seen Crow, he also doesn't use the scythe. Because that was also changed at the last minute.
Yeah.
I think if Mercury had just known who Crow was because he knows what Crow looks like, would have probably been better.
Exactly. Really easy shit, right? Also, the whole thing about, like, all semblances are unique except for the Schnee family. And, oh, by the way, they actually have 2 or 3 semblances in one. Why is that a thing?
I've always been of the opinion that hereditary semblances should be more common.
They should be, but the problem is they don't do that, and they specifically say...
It should be like, I know for a fact I fucking made this argument before. They should be like the Kekkei Genkai in Naruto, where, like, holistically, in the grand scheme of all huntsman kind, they are rare, but because it is inherited, it means that you have someone who can actually, like, train you to use it to its fullest ability, which leads to Kekkei Genkai Shinobi being so much better than Shinobi who don't have Kekkei Genkai, because Shinobi who don't use Kekkei Genkai, they're just flying in blind for everything. And same thing with people who have semblances who aren't hereditary.
Yeah. And obviously, Weiss's semblance is probably the best in the series, technically, I would say.
She needs to use time dilation more.
Yeah, but she has it.
She just needs to use time dilation post Volume 2.
She's got 3 semblances in one, for fuck's sake. Like, Nora's is broken too, especially once she can trigger it. By the way, she doesn't constantly trigger it, which she should. She should just be constantly triggering it. But anyway, like, Weiss's is broken and it's hereditary, so she can train with Winter, and that's not brought up. And then the fact that it does contradict things that they've said before. Oh, whatever. I'm off topic now. I spent too much time on this.
Let's not get into the weeds of RWBY lore. Next, chronologically, we're seen as my actual worst scene, which is continuing the menagerie fuckery. And I've ranted about the scene so many times, so I'm going to try to keep this brief. Remember when Ilya's phone materialized in her hand and it had the entire plot for the rest of Blake's arc in Menagerie just on it, and Sun just magically knew that it was important? Probably because he saw it materialize into her hand, like, oh, well, I guess the directors want me to kick that or get that. And just the poor Ilya not even being recognized, even though she's wearing the exact same outfit she does in the Blake character short. Blake just doesn't give a fuck, I guess. Or the hairstyle, just there's so many things wrong with that scene, even in the moment, and it just gets worse as the Menagerie arc continues.
Look, I think Media, you would have liked that scene a whole lot more had Sun put on a sort of demeanor similar to Bugs Bunny and kind of pointed over to Ilya as her phone materialized and made some sort of Looney Tunes-esque wisecrack, pointing out the convenience of it.
That might have been a little too goofy.
Look, if you're gonna have something like that, you have to break the fourth wall a little bit.
I just don't like that it had the whole rest of the plot on it. Like, I think characters should earn stuff like that, and I'm just not a fan of people finding the roadmap to future developments. It's something that I am trying to be very careful to avoid in my own work. But it was a big thing I didn't like about like Journey to the Center of the Earth and Solomon's Lost Mine, the Alan Quatermain book. I can't even remember what the actual name of it is.
It's like, what did I say about how, again, the main characters are always passengers. They get brought along to the plot. Plot happens in front of them. That's the same thing here. This is just another example of that.
Plot literally calls them on the fucking phone in Volume 5.
Yeah, exactly. Says, "Hey guys, I'm over here." This is one of the worst examples for sure, but it is one of those things where it's like it's not really anything new, right? We've been talking about it this whole podcast.
So speaking of Volume 5, dude, you want to talk about
Do I have 2 in a row here? Because I have another one in Volume 5 that's in my bottom 5.
Wait, hold on.
No, there's one of mine in between.
No, but I have one that's immediately before this. It's the arrival in Mistral. That was my.
Oh yeah, yes,
yeah. Let's let Coop
Sorry,
do that
I
one.
kind of I did. Okay, yeah, I did mistakenly put that at the end. Yeah. So Coop, you want to talk about why that's bullshit?
Welcome, fellow travelers, to beautiful two-dimensional Mistral, where all of the flat people are engaged in so many flat activities. Enjoy the flat hot springs. Feast upon the most delicious of flat foods. Find yourself ensconced in the flat entertainment of beautiful 2D Mistral.
It is just very lame. Like I think that's all that really needs to be said about it.
And I understand, yeah, limited animation budget, yada yada. Poor animators living hand to mouth, having to scrape up enough ink to make a single frame, but also this sort of introduction did kind of oversell Mistral for the rest of the volume, and I kind of can't just judge it on its own. Like, it seemed as though maybe something would happen in this society when it was first introduced, possibly, but no, they don't really ever deal with that, and they stay locked up in the school for the rest of the volume. That is probably what makes it have gotten onto my list, because you do kind of have Crow also act as though he knows the place. This knowledge never becomes important, though. So, there's no real... It is presented as something that really never needed to be presented in the first place. This didn't really need to be here. If they had come to the back door of the school and didn't get the large scenic view at first, then it probably would have been functionally identical.
Well, yeah, the thing you already pointed out is it oversells Mistral. They literally talk about how it's basically like Coruscant, where it's it's the remnant equivalent of Coruscant, where there's the up, it's vertical. It's a very vertical city, right? And the higher level up you are vertically, then the better off you are. And then they never do anything with that, and they're just in this flat, cool open
that could have taken place.
God,
on a vertical thing, like you could have a sort of Kowloon walled city vibe to.
Oh my god, dude, I fucking love Kowloon walled city. That would have been so fucking cool. They actually do that with Star Wars, by the way, in the Clone Wars TV show, which is fantastic overall. They do a lot with that.
They do that a lot.
They do that a lot.
They have the fucking. I think it's in the movie. They have the tanks walk up a fucking cliffside, and it's so stupid. I love it.
I mean, if you've ever played Bounty Hunter,
back, I have played Star Wars Bounty Hunter.
Yeah. Fuck that. Really emphasized the verticality of the Star Wars places.
The tightness of it, right? Just the walls everywhere, and that's one of the toughest things about finding the walls you have to go around and shit with that game. God damn, that's nostalgic as shit. Yeah, even crappy Star Wars stuff follows up on that so much better than RWBY does. Again, Chekhov's gun. If you're gonna mention shit, you got to follow up on it. And that's one of the biggest problems with RWBY is they just don't follow up on shit. And the idea of Mistral's cool. Like, we were all that's why we were so dead at the end of Volume 5, is we were expecting so much because Volume 4, besides Blake, was so good. And then we're like, oh, God, this is like, oh, we know they're going to be fucked. This is Bossing Say arc. And then they don't do anything with that. It's like, guys, I know you. There's no way you haven't watched Avatar. There's no way. Even if you just do something 1/8 is good, 1/16 is good as the actual Bossing Say arc, it would have been the best volume of RWBY.
I feel like that the presence of Avatar and having Bossing Say might have contributed to it a little bit. For a long period of time, I have surmised that the RWBY writers value originality a little bit too much. They don't want to copy other stuff, and so they wind up having to do their own thing, even when it probably would have been better for them to just copy somebody else's. You know? If they had done something similar to Bossing Say, I'm wondering if they would have felt to themselves that that's not a cool new thing. We're trying to come up with cool new stuff, similar to how Avatar kind of came up with cool new stuff by using Bossing Say, even though it kind of also didn't. Like, big city sequences have occurred in other things, you know? Even the Odyssey had them. This sort of just like showing it to you and then being like, yeah, well, that was cool. Anyway, that's what I really don't like about this.
This is what you could have had. Which, again, the fact that a 2D render is better than what we actually got is just says a lot. It really set the tone for Volume 5, did it not?
Well, Volume
5, in a way that we didn't even realize it at first.
Yeah, exactly. Which brings me on to this. Now it's my turn, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So one of mine. This is actually which number? What number do I have this one at? My number 4th worst scene. It is Rest and Relaxation, specifically Ren telling everybody how much characters have grown. So basically, the problem with this scene is it's the writers telling and not showing everybody how much the characters have grown. And to be honest, at this point, a lot of the characters haven't grown a huge amount. I mean, everybody's grown a bit, but the thing is, it's literally Ren just sitting there telling everybody, look how much we've grown. We've all grown so much. Oh my God, isn't it amazing? The rest as characters? Oh my God, is this not the most like infantile, baby ass, fucking insecure writing bullshit that the writers could have possibly done here? Like, and the thing is, before he even starts saying that, they even get the whole point of the Kuroyuri arc wrong. RWBY says that Ren losing control was awesome. And she means it, by the way.
Which she would.
She would, but Ren doesn't even contradict her. Like, that bothers me. That the fact that they turn into a joke instead of Ren actually like correcting her. Then they have the fucking gall for RWBY to say that oh yeah, it turns out Ren gets pretty deep when he actually wants to talk. It's like, bitch, if he wanted to actually be deep, then he would have actually contradicted you and pointed out the fact that you were wrong.
Or given like specific examples. And I think that's what bothers me more than the speech itself. Is that like it's already a little tedious to have a moment like, oh, look how we've all grown so much. It's so much more poignant when you phrase that as like either a question or like a slide comment. Like so the example that popped up in my mind is from Quintessential Quintuplets. It's the moment when Takeda during the last festival basically calls Fudora out like, hey, you didn't used to be like this. You used to not give a shit about anybody except like maybe your family, but like you would never open up to us like this, even just a year ago. Who changed you? I wonder who that is. Like, he doesn't even explicitly say it. He just throws the question out there like, who is it that changed you? Oh boy, because we all know the answer already. We've all been watching this show all the way through up to this point. It really needed something like that.
Another example is in the same fucking manga, because I didn't watch the anime. I read the manga in one day, by the way, on your recommendation. Fucking great.
So
the moment where they all get in the wedding dress to try to confuse him as to which one is which before he marries Yotsuba, and they say, hey, figure out who's and he just like fucking systematically tells them who's who based off of everything he's learned about them. That's a way better example.
It was meant to be just a test. He was supposed to just pick out Yotsuba.
Yeah, and
But
he's
he was like,
oh,
nah,
fuck you.
fuck every single one of you. I'm doing this my way. I'm proving to you once and for all that y'all's bullshit does not work on me anymore.
Exactly, and that's such a better example.
Fucking greatest rom-com protagonist ever. Like, Quintessential Quintuplets is my favorite rom-com of all time, but, like, I understand people's opinions to the contrary. I understand if people prefer, like, Toradora or Makaine or whatever, Kaguya-sama, but, like, Futaro, you can't beat Futaro. Like, Futaro is just the greatest.
You can't prefer Makaine yet. It's not done yet. That's bullshit. Kaguya-sama, you can't. Kaguya-sama fucking did some great shit. I do personally prefer Kaguya-sama to Quintessential Quintuplets. But that scene was pretty fucking good. Okay. Anyway, RWBY doesn't do any of that. They don't do any of that shit. Where fucking Leonardo DiCaprio's character is at, right? He doesn't have to say it. There's a lot of times where he just shows it, right? And they don't. And my top scenes, all examples go don't tell. This scene is all tell and don't do absolutely nothing. It's hollow. It's pointless. Instead of having this, you could have actually done the characters more. Do the things you're saying.
Continuing the Volume 5 slander, one of my least favorite scenes of all time is Cinder and Raven striking a deal, which I know I kind of already mentioned this with one of my best scenes, because one of my favorite scenes recontextualized this into working, but this still highlights the fact that the villains are stupid and that the good guys don't actually succeed. If Cinder wasn't so stupid, Team Ranger and co. would have just continued to sit around with their thumbs up their ass, not doing anything. The plot literally had to call them on the phone and tell them to get their asses to Haven. And the only reason why the plot even deigned to do that is because Cinder is so goddamn dumb. And Raven isn't that much better. We've talked about this at length before now, like especially like because Raven was on my shit list and Cinder was on yours, Coop. And the scene is a big reason why. So I'm just gonna leave it there.
Yeah, I had actually kind of forgotten about this being one of the scenes for Cinder, but you did just remind me of it, and yeah. I would say Cinder doesn't actually come out all that bad from it. I think it's more the onus is all on Raven here, kind of like for what is kind of more stupid about it. There's one stupid thing I would say that Cinder kind of has trouble with. It would mainly be just that she's kind of not listening to Watts here, which, kind
of a theme there.
Yeah, but like, when can you ever not say that about her?
And then last scene from Volume 5 before we get to the very end, and this is the only other Volume 5 scene on this entire video, other than the rant we'll have at the very end. Dude, you wanna take it away with this little scene with Blake?
So I generally am someone who is very forgiving of the animation in RWBY and of the technical issues that they have with this show. Because I understand, again, I do not blame the animators. I didn't blame the animators. I never complained about the animation even when we didn't know how poorly they were being treated, right? Even back then when we weren't even as aware of it. And we knew they had a lot of crunch time and it was an indie budget. I get it. But this isn't even an animation thing. This is a writing and storyboarding issue. And so it's not even about the animators, actually. But some people might think that's what it is. It's not. So in Volume 5, when the Belladonna mansion, or I guess the, head of Menagerie or whatever house is getting invaded, there's some good stuff in there. But the scene that is the worst in that whole sequence is when they're fighting with Corsic and Fennec. I think it's Sun or just Gira is fighting Corsic and Fennec. And then Blake comes in. And she manages to come in and use her semblance and her new dust abilities that she learned in Volume 2, I think, to freeze their hands down. with one of her copies. So she does that. So both of these fuckers who already are not, which in the commentary track, you watch Fat Man Falling's review of Volume 5, which I have. Fat Man Falling will point out that in the commentary, the writers mention that Corsic and Fennec are not fighters. They are not the guys that should be on the front lines fighting. Plus, they are now disabled. They are now stuck, frozen, and instead of chopping their arms off, cutting their heads off, killing them, capturing them, whatever, after freezing them, Blake runs over to the opposite side of the room with Gira and Sun, and the three of them proceed to have a whole ass conversation. Wow. Corsic and Fennec are disabled and frozen, stuck. And I'm not kidding when I tell you that this conversation lasts 45 seconds to a minute or something like that. If it had lasted 5 seconds, this already would have been utterly, utterly ridiculous and just completely brain dead. Like, zero IQ move. And it lasts basically, like, again, at least minimum 30 seconds, but I'm pretty sure it's about 45 seconds to. And they just sit there, standing there, strategizing how they're going to do things when they could just kill these fuckers now, or at least take them prisoner. It's so easy. And I'm the kind of person who never notices this stuff, by the way. Like, I will watch other reviews of RWBY, and when people point out other examples standing around and not doing anything, I'll be like, oh shit, I didn't even notice that. Like, I remember, like, when people pointed out how all of Team RWBY and Jean stare at RWBY while she drinks the tea, I did not notice that at first. Like, I am so bad at noticing shit like that. That is not my strength. I cannot notice that. Okay? So I will admit that I'm bad at that. So the fact that I noticed this even the first time that I watched this, and every time I've watched this, means this is bad. And then, on top of that, and by the way, this is a thing that the show does a lot. So I mentioned this earlier when I talked about the positives of RWBY playing Sudoku. This was something that, yes, this is something the show does a lot, where they have the characters stand around and watch shit happen in front of them. So that's another reason why the scene is on here, because it's something that happens way too often in this show. Way too often. I personally think this is the worst one. You could also make an argument that when they watch Oscar get beat up by the Grim, the smart Grim, or the Grim with the silver-eyed warrior inside of it, and then kidnap him, that one's just as bad. First of all, I don't think it's quite as bad.
Anytime that there's, like, actually action going on, it's way easier to suspend your disbelief and be like, anime time.
It's not as bad, and also, Oscar sucks, so, it's kind of fine that they let him get captured, so that's another reason. But also, it's not as bad. This one is the worst one, because everybody is standing there talking. There's no action happening, and these fuckers who are already not the best fighters are disabled. Gira just can take one swing at them and knock them both out, minimum. Any of them could just kill any of them. I could have killed them here. Fuck's sake. Or at least knock them out. Jesus Christ. Okay? And then, to make things worse, after they do all of that, they have this whole conversation. They show this too, by the way. They pan to up like a top wide shot. And Blake runs straight towards Corsic and Fennec. And when she's like a couple of inches away from them, she turns right and runs away from them. That's the most retarded ass shit.
So
like, it's literally, it is.
I have nothing to add to that.
It's retarded. Like, and I know that word is banned now, whatever. No, that's retarded.
It's not on my channel.
It's not on your, because you know what? This is where it deserves to be used, because you have to be losing brain cells to do that and pass it through and keep it going. And if they did, here's the thing. The writers should be smart. I think they've done enough good stuff for me to think they should know better than that. My money would be on they saw this and they realized it and they just like, fuck, it's too late. We just have to let this go. That's what I think happened. And they just got lazy and they're like, damn it, it's too late. Oh, well, they won't notice. That's what I think actually fucking happened. It's so bad.
Yeah, this was another one that I didn't really remember. A lot of Volume 5 is just I'm just blanking on, it seems.
It's repressed memories.
Repressed memories, man. Yeah.
I would say that like we are not like the experts on this. If you wanna look at like a blocking analysis of RWBY scenes, like that's more of Floof's domain. So I don't know the exact process that Volume 5 decided to go through to make something like that. But yeah, a lot of the action stuff that happened around that general span of time in the RWBY series kind of had a lot of those similar issues to it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot of bad with nothing good or creative to like distract you from it.
My point with this though is that I'm terrible at noticing this stuff. I've watched Floof Artist video, which is one of the best.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like there's nothing to distract you from it. Like there's teleportation issues in the food fight, but the food fight is so batshit insane that like nobody gives a shit.
Yeah, Floof never made a video on that, did he?
No.
Yeah, because it's a fun. It's a fun scene, and so I watched Floof's video on Volume 5, and yeah, he's right. It's one of the best videos made on RWBY ever, honestly. But I still don't really care because there's so many other things wrong with that whole series of events. That doesn't even enter into my top 5 issues with that series of events. And he's right that it's awful. This is something you can just see. Like, you're literally watching Blake walk up to these disabled people trying to kill her parents, and she leaves instead of knocking them out or killing them or maiming them. There's absolutely zero logic in that. There's no explanation for that. There's nothing to justify this in any possible way. That's the thing that makes it so bad. It's so completely unjustifiable. And it's so easy to notice.
So let's wash the taste of Volume 5 out of our mouths by talking about good scenes again.
For a minute.
Coop, we are on You chose the Sun versus Torchwick scene as one of your favorites.
It's not just him, it is also Blake, and also the part where Penny shows up at the end. I'm more referring to that scene in its entirety, but this is the portion of it that was most recognizable to everyone, because this, I would say, I didn't put it as like my top action scenes, but everybody who lists their top action scenes of RWBY always has this on it. And they're correct to do so because it looks really, really cool. And it's not just the sun part either, even though that is like the probably the hypest moment. Blake and
fucking
him,
Gunchucks.
Yeah. Blake and him both tag teaming Roman has a really cool just general aesthetic to it. The fact that it takes place in a neat place full of boxes in a shipyard and stuff that do actually come into play later, with people hiding behind them, jumping off of them, bouncing through them and stuff. It all coming to a head with the introduction of a gunship that Roman just happens to have, because, criminals have those in 80s action movies. It really ties the whole thing together, and I think this scene being kind of like the ending action set piece for the first volume of RWBY, people got into RWBY probably based off of like the trailers and the first episode having such good action scenes, and the continued action throughout the first volume was still pretty impressive to where it kept them watching. I think this scene being at the end was probably what got most people actually hooked on the thing, because they were like, okay, this is cool as shit. I want to see more of this shit. Let's watch any new stuff that comes out about this as it comes out. And I would say probably while a lot of people they might not necessarily cite this as being like their main reason for sticking with it or anything, I think it was the main reason that a lot of people got started into it. If we're just taking the first volume as like most people's starting point, which I assume it is.
Yeah, no, the scene is cool as shit. In fairness, like
It's just a fun idea.
It is.
Gunchucks are just a fun
the
idea.
gunchucks are fucking awesome, man. They do work so well. They're fucking badass as shit. And
I will say, like, there are three little bits of this whole sequence that do live free in my head. One is the gunchuck animation. The other is actually Blake's animation when she's like, "He's mine," and just starts like fucking locking in. I think it's actually the best Blake has looked in action. And then the penny wind up to the fucking Kamehameha blast that she uses to cut the airships in half. Like that's just dope.
The funny thing about this scene, though, is that everything Koopa said is correct. I agree. Like, Volume 1, the action is actually really well done for the most part. There's a lot of great action. Again, makes the volume fun if you turn your brain off. But if you turn your brain back on, you could make an argument for this scene being one of the worst in the show. Because, again, where are any of the main characters besides Blake in this?
Yeah, RWBY gets blasted on her ass, and then Yang and Weiss are making out, I guess. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Some weird stuff is going on with that, I think. But I think, in general, what was expected from Volume 1 was not really all that high. Like, I don't think people were too like critical of Volume 1 because it was so fast and so furious.
It was Tokyo Drift as well.
This is probably just a good example of what I would like RWBY to have been in general a lot more. Sometimes it still is. Sometimes it still takes a crack at it, but it never quite gets to it the same way it did in those first few volumes, you know. And so in a way, this is a bad scene because it makes me live with some regret for what could have been. But otherwise, I would say it is. I still love it. I still enjoy the hell out of it. And I think, and I mean, we also didn't mention that Roman's own animations look really cool. The way this dude is able to take on two kids at a time is pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah, it's an enjoyable scene. No, there's no doubt about it. I remember the first time. I remember when I watched this scene. I still, when I watched it recently, I was like, "Ha, gunchucks, cool." Like, yeah, it is. There's no doubt that it's fun as shit. That is true.
All right, next is your third best scene, dude.
Apathy?
Yes.
Alone in the Woods. Alone in the Woods. Okay, so as an episode and as an arc, I have to admit this is probably the objectively best RWBY has ever been as a show. And the best thing about this one is there's no comma but with this one. There's nothing to qualify with this one. I think this is the only one where I don't have to qualify this or have like a yeah, but with this one. It's just brilliant. This is something where like if people who just hate RWBY or have never watched RWBY as a show, and if I ever want to prove to people that I am a fan of this show, first of all, I'd show you all my RWBY figures that I have and all the DVDs and Blu-rays that I have. And all my wallpapers that I have, okay? But aside from, like, literally my center, I'm looking at it right now, I have all my figures. I've got, like, 15 figures set up around my monitors. And the one that's in the fucking center is my gigantic RWBY from Ice Queendom. And it's with her scythe. I am a RWBY fan. This is the scene, this is the episode, this is the arc that I would use to argue, no, this show is not worthless. Because this whole arc is so fucking good. First of all, I want to point out Blake and Yang when they go together to the shed and they look for some stuff. They're looking for whatever they need. That scene alone is great, and that's already building up to this whole Apathy arc, right? Because the Apathy arc is like 2 episodes, and it really builds to it because that scene is fantastic. It builds their relationship. It points out they're actually doing something relevant to the immediate plot, which is looking for stuff around it has Yang freak out about Adam, and a hint that Adam is still around. Whether or not he was really there doesn't even matter. I like how they never really follow up on that. And it shows the shared trauma between Blake and Yang. It has Blake try to comfort Yang, but actually doing it wrong by belittling her. And that also does the same thing of the writers actually acknowledging the fact that Blake is actually wrong here for once, which was great because before this, they had not done that at all with Blake throughout the entire show. It has Yang mentioned being tired, which is also relevant to the immediate plot of the Apathy. And because we're so focused on the Bumblebee shit going on here, you might even have missed that. It's actually a very subtle thing that the show did, that the writers did to hint at what's going to happen with the Apathy, which is brilliant. Because let's be honest, you're barely ever going to see anybody say anything about RWBY being subtle as a show. And that's one of the more subtle, brilliant things that they actually do in the whole series. So everything in this scene that happens there, when Blake and Yang are in this little thing, in this like little shed, it's relevant either to the past, the current episode, the two characters' relationship, or the larger overarching stories and growth individually. There's no fat. There's nothing stupid. It's a fantastic fucking scene. And immediately, at least, they keep following up on it. Now, the one qualification is that, obviously, they give Blake and Yang any more scenes, basically, until they have the Adam scene. But, at least with the Apathy, directly, they do keep following up on that. They have all these little hints at things. I did not realize initially that they were going to be walking in the episode. First of all, the fact that RWBY's never done a horror. And the fact that, they're on their way, they need some place to stay, whatever. You think, honestly, I would expect them to maybe do more heart-to-heart shit, or flesh out the characters more, or, God forbid, maybe do more, like, somebody sitting around more tables and talking about how much they've grown as characters. But thank fuck they didn't do any of that. And they do all these kind of little subtle hints at the fact that something's off here. And they show them all getting a little more tired. And I love how they have RWBY be the last one to start getting tired.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. Like, you want to talk about show don't tell. Like, the order that they start to fall in. Like, Crow is the first one to go because he's already just having a bad time. And then we see Blake and Yang start feeling the effects. Then we see, like, Weiss and Oscar feeling the effects. And the last two to like, even start feeling anything are RWBY and Maria. And it's because they got, like, god eyes.
Yep, they're the ones with the god powers. Yeah, and the thing is, it's so great about this arc. Yes, individually, it's brilliant. But it also plays off of everything that's going on in the entire show. And that's a rare thing where they're able to connect everything that's going on. Because everything that each character says is kind of true. All the characters, because of the Apathy, make them so tired, and it's almost like they're drunk. And I'm drunk right now. I'm on 1.5 bottles of wine right now. So I'm being very honest, right? I know how this works. And that's kind of what's happening with the characters there. They are being more honest in a way. They're saying things they wouldn't have said otherwise. So a lot of the stuff that they actually say is stuff that's actually true. And that makes it more powerful, and it makes it more tempting. And it really says a lot. And would be nice if they did stuff like this more often, because it really does show, like, yeah, things aren't so great right now. They're in trouble. They're also in very immediate trouble because they're all getting so negative and pessimistic and tired. I love the way even RWBY kind of gets it for a second. She drops the thing down, but then she realizes they go down. And then the Apathy are just the most creative Grimm, the best Grimm we've ever had, by far. It's not even close. Not even close. Grimm are S+ tier, and everything else is B tier at best. The Apathy. They're interesting. They're so different. To me, they're the most threatened I've ever felt by Grimm, to be honest, because we see all the dead bodies throughout the house. I think that was very powerful that they actually showed that.
And they also just, like, they're the only Grimm that, like, mean something.
Mm-hmm.
That have, like, something other than just being big black monster with the white bone mask. They take the fight out of you. They make you not want to even give a shit. And that is a big theme with with everything involving Salem, is like, why try? Like, there is no beating Salem. Salem's immortal. Why should we be the ones responsible for this? We're just a couple kids that are well on our way to get the huntsman equivalent of a GED. Like, how many professional huntsmen are, like, in the world that should theoretically be more qualified than us? Why can't one of them do it? Why do I have to be the one to pick us up? Like, it all just goes back to RWBY's Crashout. God damn.
Yeah.
Crashout's good. I still don't understand. People that don't like it, you're wrong. I'm sorry. You're just wrong. You might be right that it ended up being pointless, but you're wrong. And it does go back to that. And they even have, like, the way that she uses her silver eyes, it's actually less Deus Ex Machina than it could have been, because they have Maria figure it out, and they have her actually motivate RWBY and tell her to figure out how to use it. And so that's a great thing, which they actually do follow up on in the volume, thank God. Thankfully, I don't have to qualify this with a yes, but they don't follow up on it. They actually do.
They don't wait until future volumes. Like, no, they have it happen in the finale.
Yeah, and this is the one time where having this other older character actually works, because at this point, Crow's taken out. Great. One of the best things about this episode is the main characters are the ones doing everything. RWBY is leading the group. She's the last one to fall prey to the apathy. She's the one who resists them the most. She's the one who actually beats them. Yes, Maria helps a little bit, but it's okay to get some help, right? But Maria's not going to be able to outfight anybody. She's an old lady. She's so old that she's helpful, but she's also kind of baggage at the same time. So it's kind of fine to have her there and have her. She's a mentor for RWBY, but she can't do it for her. That's brilliant. That's great. RWBY is still the main person doing everything here. And that's also fantastic. And we actually fucking address her silver eyes for once. Fucking hell. Finally. Oh my God. Why don't we do that more, right? They kind of didn't really follow up with that too much later on in the show after Volume 6, but at least they do it here. They do it in this volume.
Never uses them in Volume 4, only uses them once in Volume 5 against Cinder.
Yeah. So, do they do it? Does she use them in Volume 7 and 8? She could have. No. You know.
She does. She uses them once in each volume. She uses them against Cinder again in Volume 7, and then against the Hound in Volume 8.
Okay. So, not too much, though. But anyway, it's so suspenseful. This is the most suspense I've ever felt in RWBY. This is the most, like, oh my God, this is so clever. Like, this arc, this episode is genuinely better, and I will fight people on this, is better than quite a few Avatar: The Last Airbender. And that's one of the best shows ever. That says a lot. And yes, it's probably a fluke because it's easily the best RWBY episode, but it is the thing. Again, if anybody ever wants me to, people ever put me on the spot and say, how are you able to defend RWBY? This is going to be my first example, because this arc, this episode is that fucking good, that tight. I have nothing bad to say about it. It's so fucking perfect.
So my next favorite scene is Oobleck's interrogation from Volume 2.
Yes!
Oobleck is a character who is near and dear to my heart, because I am a teacher at heart, and Oobleck is the only teacher in the entire series who, like, actually fucking teaches something. And he's like a general studies teacher. He ain't even like a combat instructor or a mentor in like the
he's a history teacher.
Conventional shonen sense. He's a fucking history teacher.
Me and I talked about who was going to take this one.
We both agreed that it should be on here.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I will reveal this here. That's my job, by the way. I am literally a history teacher. Yeah, you'll never know who I am because I can't. We say shit that I can't say, but like, that's my job. I can separate the two things. So yeah, Oobleck's great.
So can I. I've done student teaching before.
I've not taught and I'm not a history teacher, but I have watched the History Channel, if that counts, and I think Ancient Aliens is pretty cool.
I was gonna say, it depends on what it depends on what era. Depends on what era of the History Channel you're talking about. If you're talking about the History Channel 15, 20 years ago, sure. If you're talking about History Channel now, I don't even know what the fuck they're doing. It's not... Yeah, Ancient Aliens is kind of the shit they're doing now.
So, I am big on character motivations. In order for me to give a shit about someone who doesn't really exist, that person who doesn't really exist has to give a shit about what is happening within their world. They have to actually, like, give a fuck about what is going on in the plot and with the people that surround them. Which is one of the reasons why, like, I don't like fourth wall breaks. I don't like characters like Deadpool. I don't like the irreverent tones in various like comedy series. Like, I've been talking about this week after week after week on my live show. There's a show going on right now called There's No Way I'll Be Your Lover Unless. The reason why that show works is because the main character, Renako, she's in a comedy. She doesn't realize she's in a comedy. She thinks she's in a fucking horror story. Because it is just drama, and she is the butt of all the jokes, and she takes everything so seriously. It's hilarious. I love it. And that is kind of a requirement for me to like a character at all. Like, the character has to have, like, a reason for me to like get invested in them. And that is why, like, kind of tipping my hand a little bit here. I'm not going to say what order that they are in, but my top 3 characters are RWBY, Weiss, and Jaun. Because they are the ones who have, like, very clear motivations and very clear reasons to do what they are doing. And this is the first time where, like, that was truly called into questioning. Because they get to this location. They're already, like, having a lot of rules bent for them. They're not supposed to be here. They are here because they leaked to Ozpin that Roman Torchwick and the White Fang are in the Southwest, and that they were going to, like, ditch their huntsman coordinator or supervisor to head to Mountain Glen regardless of the situation. So Ozpin bent the rules for them, also kind of manipulated it to where none of the other first years could call dibs on this mission.
Because he's shitty Dumbledore, which is exactly the kind of shit Dumbledore does.
He literally called all the first years in here, put all the available missions, and then put one knowing that Team RWBY would want it and be like, nope, can't do that one. Oh, man, I really do wonder why this, that, and the other, and why you guys know about this, so before you guys break the rules, let's just bend them a little bit.
Which I have no problem with. That's the funny thing. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, again, like, Ozpin used to be one of my favorite characters for this reason. And Oobleck is aware of this. Like, he points out that, like, we're here to investigate the rising population of Grimm, which is probably being caused by the literal terrorists that you guys are chasing. So I'm here to make sure you guys don't die, and you are going to show me what you got, and I'm going to be the scout here. That is why Ozpin chose me for this mission. And Yang is the first one to be like, we were really excited to see a pro huntsman in action. Why are you having us do all the bitch work? And Oobleck's like, this is a job, and you signed up for it. Sometimes being a huntress is nothing more than just a heightened form of extermination. Sometimes you are basically just a dog catcher or a rat killer. Like, this is, you guys gotta really think about, if you guys are going to succeed in this world and succeed in this industry, you have to really think about what the fuck you are doing. And so he questions them one after the other.
And why are you doing it? And the interesting thing is, this is why Weiss is the best character, because of all the characters that actually have to go through this kind of questioning, because RWBY doesn't. Blake and Yang, they don't really follow up on this too well. But Weiss, on the other hand, Weiss actually takes this to heart. And if you watch Weiss throughout her arc in Volume 4 and Volume 5, and how she acts afterwards in Volumes 6, 7, and 8, and 9 even, she is the one that is now fighting for the little guy. She is always, if you watch this, she's always the first person to defend Blake in any faunus, in any downtrodden person in the later episodes. She's the one who actually takes this to heart and realizes, yeah, I am doing this because it's a job, and it's my job to help people who can't defend themselves. She's the only one, even more than RWBY, honestly, because that's not really what RWBY thinks of being a huntress as. Weiss is the one that actually takes this lesson to heart better than anybody throughout the whole rest of the show.
Well, part of it is Weiss is such an easy layup in this scene because she has, like, such an obvious alternative. Whitley. Especially, like, in hindsight. Like, she could have just been like Whitley. She could have just not been a huntress at all, completely ignored her powers, sat there looking pretty, do her charity concerts, make her good grades, study business and law and stuff, and become the Schnee heiress. But then nothing would have changed. So she's got that, and Oobleck even points that out, like, you know, like, you don't have to be here. You can have a cushy job in Atlas and be set for life. And Weiss points out that, like, when she found out she had the ability to fight, there was no other course of action for her. The second point of why this is such an easy layup for Weiss is that she has a very clear example of who she wants to be with her grandfather, Nicholas Schnee. That's what she wants to be. RWBY also has that. Or she has the clear example. She wants to be like Summer Rose. But she doesn't really have as clear of an idea of like who Summer Rose was or what she was really doing. She doesn't really understand Summer the same way that Weiss very clearly understands Nicholas. And RWBY definitely has no alternative. She has never once even thought or been offered anything except the life of a warrior.
Her abilities as a leader show she's probably not as smart as Weiss, if we're being honest here too. Let's be real here for a second.
So certainly not academically smart. She's a lot crazier than Weiss.
Yeah.
Like, Weiss is a little more level-headed. Not that much more level-headed, as some fights can attest to, but a little more level-headed. And so that's Weiss. And then Blake is, social justice and all that stuff. But then she's completely befuddled when Oobleck's like, okay, but how does being a huntress help that?
It's the most self-aware the show's ever been.
And then Yang is literally just like, oh, I just want to get wrapped up in all these crazy adventures. It just seems fun. It's like, so what happens when you lose your arm? So much of the greatness of the scene does shine through greater in hindsight. Even though they don't really follow up, they certainly especially don't follow up with Yang's motivation. She has not mentioned about anything about like wanting to get wrapped up in fun, crazy adventures. If anything, they've done the exact opposite. Made her the one like, hey, let's how dare you, Ozpin, have wrapped my parents in a crazy adventure and turn them into fucking birds?
I still don't understand why they were mad about that. That's the dumbest.
We never will.
Why is that so inhumane? Why is it so evil? Why are we supposed to be mad? I never understood this. Another terrible thing about Volume 5. Oh no, they can turn into... Like, I'd be happy to turn into a bird. Great, thank you. Cool, I can fly now? Sweet. It's not even my semblance.
It's never really been shown that there's any kind of bad part to that. It also is kind of weird that those are the two things that Ozpin can do. He can either make people that are have seasonal elemental powers of incredible stuff, or he can turn you into a bird. That's like the
yeah.
That's like. And that's it. There's nothing else.
Here's a question I have about that. Does the bird power transfer the same way the maidens do now?
Oh, that'd be cool.
It should.
It should, yeah.
Hypothetically, it should, or it should go back to Ozpin.
You know what?
Like, what happens to that magic when Raven and or Crow die? But anyway, get back on track. The cherry on top of here is that he doesn't question RWBY's motivation, because Ozpin kind of already did. Like, he knows about the conversation that RWBY and Ozpin had in Volume 1. The little headcanon there, but like the way he acts, like, very clearly he doesn't question RWBY's motivation. RWBY's also the only one to not fucking complain that whole mission. Like, she's just kind of on board the whole time. And even brings Zwei along for fun and games. The true cherry on top is when she turns it around on him. Why did you become a huntsman? And his answer is that, like, there's things you can learn about history being a huntsman and visiting places like Mountain Glen and learning from the mistakes of the past. And his final answer is that, like, I am a huntsman because there's nothing else I would rather be. And that's kind of where RWBY's at too. There's nothing else on the planet that RWBY would rather be than a huntress.
Also ties back into what happens to her in Volume 9, because her view of a huntsman is still kind of twisted at this point. It makes sense here in Volume 2, but it's still a little bit romanticizing everything. And
to be fair, the show never really defines it all that well in the first place.
No, that's true. That's very true. You're absolutely right. But I'm trying to be positive here, okay? I'm trying to be positive, dude, here, and point out that, like, her kind of warped, overly positive, successful view of huntsmen.
Romanticized. It's romanticized to all hell.
Yeah, yeah. And so, yes, it still makes sense for her to be that, but makes sense for why she would break when she does, because her romanticized view of huntsmen is broken. All right, which was next? That is a great fucking scene.
Coop.
The next one I had was the Crow versus Winter fight scene. When we first meet Crow,
Snowbird
comes up. Yeah, well, that isn't really part of it for me. Although I've never been much against the idea of that. It hasn't come up in the actual show all that much.
The only reason why that show works or that ship works at all is because that like they very clearly feel something other than indifference towards each other.
Yep. This
Wow,
is the
Which
whole.
is more than I can say about a lot of other potential ships.
Yep.
Yeah, the having a pre-established emotional connection of some sort does kind of work. They never really go into how it was that they became not liking of each other, or at the very least why Winter did. They might have, and I just missed it. Or like I said, it's been a long time since
They
I've watched.
don't. They don't.
Yeah, okay.
In
Well,
fact, especially like with the supplementary material and other iterations of the story, I have no fucking idea how old Winter is supposed to be.
I know.
In one of the mangas, I think it's like I think it's in the either the Viz manga or the manga anthology, which is of not really canonicity. There's some bits where Winter seems like she's 5 years older than Weiss, which would put her at about like 22, 23 in this. But there's other moments where it seems like she's 15, 20 years older than Weiss, which would put her in her 30s.
Is Snowbird creepy or not? I don't know. The difference is that Rose Garden is clearly creepy. We don't know if Snowbird is creepy or not. This is hard to tell.
Who cares? I mean, my point is that, like, who cares? They're both adults.
That is true.
Half your
In fairness, yeah.
Generally, the rule of thumb, if we're going off of that, and we don't know the ages of either one. I'm pretty sure. So
Crow is 40-ish, and Winter is 20, early 20s, early to mid 20s.
Late 20s, probably. Like
she definitely. When you get into
there's so many Atlas things about the timeline that just like how long has Ironwood been the general? Because it seems like he's been the general for like decades. The way they talk about him and the way he's had all his figures and all these little pies for all these years.
Yeah, and he only looks like he's like 45, maybe 50 at the oldest.
Yeah, I always assumed that he was maybe in his 50s. A little older than Crow.
He doesn't look any older than 50.
Well, hold up. He's definitely around the same age as Glenda, and she's pushing it. Like, she's still got the vivaciousness, but she's you can tell she's a little bit on up there. Fact that she doesn't have any gray streaks is probably just because she dyes it. Let's be real, guys.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't have the half moon glasses that make her look like Dumbledore. She would look younger, to be honest. The glasses age her a lot. They gave her very old person glasses. If it wasn't for that, she could look like she's 35, to be honest, if they got rid of those specific glasses.
The voice would.
But yeah, no, like Winter in volume 8 especially, dude, she looks like she's like 28 to 30, if I'm being honest. Like, that's the way she acts and looks.
Yeah, and if we like put like a sternness aging effect of personality, like maybe age her down like maybe mid 20s. That's as low as I would go. But this is sort of a tangent to why I actually like this scene. I like this scene because what this scene sets up is completely never delivered upon. It seemed to me that what this scene was kind of trying to aim at was to show you what a fight between two veteran huntsmen looked like, and to show you that there was actually a scale to things, and that there was a reason for these kids to be in a school to teach them how to do huntsmaning better. And I think that it achieved all of those perfectly well that were later then thrown in the trash. But in that moment, it did seem as though that was what it was trying to imply. Because you have Winter, who's performing all sorts of interesting things with her semblance that Weiss can't do, with her swords and stuff that Weiss isn't doing, all that stuff. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you have Crow, who is not doing anything that he really taught RWBY or seemed to, and doesn't even whip out his scythe, although he almost does one time. But and he's just sort of, in comparison to Winter, who's sort of shown to be this extremely adept individual and said to be that very same thing by Weiss herself during the scene. He is sort of laid back. He doesn't even seem like he's trying almost. And so it kind of puts you into this mindset of, wow, this Crow dude, he's the real shit. If anybody's gonna teach these little tykes what it means to be a real huntsman, it's this guy. Again, never actually happens, but still, I like the idea that this could have been a way that they took things. And that's why I like this scene so much.
This is why we have Coop on the podcast. This is why we invited Coop. Coop was not an original member. We're on the 100th, episode of this podcast. Coop was not there in the beginning of the podcast.
What episode I joined on exactly?
I don't even know, but
I can't even.
Hold on, I had the notes here.
This is why we invite him. It's because the thing is, at the end of the day, like, Media and I kind of agree on pretty much everything. Media, I think that's pretty much true. Media, we're kind of agreeing on it.
We can bounce off each other a lot better than some of the other pairings in this podcast series.
High Powered is here just a shitpost. That's why he's here the whole time. Also, he was like the guy who started the Discord server. That's why High Powered's always been here. But he's also always just here to Discord, to shitpost. That's why he's not here right now. He just is here when he feels like it, that he's high powered. Coop is here because he brings a very different perspective from us. Like, I would not have thought of all those things. I never thought of this fight as being such a perfect demonstration of what Huntsman could be and the potential of what the main characters could be. But Coop is 100% right in interpreting it that way. And it's, if anything, it's more sad that they don't follow up on that. But it does make the scene...
It is something I remember thinking, like, in the moment in Volume 3, because it is the first time we've seen, like, professional huntsmen who aren't teachers, like, being active, duking it out. But it's also the only time we ever see professional huntsmen who aren't teachers duking it out, until we get to Volume 7 with RWBY versus Aesop's, where they are all technically active duty huntsmen duking it out, but then it's kind of like silly. I do like that scene, I do defend that scene, but it is like a little incredulous compared to Crow versus Winter and the bar that set.
They even do the thing where Crow doesn't even reach his final form. He never even uses his scythe. He's about to use it, and then he doesn't.
I felt that this was intended originally, maybe, and I don't know the inner workings of men's minds, but it seemed to me as though this was kind of like an anime-esque thing where they were attempting to establish some sort of power levels, and that this was because of, like I said, everything with Crow, but also because as RWBY and Weiss were both observing this from their standpoint, this was very clearly an impressive thing to them. They saw that and they were like, wow, that's awesome. And, like, each one, it did have the thing where each one was rooting for their own guy, but they were like, that they were very clearly finding this to be a cool thing. And I thought, okay, these are like points of admiration for both of them, which makes sense because it seems that both of them did. Later on, it was revealed that both of them had learned from these two people. So you think, oh wow, maybe they didn't teach them everything there was to teach. Maybe there's still some way to go. And that was kind of later on when they had like the sit down scene with her and Winter's tea time and RWBY and Crow playing the video games and stuff, that they sort of talked that out, and that those scenes kind of added to that perception of mine that there was going to be like more to this whole huntsman thing than just, okay, yeah, these kids are pretty good, but maybe they're not the best.
We were so convinced that Winter was going to show up in Volume 5.
I don't remember necessarily.
It's because
The writers implied it. The writers implied it. I just watched through it. They were literally saying that that's where she was. That's why Weiss left. Weiss was
Coop, you were in those podcasts. Your actual first appearance in the podcast was right after Volume 5 ended. You were on what we called the Volume 5 Rehab podcast.
Oh, that's right, yes.
You started filling in for Sock after the halfway point of Volume 6. You became a mainstay during Volume 7. There was the Weiss character short leading up to Volume 5. And then because of that, and because Weiss was literally going to Haven for no other reason than that's where Winter was, we were all kind of convinced that Winter was going to be part of the party that Crow gets together, and that she was going to help out against the bandits and be relevant. And nope.
Good old Volume 5. All right, what's the next one?
So, Dude, your second favorite sequence, more of a whole episode.
All right, so Kuroyuri, this technically is probably not quite as good as the Apathy arc, but I'm just so nostalgic for some Renora. Please just let me have this, okay? In terms of specific scenes, I think this is the best one in the show. This is second best. Second best is actually one that's better. As Renora pilled as I am, there's one scene I love more than this. But there's so much good here. I think Ren and Nora were set up very well to be a really adorable and excellent couple and relationship in the show. Obviously, we haven't got to. I have a scene in here that is, the opposite here, of that destroys that potential. But this is what built it up in the first place. This is what got my expectations where it is today, or it was at least. It's not there anymore. Kuroyuri was one of the best episodes. Regardless of you being a Renora fan or not, Kuroyuri was one of the best episodes in the show. Giving side characters this level of backstory. Now, in fairness, you could argue that it would be better to give some of the main 4 characters this level of backstory. But what we got was really good. We got motivation and the explanation for why Ren and Nora are the way they are at the beginning of Volume 1. In Volumes 1 and 2, they are the comedy duo. They are the characters that act like an old married couple, despite the fact that they're not actually together yet. And they do make it very clear. They literally say, Nora literally says, I don't know if it's Volume 1 or 2, she says, we're not together. She says that, and she clearly wants to be together, and the whole holdup is Ren. And Kuroyuri gives us our explanation for why Ren is the holdup as well. And it's all brilliantly done. And again, this is why you give characters tragic backstories. Especially with a show like RWBY, where you're in a universe or a world where things are really shitty. People die very easily. It's very clear, to me at least, and I will take a poll real quick. I would imagine, guys, that the population of Remnant may be at most 100 million people. It is a tiny fraction of Earth's population. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, just the land masses just don't ever seem as big, and this is kind of a fault of some of the map makers and whoever designed the world of Remnant. I know it was based on a ketchup stain, but there doesn't seem to really be any time zones. We see that with RWBY's message. It's nighttime in Atlas, it's sunset in Vacuo, but it's nighttime everywhere else. That doesn't make sense. You would think it would be even later in Vacuo, but maybe it's not sunset, maybe it's sunrise.
Flat Earth Random confirmed.
I don't know what time zones exist here. I basically wrote it to where the whole of Remnant is literally just 1/4 of the actual planet. Menagerie is on the equator, because that just makes sense rather than it being near the South Pole. And Atlas is being in the North Pole. Atlas being in the North Pole just makes sense, frozen tundra and stuff. But and then Menagerie and Southern Mistral are all tropical, and Vacuo is a desert. So it really seems like the whole map of Remnant is literally just 1/4 of the actual planet's surface. So yes, I would say even saying 100 million might be like highballing it.
Yeah, I think like in scale of things, if I had to go through it, like Mistral, of course, was very poorly rendered, and so like you didn't get any scale of that. Veil did actually, even in the earlier volumes, seem more populated. It seemed as though it was kind of like taking up like a larger landmass.
It
I
feels like
I
Los Angeles. To me, it feels like L.A.
They do some creative shortcuts with having, a lot of tall buildings. They have like actual highways in Vale, which they don't have in
and
any of the other cities that we've seen.
also the few times you get like a sky shot of it, like in the later volume 3 stuff, it does seem to be a very wide cityscape. So to me, it kind of seems like it might be like a mega city. Like we might be looking at like maybe like a Tokyo sized thing, and possibly even bigger than that, you know. And I think with like Mantle and Atlas, they were trying to go for kind of the same thing, but those came off much smaller to me.
Oh, they
I
did.
think
Very
Atlas,
much so.
yeah, I think Atlas
Atlas could
especially,
not hold more than 100,000 people, it looks like. It's small.
yeah, yeah, and
It's
so
very
I would
small.
say like I would say like maybe a million because it is a very
Okay.
vertical city. Like it's got like a lot of
That's being very
underground
generous,
stuff and
though.
a lot of tall buildings.
Okay,
yeah,
fine. A million in Atlas. Maybe at most 2 million in um maybe 2 million in Mantle. That's still, I'm looking at, it's more accurately probably 25 million people on the planet. That's
Yeah,
why I said 100 million. 100 million
because
is the max, right?
because all the rest of the villages are like a couple hundred each.
Oh yeah, they're tiny. This is a world where people die constantly. People have kids young. It's very clear that that's the way this world works, even though they never talk about that more. They should. Again, this is why Nora and Ren should have had a kid. Keep saying that. I know I'm weirdly fixated on that, but it would it would say a lot about the whole world. Basically, it would make sense for the whole world building. They're just two characters that make the most sense for it. You wouldn't have one of the main four have that happen. That's why I say them two, right?
I think also like the whole Jean's family thing of there being like 8 kids and
Mm-hmm.
stuff
Mm-hmm.
should not have come off as like such a big thing to everybody else. I think they should have
Yes.
probably been like, oh, that is a completely normal amount of children for the average family.
Yes. Exactly. 100% agree. Exactly. So anyway, with Kuroyuri, Ren should have had siblings that died. By the way, on that note, to be honest, when his parents died, they give these two fuckers like the most tragic backstory ever here. Okay, it is so fucking tragic, but it's done well. Like it makes sense for the world that these characters inhabit. It is a hostile world. It is a cruel world. Things are fucked up here. We're already past the point of Volume 3 where we know we're not in the happy land anymore. The show's already gone past that. If you want, like we've been talking this whole podcast about how we kind of miss happier, chill, right, version of the show, RWBY. But we know it's too far gone at that point. Having Ren's parents die the way they die, it makes sense, given what they've talked about in the volume so far, given how dangerous the Grimm are. Having Nora just be this fucking street rat and they find each other, it's very powerful and it really explains why those two are the way they are as characters in the beginning of the show, even. It like retroactively makes their characters better. And that might be the only time I've ever said that about any characters in this show. It's such a rare thing. Other shows do achieve that. RWBY rarely, if ever, achieves that. And the fact that they retroactively explain the connection and the level of trust and just love, platonic or romantic, either way, that Ren and Nora have for each other is so powerful in this episode. Where, and they even have Ren grow so much more than Ren grows more in this episode as a fucking 10-year-old with a terrible, shitty ass voice actor, by the way. I'm sorry, I don't care. This voice actor sucked. He was so bad. He was garbage tier.
I want to get a lily for the garden.
Yeah, it's just garbage tier voice acting. I don't, whatever. But anyway, even with that, we are still convinced that, Ren grows more in this episode than he ever does throughout 9 volumes of the show. He starts off as a pussy, he's cowardly, he doesn't help Nora the first time she needs help, and then he has a fucking panic attack after his mom dies, after his dad dies in front of him, and he's got nothing left, and he's about to die, Nora's about to die, and he has a panic attack, and that's what unlocks the semblance. And you know what? Panic unlocking your semblance?
And then his semblance turns him Asian, and he takes action, son.
Yeah, he is the person who can mask emotion. That's, first of all, fucking cool semblance. Also fucking broken, by the way.
And also would have came in handy in Volume 3 if they deigned to have him use it there.
In fairness, I'll give the writers credit. They do have him use it a lot in later volumes. He's one of the characters where they fuck that up the least, because they actually do acknowledge how broken his semblance is. They don't acknowledge how broken Nora's semblance is. They don't acknowledge how broken Weiss's semblance is. They actually nerf Ruby's semblance later in the volume. She was so much faster in early volumes than she was in later volumes. Even though she gains higher levels of power technically, it still feels more nerfed because she's slower. But Ren's, they actually acknowledge how broken it is and they keep it going throughout the show. Anyway, he saves Nora. It's a fucking gorgeous scene. Now, I will admit, I have a lot of biases here. I married my high school sweetheart. We're divorced now. That's still the kind of person I am, all right? I am a hopeless romantic. That's the kind of thing I believe in. I am I think media has talked about, we're both huge fans of Alya, from Alya Sometimes Hides Her Feelings in Russian, because Alya is like a hardcore monogamist. And I think both of us kind of look up to that and agree with that sort of sentiment of person.
Well,
right?
Probably all girls are, but yeah.
Well, just people in general, honestly. It's not even girls. Like, I think men as well. Like, I do not agree with the ideas of just like dating around. That's a thing that I just hardcore disagree with. I am a hardcore monogamist. That's why I have not dated since I got divorced. And my ex and I have been separated for like 8 months now. And I have not gone a single date, and I do not plan on doing so in the future. Like, to me, like, that was it. For now, like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I look up to Terry Irwin, Steve Irwin's wife, who, since Steve Irwin died, she has not gone on a single date. She's like, I
had my 20 years ago.
20 years ago. Like, I had my happily ever after. I'm done. Dude, fucking most based statement ever. Man or woman. Like, it has nothing to do with the fact she's a woman. Just as a partner in general, as a soulmate in general.
Another reason why Futuro is the GOAT. One of the last things he says in the entire series is that, like, I want to be a man who is completely dedicated to just one woman for his entire life, just like the 2 fathers that I know.
That's one of the best things about Quince. It's one of the things I loved about it so much, is he does not fuck around with anybody. He figures out who he should be with, and that's it. That is one of the best things about Quince. But anyway, so that's the thing with Terry Irwin. Like, Terry Irwin is like my idol. My fucking idol because of that. Fucking based, right? So anyway, to bring it back to this scene, okay? That's what I saw in this scene of Ren and Nora, is like, they are meant to be, which makes something I'll talk about later all the more heartbreaking and frustrating and anger-inducing. But the fact that Ren actually grows a pair, and once he unlocks a semblance, the first thing he does is not save himself. He runs through danger and saves Nora's life. And he says, hey, you know what? I'm not a bitch anymore. We got this. I'm here for you. We can do this. And then they're there together. They became Ren and Nora, as Nora correctly states when she states a bunch of incorrect things later on in the show. And it's very powerful. It's a very rare thing to have that level of connection at such a young age. There are actually couples in real life that have that, to be honest. It's not impossible. It's one of those things that's improbable but not impossible. I love stories like that are improbable but not impossible. This is something that's actually possible, and it's very well explained here. And the best scene in Kuroyuri is where Ren starts going crazy, and he's about to get himself killed. And Nora, consistent with her character, by the way, as always being the one throughout the series so far, that is subtly and deceptively emotionally intelligent, as media always says. She's the one that notices that Ren is about to get himself killed, and she tackles him and covers him under the fucking, house and says, and literally slaps sense into him and says, no, for all we've been through, I am not going to end it, let it end like this. This is, no, you're not going to go out like this, dude. This is not going to happen. And the show, again, back to the show don't tell thing. I've been talking about this whole podcast episode. Ren looks at Nora as the scared little girl that he met her as. And that's what's been holding him back this entire time throughout the series. That's why they're not together yet. And he blinks and opens his eyes and he sees Nora as the adult that she is now. She's like 18 at that point. They're both like 18 at that point, right? He opens his eyes and he sees her as the adult she is now. She has now come around and she's helping him now, right? He helped her first. She's helping him now. They don't have to explain it. They don't have to give stupid explanations and talks about it. They show it in a really top-tier visual cue. This is another one of the episodes where I would just put it up against some shows that are way better than RWBY overall. This is a top-tier scene, regardless of show. Like, this is not good for RWBY. This is greatness, period. And they should have gone together after this. This is the thing that pisses me off. I know some people say, like, oh, they're still fighting. No. Fuck that. The thing is, what I've learned over my lifetime in real life is when people make excuses for, oh, it's not time to get married yet, we still have to do this first, there's always something else undercutting things. If you have to say, oh, we don't have enough money to get married now. We don't have enough money to have kids now, right? We don't have this yet. We haven't achieved this yet. We can't get married yet, right? Anytime, and not just from my own story, from other people that I know. I promise, you guys, I'm old enough to make this judgment very clearly. If you make those excuses, it's not meant to be. It is just not. You need to commit at that point. If you know it's meant to be, you need to make that commitment now. If not, you're just a fucking bitch. Okay? And trust me, I've gone through that myself. And I can promise from my own experience and other people's experience, they should have gone together then. It was the perfect moment, and they missed it. And the writers missed it because they're fucking losers. And they didn't realize that. And they don't realize, like, oh, no, we need to do this first. No. Ren had overcome the one obstacle they had between getting together at that point. Fucking beautiful scene. Honestly, it's one of those things where if you had explained Ren and Nora's love story to me, just like as a general concept, not knowing anything about RWBY, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. This could be one of the best love stories I've ever heard in my life. And I've played visual novels that have like stuff that have the same kind of concept as that. And it's, 20 hours. I'm not kidding. 20 hours. If you include the common route and the character's route of building one love story. 20 hours of that. It's about the same level as what Ren and Nora could have been. And they were so primed for greatness and they just threw it all away. So this is another one of those things where I have to have the caveat of they did so many things so brilliantly and they just never follow through with it. So fuck you, writers.
It's all right, bud. There's always another fish in the sea or something along those lines. I don't
oh yeah, no, like I said, I've experienced people actually following up on these kind of promises. Just go, if you don't know, go read any visual novel by Toneworks. Read Hoshiori Yume Mirai. Read Marika Route, or read Genero Haruka. Read Mizuha Route. Those basically have the same childhood friend to lovers kind of route, and they are everything Renora promised and so much more. Like so much more. That's where if you want to have that kind of story, you can get it. So you can achieve better things for sure, but it's still a frustrating thing because they did such a great job here. Even without the romances, even the platonic friendship of what they went through together and what they achieved together, how they overcame that together. It's told so well here, and a lot of it is very visual here instead of just them talking. And that is what's brilliant here. It's something that RWBY rarely does as a show. So again, regardless of your Renora fandom, how much you like them or not, it's still one of the top scenes in the show to me.
So my number 2 pick would not have been my number 2 pick if we didn't decide to do it this way. What are you? The herbalist scene from Volume 9, which is a direct callback to the Oobleck interrogation scene. Because now they're a little older now. They're a little more experienced. And they just had their first genuine big fuck up with Volume 8. And now they are being confronted with the question again, what kind of huntress, what even is a huntress, what does that mean to you? And the answers that they come to is really telling of, like, where they're at now, and the character, like, it does a much better job of showing the character growth for all the girls. And what I love, and I love this about all sorts of other things too, not RWBY related, showing instead of telling is great. And a lot of times you have to show by telling, because that's just sometimes that's just how the medium works. I love it when a show can show by not showing. The whole first part of the sequence, it focuses on Weiss, Blake, and Yang. We don't see RWBY. We see, Weiss confronting her younger self and being like, I am not going to be defined by my name because I'm going to be the one to define it. I'm basically going to rebuild from the ground up, just like Nicholas Schnee did. Then Blake is like, taking the easy path doesn't work for me. I'm going to do things even if it is difficult. I'm going to bridge the gap between human and faunus. I am going to be this this warrior for like justice and equality. And Yang is like, I'm not going to let these. Completely forgets the whole the party girl getting wrapped up in crazy adventure angle and focuses more on like her trauma, like her shit has happened, bad things have happened in my past, but I'm not going to let that get me down. If I'm missing something, it's not because I lost it, it's because I just haven't found it yet, which actually leads into her confession moment with Blake in a kind of cool way.
It does. It really does.
And we see like all these triumphant speeches, like ends up with like, I am a huntress, I am a huntress, I am a huntress, and then it cuts to RWBY, and she is crying. She is in the cradle position as her younger self is lording over her, hands on her hips, aura farming like she used to do in the Red trailer.
She did.
And be like, so, are you still a huntress? Like the heroes in the books? Like, apparently there's a whole conversation leading up to that we just never see. We never see what all the younger version of RWBY said to the current version of RWBY. But whatever it is, fucking stung. And we see it all over RWBY's face and with the action she has throughout the rest of the volume. And then the line, like, Mom was the best, but even she failed, right? Just smiles all around. And the whole like impetus of this and how it sets up for the finale, and like RWBY having to choose herself at the end, having to choose to like kind of take cues from Yang, Blake, and Weiss, more so Yang actually, with the whole like, don't focus on the losses, focus on what you're still striving for kind of angle, and trying to be the hero in the book, and slowly realizing through her experience in the Ever After and her trauma from Atlas and the flashback she has of her mom, and realizing that like the storybook heroes are very rarely the idealized, romanticized versions of themselves that we have in our head. And that's something that, like, as someone who is into history, again, Oobleck, one of my favorite characters, that resonates with me because, like, I'm going to use the example of Abraham Lincoln because he is a very popular president. He is a lot of people's favorite president, but he does have his critics, he does have his haters, even, and for good reason, because he was kind of a dick. Like, he turned the secession crisis, which he was very little involved in, but he's the one who kind of turned the secession crisis into the Civil War. He could have left the South alone and just let them become their own nation, but he didn't. And a lot of people don't like that about him. A lot of people don't like the fact that he slaughtered a shit ton of Native Americans. His history teachers don't like to address that little tidbit. That doesn't really matter because history has a way of scrubbing things clean and romanticizing itself and focusing on, like, the positive impacts that these people have when it does lead to, like, good things later on down the road, or things that are perceived as good later on down the road. And history will forget everything. History will forget everything else.
It is better that the United States is still together. Despite how bad things are right now, let's be honest, we're probably in the worst place we've been in 100 years. or more,
Yeah,
less than that. But we're in one of the worst places we've ever been in right now as a country. But it is still
we
better.
were worse off in the late 70s, but yes.
Yeah, but besides that, we're better off as a full country together, and Abraham Lincoln is the person responsible for that. And he is the person most responsible for getting rid of slavery, which is obviously a very fucking good thing. So, despite
Had he
the
only gone
downsides of him,
the whole
overall it
Liberian,
is good.
but that's kind of not really a big of a deal. As far as like the scene itself, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm not really feeling it that much. I'm just not big into the whole drug-induced vision quest thing that so many stories go into. This isn't necessarily like Ruby's fault or whatever. Like,
Yeah, I totally get it. I'm usually, it really depends on like the context of it. Like it works here. I've seen a lot of places that do something similar where it just doesn't work. Where it becomes kind of like a more visual version of the Ren scene that we have had on the worst list. Where it's like, oh, look how far we've come, and we're gonna have all these visual metaphors for it. And it's like, yeah, but I'd rather the actions speak louder than words. Like, the reason why I do like the scene, the reason why I even made my list, is because of like the way it kind of edits around itself.
Yes, I agree with that. So, real quick,
yeah.
I love this scene as well. Media and I discussed this, and we both wanted this scene on our own list, and we just kind of decided who would have what scene, right?
Yeah, last night when we were planning for this, we came to the conclusion that like we both had this and the Crashout in our like top 3 or top 5, and we were like, okay, you get one, I get the other. So, Dude got the Crashout, I got What Are You?
The lead up to the Crashout, right? And the thing is, apparently, a lot of people hate this scene, as well as the Crashout, and I don't understand it. A lot of people complain that like the other 3, Weiss, Yang, and Blake, don't deserve their confidence in this scene. And I do kind of understand what they're saying for for Yang and Blake. For Weiss, no. Weiss completely deserves everything she says here. Weiss has earned this. Weiss has gone through more development and progression than any other character in the series. And what she says of like, I will not be defined, something like, I will be the one to define my name. That is very clearly what she has been going through this whole time. Yes, the show has not done the best to show that, but it is very clear that's what they've been trying to do with Weiss the whole time. So she utterly deserves that. It's also very clear that Blake and Yang are a lot more confident now than they were before, and they have grown. Yes, the show has not shown it as well. But we're already past that. We already know that. The point is not that. The point is to show where RWBY is at. The point is to show, look, regardless of what you think about, look, Weiss is the best character in the show. She's gone through her progression. She has earned where she is right now. She is the most confident and most self-possessed person in the show right now. And she has earned that. It could have been done a little bit better, as Coop has pointed out multiple times throughout our podcast, but it's been done better than any other character in the show. Blake and Yang, yes, it could have been done better. But it is very clear through volumes, after they defeat Adam in volume 6, they are pretty confident people at this point. No, the show has not done the best job of showing all of that. Fine, we're already past that. We know that. Guys, let's just all agree on that. We all know that. But it has been demonstrated that the only hang-up they really have at this point is getting together. It's their own romantic relationship. That's it. Other than that, as far as the writers have shown, they're confident people now. They've gotten past all their demons. They haven't gotten past them in the best way, but they've gotten past them. So they also, technically, by the show's definitions, have deserved their statements that they make here. RWBY is the one who holds herself to an incredibly high standard, to an incredibly high level, to an unrealistically high level, an unhealthy level, as she explained to Jean, which we talked about, that she said, you're a leader, you're not allowed to fail. That's an extremely toxic answer, actually, now that I look at it in hindsight. So it makes sense that she would be holding herself so accountable at this point. So it would make sense that she would be so broken at this point. Because yes, a lot of what she did was her fault. Thank you, writers, for finally acknowledging that. But regardless of how much of her fault it was on her watch that people died. For some reason, some people say, some RWBY reviewers say that everybody made it out of the whatever void they were in that the Relic of Creation made. Did you not see
Well,
the
many
part
did.
where it blew up
Yeah.
and a bunch of people fell off? Like, a bunch of people died,
Yeah.
right? And it's
yeah.
very clear. You see how many people get on the other side. Dude, there's like a few thousand people. Even with let's talk. Okay, let's ignore the animation budget. Let's say at least 1 million people didn't make it over the other side. At least minimum 500,000. Minimum 500,000 didn't make it over. So they failed spectacularly. So yes, RWBY has earned the fact that she is beating herself up and she's not okay right now in this scene. And the point of the scene is not to show the other characters being confident. The point is to contrast them with RWBY, and it achieves that. Stop getting hung up on the other shit. The point is that RWBY's not okay. And everything we've seen so far does correctly indicate that RWBY is not okay and she should not be okay. And that's why this scene is so good.
Yeah, I think like the most you can say about the other characters in it is basically like the same thing we've said several times. It's not necessarily that this was bad just on its own. It's just that they really pulled the trigger on resolving all of their stuff way too quick, series wise. That and so like they're kind of at the finish line a little bit too soon for their stuff. Uh, and there's not really all that much that can be done with them anymore. So you can't get that same level of pathos that RWBY got out of them any longer, really. And so people kind of, understandably, I would say, feel as though they got kind of like a shortcut, like, thing. They didn't get out of these very cool characters that they like all that they felt that could have been gotten out of them over the course of the entire series, and this is sort of like just another kind of pin in that they can point to for that. But like it itself, if we're just judging the scenes alone, yes, it does. I think there are other ways we can do it. Like I said, the whole drug-induced vision quest thing. I'm not a fan of that vibe. Like if they had other means of self-reflection that they could have done, it would have led to the same thing, though. That's just more of like an aesthetic thing with me that I'm not all about. But it would have had to play out pretty much the same no matter what, because, like I said, all of those other characters had, like you said, basically earned it. We don't like how they earned it. They might have like cheated their way to it, but they got it. They got the bag, you know, and you can't say otherwise.
Yeah, you have to concede certain things in this show, and not just in this show, with any story, honestly. There's a lot of times where, again, we talk shit on the show a lot, but I think we defend this show more than a lot of the people who are in the RWBY tuber community, because we can at least admit, like, when we understand what the writers are going for, yeah, we can nitpick on the fact that Blake and Yang haven't earned their confidence in the scene. Fine. I'm sure, hopefully, the writers even are aware of that too. But first of all, Weiss has. And it's very telling that Weiss is the one that gets the most in a row, right? Where she has the most speech that's not interrupted. Because she deserves it the most at this point, right? And the point is not that. That's not the point.
And also kind of needs it the most coming off of Volume 8.
Yes, exactly.
As far as like as far as Weiss, Blake, and Yang go, Weiss kind of needs a moment like this the most.
Yeah, exactly. And and the point is not even that. The point is to show where RWBY is at, guys. Like, everybody, a lot of these RWBY tubers take it as, oh, but like Blake and Yang haven't heard it. Yeah, no shit. We know that too. The writers probably do as well, honestly. Okay, give them credit. They have brains. Okay, they made some great scenes. So they're not completely incompetent people. Okay, the point is to show where RWBY's at, and it does properly show where RWBY is at.
So let's jump back into some of the negative scenes. Coop, you are the only one who has Volume 6 scenes on your worst list. You have 2 in a row here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. The Neo versus Cinder fight was I just didn't like because it was a stupid thing to have happen in the first place. And I'm pretty sure I've said this before.
We're going to breeze through this because this is all stuff that all of us have covered on the podcast before
Yeah.
at this point.
There's not really
that's why I jumped back into the positive scenes when I did, because like after Volume 5, that's when Coop joined in, and so like there's not as much of a need to dwell on the bullshit that is the rest of this list.
Yeah, the Neo versus Cinder fight, there's not really any reason for Neo to be pissed off at Cinder, considering that from what she saw, RWBY would probably have been the one responsible for killing Roman, who she liked in some way. I'm not certain what their relationship was. Was she the Harley Quinn to his Joker?
More or less. I haven't read Roman's Holiday, but I know that covers like how they met and stuff. And we get like little nods to it in Volume 9.
But either way, the last person she saw in combat with Roman prior to getting thrown off of a ship was RWBY. This was the last time at which she saw Roman at all. And so, through my incredible powers of Holmesian deductive reasoning, I can fathom that she must have thought RWBY to be the one responsible for Roman Torchwick's death. And yet, she's pissed off at Cinder over it for some reason. I guess you could maybe argue that it was due to it being her plan in the first place, and Roman kind of got like caught in the crossfire a little bit.
That's the explanation that is given, but it's like it's so flimsy. And like the main problem with this fight is that it is one of many fights that exist just for the sake of having a fight. Yeah. Because like, oh, I think this was like Volume 6, episode, I want to say like 5, and it just reeks of like, oh, we haven't had a fight scene since the premiere on the train. Gotta throw a fight scene in here.
Yeah, and I think it's especially undercut because, as I recall, Cinder does also point out this exact thing to Neo, that it was probably RWBY's fault and that she should be pissed off at her instead. And that's how the fight comes to an end.
Man, it's fucking Hazel's motivation all over again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, Neo I like in general. This was a very stupid way to have her played off. Like, I get people wanted her back really bad. If they wanted to bring her back, they did have reason enough. They kind of used that reason, but it was used very poorly to reintroduce her here. And
she shouldn't be that stupid, is your point, right?
Well, she is always played as being somewhat clever, and knowing she's clever, and other people
should be the stupid then. Yeah.
Yeah.
She should know better. She should not assume that it's Cinder's fault, basically, because it's really not. As bad as a character as Cinder is, the thing is, you have to understand as writers that you're always having to balance what the characters think versus what the audience thinks, and you can never ever sacrifice what the audience thinks. And we, as the audience, know that it's not Cinder's fault. So we can't buy this ever if we have a brain. And so we have to assume, and because Neo doesn't really know exactly what happened. Well, Neo knows kind of what happened, but she actually knows directly it's RWBY's fault. So why would she ever blame Cinder? Even, yes, it's Cinder's plan, but like, Roman agreed to it. RWBY's the one that got rid. RWBY's the person he was fighting. So it's actually even stupider that she blames Cinder for it. It's like, RWBY is clearly the direct person.
Yeah, this was an unforeseen obstruction to the original plan that came along without Cinder's knowledge, even in that instance. Like, you can't, if you're the mastermind, you can't be expected to predict every little hiccup along the way. And being that...
Yeah, how was Cinder supposed to know that RWBY would ride a rocket locker into orbit and drop down onto Roman's gunship, and then also get in a position where she can, like, Mary Poppins Neo out of the way, and then Roman would get swallowed by a griffin that RWBY would then proceed to kick into the ship, making it fucking explode.
Who is it that said no contact, no plan survives contact with the enemy?
I'm kind of wondering now how it is that Neo got Roman's hat too, because he got swallowed by a bird.
He had a whole closet full of it.
Okay.
Who knows? It's just a cartoon.
All right, what's the next one?
Next one is the Oz Salem backstory. It's the Ozpin and Salem.
Oh yeah,
magical.
Yeah, this is bad. This was in my top 10. This is really bad.
It goes on for so long, and none of it, except like the end, really matters.
It's the explanation of it's the origin of the Avatar in Legend of Korra.
Yeah, they should have just not let the gods get involved.
Don't explain the magic. That's my number one rule. As much as everybody hates J.K. Rowling right now, and I understand why everybody hates J.K. Rowling right now, I kind of hate J.K. Rowling right now. The popular thing right now with Harry Potter is to talk shit on Harry Potter. But the best thing that Harry Potter ever did was they never explained where magic came from, how it started, the origins of it. She never explained any of that. Could you imagine the plot holes that would have happened if she tried to do any of that? So this is my example of like Avatar: Last Airbender. We don't need to know where the Avatar came from, you fucking idiots, right? It's good as is. And them explaining it was really stupid, actually. It ruins it. And them explaining the origins of Remnant and where Remnant came from and everything fucking ruins Remnant. And it's just more shit on top of everything we already have. So, sorry, I'm interrupting Coop. This is actually Coop's seat. Sorry. We can't shut up.
Well, no, it's fine. I would kind of caveat that with, because of how the story has been set up, they do kind of need to explain certain parts of it. What with the relics being a thing that needs to be acquired. We do need to kind of know why that is. It's just that the explanation that they cooked up for that was A, way longer than it needed to be, B, really stupid and nonsensical. Like, you have these deities who are in charge of the world, making a bunch of people with magic who are like the first human race. I don't know if they count as the same thing as the next humans or whatever. Apparently the next ones just sort of evolved after a long time or something, and they came from the primordial.
Yeah, they explain things, but they don't actually explain things, right? Basically.
Yeah, those all get wiped out. Okay, that was probably not necessary to have, but it's there.
Agreed.
And essentially it does kind of boil down to, these are why the relics are a thing and why Salem wants them. They do need to explain both of those things for the show to work, because those are two very important elements of the show as a whole. It's just that the way they went about explaining them is not great.
It makes us too sympathetic towards Salem. That's my perspective. It's like, yes, I understand that Salem did not go about everything in the best way, but I can see why she would be so upset with the gods and why she would want her lover back. And it's weird that we shouldn't be sympathizing with Salem at this point. It just makes the gods look like kind of assholes, honestly. And it makes Ozpin look like more of a bitch.
I think like one of the things with it that was sort of, I feel like they probably should have switched around the curses for Ozpin and Salem. I feel like that would have made way more sense. I feel like had Salem been the one who was constantly taking on new bodies and kicking their original hosts out and taking full control of them, and then using her new guise as a means by which to accrue different forms of power in new random locations throughout the globe constantly, that would have been a more villainous thing. And then you have Ozpin being the guy who's just immortal and constantly wandering about with a body that cannot be harmed or anything.
That's so much better.
That's actually kind of how it is in RWBY Beyond.
That's so much better, because then we don't have to have Oscar.
Like in RWBY Beyond, I basically made Ozpin a Time Lord, where every 100 years or so he has to like shed his skin. He wears a new face, and he has a slight tweak in his personality, but it's ultimately the same person. While Salem is someone who's constantly like living and dying and jumping hosts and has a completely different semblance because of that every lifetime.
That makes her way more interesting.
I think that kind of thing might have like made it to where you could have her interact with more people in a more of a early Cinder-esque way. Perhaps even could have made it so that Cinder was just her new guys at the time, something like that.
Or being groomed to be her new guys, which is how I played it up in RWBY, where like Salem is straight up just grooming Cinder to be the next queen.
Yeah, that could also work. You know, you could have something like that. I think the way that they kind of played it out was more because they didn't plan all of this out ahead of time, so I get that they kind of had to improvise things. They had already shown what Salem looks like. They had already killed off Ozpin beforehand. So they were kind of forced into a corner there in terms of that part of the explanation. I think also maybe having so much of the stuff getting explained all in the same place due to the same causes might have been a little bit bad. They could have possibly fragmented up certain things, like maybe had this just been Ozpin and Salem's origin story, that would have been okay, and maybe the relics are a different matter. Salem is just trying to utilize, and that has its own origin story.
Maybe have that be like a more recent development that, like, for all these thousands of years, Salem just either wasn't aware of the relics or didn't give a fuck. And I was just like, hey, you know what? For this century, I'm gonna be a dick and try to like burn down all these schools and collect these relics for shits and giggles or other motivation.
Yeah, maybe she learns of the relics through some weird esoteric means. You know, maybe there were like other gods that made these relics in some way. I don't know. I don't know how you would do it. I'm just saying, like, it didn't all have to be loaded into this because, and the way I know that is because also like the Silver Eyes weren't really explained in this, which you'd think
it's true they weren't even mentioned at all.
Yeah, you'd think that they would maybe come up.
They were at least hinted at when the god of light like flashes and all the Grimm just vaporize, and then it is like stated later on in the volume that like, oh yeah, that was Silver Eyes. It could have also not been Silver Eyes for all we knew. Like that was kind of again like a retroactive thing that they clearly planned because it's all part of the same volume at least.
And again, we don't. It
could have been anything.
We don't need an explanation for Silver Eyes. Let's be honest. Do we actually need that? We don't need that.
I mean, it might not be a necessary thing. If I recall, like the God's Flash was actually more golden colored because he was a gold god thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it was white. It was
white. Okay, well that's fine though. That's kind of the same thing. Like, but yeah, I mean, do we not need the Silver Eyes explanation? I don't think we do. I think they probably are going to eventually try to give it in some way. I don't but that's for later. I don't know. And also another thing about this scene that's kind of a bad thing is that when they make it to the World Tree place, that it kind of undercuts the entire thing later on by giving like an additional origin story for the world on top of it.
That's true. I never even thought about that. There's too many explanations for the way Remnant started. It's too much shit going on.
It just sucks.
We signed up for fucking cool looking, cute characters with fucking badass weapons that are gonna kick ass and take names, and then we get all this other shit. It's like we did not sign up for that. You guys aren't as deep as you think you are.
Yeah, it runs into the same problem I have with a lot of fictional mythologies, is that it's being written by people who like very clearly don't know how religions or mythologies actually start, or like the purpose that they serve within like a culture.
Tolkien pulled it off. Nobody else is as good as Tolkien. I'm sorry. You guys all pale in comparison to him. Some writers understand that and they don't go for the same level of ambition of creating entire languages and backstories and all the shit that Tolkien did. And they just stay in their lane and do their shit. And we enjoy those stories. And then some people think, oh, I can be the next Tolkien. It's like, no, you can't. And you fail miserably. And sometimes having less ambition is the right answer, to be honest.
I think that the reason that they did the tree thing, just a quick thing. I think the reason they did that later is maybe because they didn't fully like the results of the first origin story, and so they felt they had to patch it. I think that was probably
Maybe I don't know, but moving on. So me and Coop, we both have one from the same episode from Volume 7 that comes like one after the other. So I picked as one of my worst moments the airplane crash with Robin being a fucking idiot.
Oh, God.
With Crow, Clover, Tyrion, and that poor pilot guy who is just a day away from retirement. And then, Coop, you picked the fight that follows it. This is all just a steaming pile of horseshit.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about, like, I guess probably the crash is probably the most pertinent element of it. I felt as though, like, the fight afterwards was also really, 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 really bad for, like, and it's only for, like, one reason. It's literally just because nobody gives a rat's ass about stupid ass fucking Clover. Nobody ever has. Nobody ever will. Stop trying to make Clover a thing. He's never going to be a thing, guys. You know?
But bury your gaze, or whatever the people were complaining about when this episode dropped. The reason why like I focus more on the airplane crash is because like the actual shot of Tyrion impaling Clover, like it's a gay fan fiction, is pretty, at least. But Crow is no less stupid than Robin for having things play out the way it did. Like, just can we guys, y'all are adults, y'all are in like your can we like focus on the goddamn serial killer, please? Like I get like for a split second I gave Crow kudos for being like, hey, we can like wait until we get to Atlas and then talk things out. But then he's like, nope, I'm gonna help Tyrion kill this dude that I was like kind of cool with. Like, what the fuck did he think was gonna happen? What the fuck did he think was gonna happen letting Tyrion go hog wild? Like, what the fuck was Clover thinking? Why the fuck did Robin throw her hissy fit over Ironwood not wanting to arrest her? Well, I already ranted about this last week. I'm done. I'm done talking about. I'm done thinking about Robin fucking Hill. I'm done thinking about Clover. I can't even remember his last name. And Crow Branwen. We don't actually talk enough about how this was kind of character assassination for him.
Yeah, this was sort of like, I wouldn't say this was the character assassination of Crow. I think it was probably more just like the last nail in the coffin for him. Like I said when I was talking about him showing up to fight Winter the first time, he started on a very high note, and it was all downhill from there pretty much, you know. Even his first fight with Tyrion, incredible fight. I do still love that fight.
It was in your top 5. It was your number 5 best scene.
Yeah. This one, we have said before, Tyrion is the only one coming out of this looking good.
He's the only character whose motivations make sense with his actions. And he's a goddamn psycho.
He's the only one who's consistent.
It's really bad when the only one making sense is the actual loony bin.
Yeah, I mean, he's very rational within his insanity, if you want to put it like that. And I'm like, you know, he won. I get it. It was supposed to be tragic with a person who is, not only have we only known him for one volume, he was extraordinarily bland that entire time. I guess we were supposed to care. Crow certainly was supposed to care, except that he also got into a fight with him that resulted in his death, and he also knew it was going to be a fight to the death, given that he was currently into a fight with a guy who had tried to kill him in the past and nearly succeeded. There's a lot of stuff going on here that
And then at the end, he blames Ironwood because he's very Neo Volume 6 coded.
Yeah, I guess. You know what? I'm pretty sure when that ship crashed, uh, Ironwood had actually been in a rocket locker, uh, causing it to go down. That Grim that was there that did it, not actually the thing that did it. It was Ironwood the entire time. These rocket lockers, man, I'm telling you, they're death machines. We got to get rid of them. Need to pass some laws or something.
Can't believe they're allowed in schools at this point.
I do sort of get the people that shipped Clover and Crow because they did play off each other well, in fairness. So I sort of get that. But then this scene just ruins all of it.
It was a similar thing to like how Bumblebee is handled in this same volume, where like the only reason why their interactions work, or the reason why they like play off of each other, is because they're like throughout Volume 7, they're like not allowed to play off of anyone else.
Yeah.
It is just
sure.
Crow and Clover. Like, well, we get one good moment with Crow and Ironwood at the start of the volume, and then it's just the Crow Clover show every time either one of them are on screen.
And I like the Crow and Ironwood dynamic way better. I think these are guys who have very clearly known each other longer, who have more experience around each other, who
and have more complicated feelings that we've already been privy to because of prior volumes.
Yeah, we just don't need more characters. So the biggest problem is like the problem with this scene is like I didn't put it on any of my lists because I just forgot about it. It's like, oh, there's other shit going on right now. Like I totally understand why this is on your guys' lists. These are two fucking awful scenes that go together. And the reason why I don't even have it, it's like I just don't even fucking care about Crow at this point. He's just dead weight at this point.
You're trying to eke some like really hardcore pathos out of like a place where it's not. You're trying to tap this well for oil that just ain't there. Like you're not going to get anything spurting out of the ground here with this whole deal. And the worst, and far worse than that, was the manner in which you set it up to tap it in the first place was completely nonsensical. Like this is like trying to take a little wood auger to try and get it into the oil well. Like that's what we're looking at here. And you thinking, yeah, this is gonna get it. Where these people are gonna look at this and be like, hell yeah, this makes total sense. How this happened? No, doesn't.
Like the basic way that Crow and Clover's characters work. If you wanted to set up a romance there, you could have. But it's the same thing that the show always does, in that they didn't actually do any of that. And then a bunch of fans attached that sort of thing to it and made Clover seem like a deeper character than he was. And then these scenes didn't have any actual really meaning behind them because Clover was such an undeveloped character. So it's like, I didn't give a shit about it at all. I didn't even notice that people thought that there might have been like a gay romance between the two until afterwards. And I watched some videos, some like, YouTube video essays where people talked about it. It's like, oh, okay, I could see where people might think that this is a possibility. But at that point, Clover was so undeveloped and Crow was such a fucking afterthought at that point. Like, again, I still think Crow should have died at the end of Volume 4. It would have been much more satisfying. They did all this great stuff, but they still couldn't save Crow. He's so pointless after Volume 4. He does nothing positive after Volume 4.
I mean,
Clover is pointless too. Like Clover doesn't add it. He's so one-dimensional. Yeah, he's the positive guy. He's a counter to Crow. Yeah, great. Whoop-de-fucking-do. It's so basic.
He only serves as a sounding board for Crow, really, is the only reason he's there. And it's a very shallow opposites thing with them. Like, you're the good luck guy, I'm the bad luck guy, I'm broody, you're cheerful. Like, these are sort of okay. They've got opposite personalities and semblances. That's not really, that's not really the most creative thing that you could
It's
do
too
with somebody.
obvious. Jesus Christ! Even Renora's opposites attract thing is much more subtle. Is more subtle than that. Shit.
Yeah, well, and they also have a lot more time to lead up to it with those two as well. And trying to like just put it together in a more artificial manner like this, it doesn't come off as well. They were trying, like I said, they were trying to get some really cool stuff out of it. That drama, nobody bid on it. Like nobody was like looking at that scene where Clover died, and well, maybe some people were because the whole oh my god they killed the gay guy, but uh, no, nobody who didn't really think about it in a romantic aspect was looking at the scene where Clover died and really caring all that much about him having died, because he would only just come around.
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time. Like, when I was watching, I was like, okay, this is a guy that is a really boring character. He's very one-dimensional, and he's dead. Why did you even bother killing him in a way that we're supposed to feel anything? Because I don't feel anything. And I'm clearly not against gay ships because I'm a Bumblebee shipper. I've been a Bumblebee shipper since Volume 2.
I'm gonna have us move on. So between the two of you, you got 3 scenes from Volume 8. So I think I'm not gonna do this because it's too much work. This is already we're approaching the 4-hour mark now. Because you've ranted about it so much, dude. I almost want to just go back and edit in all the rants you've done about Nora's character assassination.
Do you want to do that? I mean, I don't have to repeat myself now. I'm probably more drunk now than I was the last time I talked about it.
Dude,
do you want to add my shit?
Yeah, we're just gonna mute you for this, and it'll just be us two talking about it, and then we'll intersperse your stuff.
I'll figure out something. I'll like timestamp because we literally just talked about this.
Oh no, we did. We did.
For those of you who don't know, like, yes, it was the last podcast, which is probably going to be uploaded like a week or two before this one is, but it's been literally like 48 hours since we recorded the character podcast. Dude, here's your soapbox.
If I have to.
Okay, so I actually agree that this could, I mean, I'm angry. I'm very, very angry. I guess it could have been worse, but to me, it could hardly have been worse at this point, at least for this one scene. All right. So when I first saw this, obviously I was pretty furious. And the thing that I saw from this was them trying to do Toradora, but like really badly. I don't know if they actually watched Toradora with this or if they're being influenced by that when they're doing this, but I'm seeing a similar attempt at Nora needs time to figure herself out, and she needs to, be independent before she can be in a relationship sort of thing. The thing is, like, Nora is not as much of a hot mess as Taiga was in Toradora. Like, Nora's not in that position. So it doesn't make sense for her to have to go through this. I was saying this a few episodes ago when they started this whole thing, and this is exactly what I was worried about. This was that worst case scenario of Nora needing to just be like independent and doing her own thing, and she needs to find her personality or whatever. That's the shit they were going for. And that's what they started a while ago when she was off with the other girls, right, on that mission. And this is exactly what I was worried about them doing. And here's the thing. I understand people need to be their own person to be in a good, healthy relationship. I completely agree with that, okay? You have to be able to survive and be happy on your own in order to be in a healthy relationship. Duh, okay? Everybody knows that. What I'm complaining about is that the writers clearly don't understand that Nora already is that. And that's the thing that bugs me the most about this whole thing, is that they're doing a massive disservice to Nora as a character by doing this whole thing of she's not ready for the relationship yet. Also, it's just really shitty writing for the romance and the shipping. Obviously, that's just dumb. I'll get to that later because this is a big rant. But it's just one of the things that's doing a disservice to Nora, because I remember I was talking about this when they first started hinting at this sort of thing. Nora already is her own person, and Ren even specifically points that out.
he already said, like, all this dumb shit she's saying right now, like, oh, all I do is say dumb jokes and hit things. He literally says, like, no, you don't do that. It's so why does she think that? It's been very obvious throughout the entire show that that's not actually all she is. I mean, yeah, they were side characters at the beginning, but it doesn't, she's not like actually codependent on him. They just really fit well together. It does, that part doesn't make sense to me. So the thing, and the other issue is that she literally says in this like speech that she's always loved Ren. So there's no actual drama at this point because he's also still here. So that doesn't work as well as what happened in Toradora, because in Toradora she actually leaves like completely. Like she doesn't break up with him. She just leaves and has to like work on herself or whatever. They didn't handle it perfectly in the, but that makes more sense at least. Ren's still here. So I don't understand what she's saying by like, I need to figure out myself before we can be in a relationship. They're already in a relationship in a way. Like, this doesn't really make sense. He's still around. She would have been much better off if she actually like just pieced the fuck out and said, I need to think about this. I need you all gone or whatever. She actually went on her own for a while. I still wouldn't like that. I'd still think that's stupid, but it would make more sense. Like, I don't really get, I mean, Ren is literally like right next to her for the rest of the episode. Again, like, what is she saying? Like, I need to be independent. This is not happening. Doesn't it make any fucking sense?
The character assassination of her specifically is just fucking mind-blowing, honestly. When you watch the entire show through, which I had never really done before. I used to do marathons, but never the whole show. And with how fun she is in the early volumes, how good she is in volume 4, and then they just, like, again, Kuroyuri, that whole arc was so good. That is such horseshit. Like, everything she says in that scene is literally wrong. Like,
you don't want to feel things that are hard.
Yeah, that's her in that sense. Like, Ren is literally the one trying to do the right thing, and you can tell the whole volume 7 and 8. Yeah, he's not always making the right decisions, obviously. But you can tell it's tearing him up inside.
And that's also kind of the point where, like, Ren is in a place where, like, he doesn't feel like he should be making these decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Where, like, none of them should. Like, they're too young, they're too inexperienced. That's where he's coming from.
He's the only one who says the quiet part out loud and says to Yang, in fairness, Nora wasn't there, but let's be honest. If it's to the audience, then it counts, basically. For Nora shouldn't be that stupid if the writers aren't going to point it out, and the writers don't point it out, by the way, that they're not ready for this. They shouldn't be doing this, and he's right. And then the worst part is that he is then made to look wrong with Yang. Like, Yang is made to look right by the writers. She basically, one of the other things she says is she's only like, oh, I'm just good for like hitting and smashing things, basically, right? Bitch, that's your job. You're supposed to smash things. Everybody who's a huntsman and huntress smashes things. That's what you do. That's the job. What do you mean you're complaining?
To quote a character that will be showing up later on in the podcast, this is a job and you all signed up for it.
Yeah. What do you mean? Oh, I'm good at hitting shit. Good. You're supposed to be good at that. Everybody hits the...
You're dead. You crazy son of a bitch, you're dead.
I'm sick of fucking hearing about this goddamn character assassination. Yes, they did Nora dirty. Yes, it is a complete disservice to her character. Yes, it completely destroys, like, the most solid foundation of a relationship in this entire show. But, like, I'm done.
I'm done too. I don't even want to talk about it. Okay, let me just say this one thing. It's a whole scene of Nora sitting in a bed and gaslighting Ren and the audience into thinking that he's a bad person and not a good partner and good person, and that she doesn't know who she is without him, when in reality, she's more independent than he is. She has her own character more than he does, and she's being more of a fucking asshole than he is. And everything she says in this is completely incorrect, and it gaslights the audience, and it's just completely assassinates everything she's been as a character. One of my favorite characters before up to this point. It's fucking awful. I'm honestly at this point I'm too drunk to
now
talk
in your
about it.
5 worst.
Yeah, I mean,
It's now in my 5. She's now in my 5 worst characters when she was in my top 5 favorite characters before. And that is so fucking... Why do you think I gave the intro I did? The intro I gave at the beginning of this fucking podcast says everything we need to say.
yeah, I mean, all I could possibly add is that I have always basically thought it was just a cheap way to stretch out the romantic subplot, and I don't like it.
Oh, it is.
Like that.
And I don't like that either. I hate that. I hate that about a lot of rom-coms.
Why stretch it out? This isn't even a romance show. Get them together. A lot of the best stuff is what happens when the characters get together. Read a visual novel, you fucking assholes. People discount visual novels as if they're all trash. They're not. A lot of the best stuff happens when the characters get together and you actually see them fucking supporting each other in their goals and their dreams and stuff like that. Or something like Kaguya-sama Love is War, where the best arc in that whole series is when Miyuki has to be a fucking badass and be a fucking gangster and fucking go save Kaguya from basically being kidnapped by her own fucking family. That's the best arc in the whole series. They're already together at that point. Why can't you do shit like that, you fucking assholes?
It's why one of my favorite rom-coms is Shikimori's Not Just a Cutie. They're together the entire time, and there's no drama about like, oh man, I'm not good enough, or she's not good enough, or he's not good enough. There's like, it never calls their relationship into question. It just allows them to be cute and get into funny hijinks with them and their friends.
No, it's the same thing with Horimiya. Horimiya does the same thing. They get together right away. They fuck super fast.
It's like episode 4 or something. Like I remember because I talked about this in my Valentine's Day special.
If it's a romance, I don't watch it. I read it. So I haven't watched Horimiya. I've read it. It's one of my favorite manga. It's all the way they interact with each other and the way they interact with other people and shit like that. And it's great. There's barely any drama between them. The only drama is how much of a fucking masochist Hori is. And it's not even drama. And it's like, that's great. It's one of the most popular romance manga and anime of the past 10 years. You don't need to have drama of getting people together. You dumb assholes.
So from romance to sisterhood, Coop, you sniped this scene at the last minute. Yang in the shack with Jean.
Yeah, well, I sniped it for you, Media, because I actually still don't remember this scene, so I'm gonna just let you talk about
That's for both of us, because Media and I were both starting to talk about the scene, and Coop was a homie and just hooked it up for us.
I also hadn't come up with my own 5 at that point, so I might as well.
Yes. So there's a lot of arguments within the RWBY community on whether or not Yang is a bad sister. This is the moment that proves that she is, because she does get good moments. She gets a good moment later on in the same volume after RWBY fights the Hound. Okay, so like kind of setting the stage here. Volume 8, big part of that is that the team splits up. You got RWBY, Blake, Weiss, Penny, and Nora go up to Atlas to get Amity online, while Yang, Ren, Jean, and Oscar help out around Mantle. Weird choice with Blake and Yang there, and it is a choice that, in hindsight, is like it's just padding out relationship drama between Bumblebee. It is just a reason to get them separate, which is, granted, good, because a big complaint I had with Volume 7 is that Blake and Yang were just up each other's ass and just had 0 scenes separate from each other. 0. Zilch. And Volume 8 was like, you know what? At least they're separated now, and we get some, like, Blake-Ruby interactions, which is a woefully underdeveloped relationship. Like, Ruby gets less screen time with Blake than she does, like, Ironwood throughout the seறைseries. Like, let that sink in for a minute.
Ruby never talks to Blake. Yeah, no, Ruby and Blake are not teammates.
The only times in the entire series, I've basically gone back and checked when I was talking about this. I think around the time that the Volume 8 episodes were coming out. The only times that Ruby and Blake have ever interacted without Yang or Weiss also being involved are Volume 6, when they're in that Apathy house, and Volume 8, when they're in Schnee Manor. That's it. But that's not what this is about. This is about how, like, after Oscar gets captured by the Hound, Yang, Ren, and Jean find a shack to take shelter in during the nighttime because it's, tundra. And Ren is like on first watch. He's being all huffy because that's just his arc in this saga. And Yang says the stupid ass fucking question of, do you think that she plays the pronoun game, first of all, which is such a stupid ass female thing to do. Like, she plays the pronoun game, assuming that Jean is going to know who she's talking about. And then Jean makes the logical conclusion that she's talking about RWBY, because it was RWBY's idea to split up the team like this. It was RWBY and that Ying was having tension with. It's RWBY that believes that Amity is the higher priority target than Mantle. That's the actual conflict here, guys. But then Yang, well, after Jean says that, she's like, oh, yeah, RWBY. Like, very clearly, like, her mind is on Blake for some reason, even though her and Blake haven't had any tension since Volume 6. What the fuck, Yang? Like, you're seriously worried more that Blake, who hasn't said anything about this, negative-wise, you're really pissed that Blake is helping your fucking sister and not you? She should be happy that the person that she trusts the most, even though she has no reason to trust Blake more than any of her other teammates. I get that, things change, but like Weiss and RWBY have never done her dirty the same way Blake did. She should be happy that the person that she's crushing on is getting along with her sister and is there to help her sister and support her sister and is like ride or die for her sister. Like that is proof of like the potential of a super positive, good relationship. Like, I have an incredible relationship with both of my brother-in-laws. Like, they are my best friends. And I am one of their best friends. I was one of the groomsmen for my sister's wedding, not just because I'm related to my sister, which I am, but also because I get along so well with my brother-in-law. He has been one of my biggest supporters. He has been one of my biggest fans, not just with my channel stuff and just supporting me in my day-to-day life, but also like my books and stuff. He's one of the coolest dudes I've ever met, and I have such a good relationship with him. I have such a good relationship with him that, you know what? When him and my sister first started dating, she had a nightmare that he left her for me. Because that is a typical white girl dream to have, and my sister is a typical white girl.
Well, same in that case.
True story.
But
all of that. But it just makes Yang come off as like petty and insecure and vindictive of her own fucking sister. It's disgusting. It's disgusting that Yang is treating the situation like this, and that she is like getting all kind of pissy because like things aren't lining up the way she wanted them to.
It's horrible.
She is pissy. She is pissy that Blake isn't currently up her ass, and that she has to hang out with Jean and Ren instead.
It's so frustrating because, I mean, again, this is coming from a Bumblebee shipper from basically the origins of Bumblebee. I've been a Bumblebee shipper since I watched Burning the Candle, and then I see this scene, and I'm like, Yang, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? You need to be a sister too. Like, they do this whole thing where they have Nora go through all this bullshit for her to be able to say things like, oh, it's just a part of you. First of all, you guys could have done that without assassinating her character. Okay? Rim was always only a part of her. I've already gone over that. Yang does not need to be so insecure about Blake. And the fact that there's even a debate as to whether or not Yang is a good sister boggles my brain.
I mean, the fact that the debate exists at all means that she's not.
Yeah, she's an awful sister. She's a fucking terrible sister. And again, I don't want that, but it is so true. She is a fucking terrible sister. And this scene is probably the biggest proof of that. The fact that the writers thought it was a good idea for her to be thinking about Blake instead of RWBY here. And again, this is coming from the biggest Bumblebee shipper in this group here, me. And the fact that I am like, how is she not thinking about RWBY here instead of Blake? You know something is wrong. You know that this is fucked up. You know that this is not okay. You know that the writers are not having the correct priorities here. And that's so frustrating. And honestly, Yang is an asshole this whole time. Like, the way she talks to Ren as well is also fucked up. Because previously, right before this scene, Ren is correctly pointing out the fact that they're not ready for this. They have been making terrible decisions. And he's struggling with all of this. And then Yang is just writing him off as if he's just being negative. He's the only one actually thinking about the consequences of actions here. And all Yang is thinking about is just getting in Blake's pants, which is like, okay, fine. I understand wanting to get into someone's pants. That's not what...
that over your own, like, flesh and blood, like, and a far more important scenario that they're currently ensconced in is...
Yes. And not only that, I would understand a character doing that, because in fairness, I have done that. To my own discredit, I have prioritized romance and, my relationship over my own family. Obviously, at this point, to my own detriment, and fortunately, my family has forgiven me, and I have made up with them, and thankfully to them.
Yeah, a lot of that does depend on, like, what kind of relationship you have with your parent, because there's a lot of people who have very toxic relationships with their parents.
Yes, of course.
That do need to prioritize their chosen loved one.
But they're not showing that. Clearly Taiyang is a good father. We know that. He's a loving father. It's just that the fact that...
I've always picked the good girl, but,
It's fine. It's okay if Yang does what she does, if the writers acknowledged that she's not making the right decisions. But they don't. That's the problem. Yang doing what she does is not the issue. I completely sympathize with somebody choosing fucking pussy over family. Because I've done that.
Pun intended.
Yes, pun completely intended there. I have done that. I am guilty of that. And I have acknowledged my own flaws and my own mistakes and my own failings as a person and as a family member. So I understand if it's okay to make a character flawed, but that's not what they're doing here. The biggest problem is that they're making Yang out to be correct. That is where I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, writers? It's okay for Yang to make the decision if the writers are pointing out that she's making the wrong decision. The problem is that the writers are making out that she's making the right decision. That is where you lose any person with a brain.
I feel like this sort of thing is the way they had it set up was not like a good way of it getting resolved, and so that's probably why it doesn't get resolved. Because in order to resolve this, you would have to have probably Yang go up to Blake and talk it out with her and be like, and I think Blake would have to either be somewhat stringent about it or understanding, like either way, you have her be like, are you angry with me? And have Blake be like, oh, yeah, I am kind of angry with you for not supporting your own sister in this. That's kind of fucked up, Yang.
Yeah. God, that'd be so good if Blake pointed that out. Holy shit. That'd be amazing.
If she went up to her and was like, "Oh, so that's why you're pissed off with me." Well, and maybe Yang could maybe say something like, "Well, I mean, I was trying to think about you and what was best for you." And Blake, I think you could even enforce the romance. You could be like, Blake could say something like, "You can always come back to me. Okay, I'm always going to be here, but you should also always be there for your own sister too."
Hell yeah. Exactly.
Like you if you had that sort of talk play out, I think this particular talk would have, in hindsight, not came off looking as bad. But they never really do that. The rest of the volume.
It's not that hard. That's the other thing. Again, it's one of those things I think I mentioned this before. It's not that hard to do this. Like, you just came up with that off the top of your head, Coop, right? It's really
and I'm pretty
easy.
tired right now because we've been doing this for a long time too.
Yeah, but you're not wrong. That's the thing. It's like it's so easy. All right. Anyways, let's go to the next scene because we've been doing this for a while.
So last bad scene before we get to the final bad scene. Dude, you want to talk about Ironwood?
Oh god. Okay. So this has been talked about a lot in the RWBY fandom, and it's the moment that Ironwood threatens to nuke Mantle. And it's the fact that Ironwood went from being arguably one of the best characters in the show, and easily, I would say, the most complex character in the show, to just being a bad guy because the writers cannot admit that their main characters are wrong and someone else could possibly be correct. And they are so opposed to that idea that they need Ironwood to just be an asshole. And that's what this is. It's just the Ironwood character assassination. And in fairness, I've been talking this whole podcast about how I don't agree with a lot of RWBY tubers and a lot of RWBY video essays about how they analyze this show. But this is one where everybody agrees that the character assassination of Ironwood is one of the worst things in the entire show, in that he is a very interesting and complex character the entire time. He's clearly very authoritarian. He's very militaristic. He's very might makes right. But at the same time, he does all of that for the greater good. He is not actually a selfless person. He is very much somebody who has sacrificed a lot. You see this in Volume 3, where it's revealed that he is like half robot at that point, and he does not care. In Volume 7, I think, or maybe Volume 8, I those volumes blend together so much for me. He does not care that people are tarnishing his name. He does not care about his name or reputation. He cares about saving people. So it's a very interesting character in the sense that and then he's also the first person to defend Weiss when Weiss goes after and sends her like summon after the fucking bitch in the party.
Yeah, that's in Volume 4.
That's in Volume 4.
Like, she's the only one speaking since
here. She's the only one making any sense here. Ironwood is the only person to say that. That's awesome. That's so interesting for his character, and it builds his character so much after what we've seen before. So yes, he is too authoritarian. Yes, he does restrict freedoms too much. Yes, he is too much of a dictator. But we also see that at the same time, he's only doing this for everybody. What he thinks is the right thing to do. He is not doing it for glory. He's not doing it for power. He's not doing it for money. We never see Ironwood have any actual, we never see him abusing power. We never see him getting money, having any luxuries. He clearly has no romantic interest whatsoever. Well, he is doing this to try to save the fucking world, right? And that's a really fascinating thing, to have those two ideas contrast each other, because that's not a normal thing. In the real world, people who seek authority to that level are always evil. Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, Adolf Hitler, Donald Trump. Anybody who does that level of trying to gain power is always evil. And the fact that they managed to make a character as complex as Ironwood that isn't doing it for the power and the glory and the money is really interesting. And then in one moment, they destroy all of that because RWBY and her team can't be wrong. We can't think about anything complex. They can't make any mistakes. They're always right. Ironwood's just crazy.
We can't. It's not even just like right or wrong, because clearly, like, especially post Volume 9, like, that's not the direction that they were taking it, or that they decided to take it. Who knows if they already had the ideas of Volume 9 set in stone by that point or not. We'll never know. But like, it's the moral complexity. Like, even when Team RWBY fucks up, their heart is at least in the right place, which I think is good.
Yeah.
I think it's especially good for characters like RWBY, specifically, to, like, have that aspect. Same thing with, like, a Superman or Spider-Man, Captain America. Like, let them make mistakes, let them fuck up. But there's a difference between, like, fucking up and being a fuck up. There's a difference between, like, making mistakes and dealing with consequences and being a bad person. They don't allow Ironwood's authoritarianism to simply be a mistake. They don't allow his decisions to simply be the wrong move. That's kind of the direction that they were leaning towards by the end of Volume 7, with RWBY being like, Ironwood, guys, like, this is exactly what Salem wants. She wants us to fight each other. She's right. She is 100% right in that moment. Ironwood plays right into Salem's hands throughout that entire sequence and the following volume. But then they can't just let Ironwood be wrong. They can't just let RWBY be right. They have to make Ironwood evil, which then in terms does a disservice to RWBY.
Because now she's an idiot.
Because now it's not, because just like I said about like the villains in Volume 5, like, RWBY can't, like, just simply have the better plan. They have to have the moral high ground. They can't simply win by, like, being better or more confident or having better teamwork or more ingenuity, more intelligence. They have to win because the villains just suck.
And Ironwood sucks, apparently. Like the scene where he then just walks out of Winter's hospital room and just shoots the fucking council member because what, he's complaining about something. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, you really felt like you needed to turn Ironwood into fucking Kim Jong-un? Are you kidding me? There's the amount of times I've seen that scene replayed as a meme and used in so many video essays because it's so bad and it's such a joke. That is probably the worst scene in all of RWBY, is that scene right there. Because Ironwood was one of the most interesting and complex characters in the show up until that point. And they're just like, nope, he's just super evil. It's like, where does this come from?
And just like with Adam and Ilya, and as I complained last week, it didn't have to be this way. Minor spoiler for my best list, Winter is on my best list because she's basically what they tried to do with Ironwood, but they actually stick the landing with her.
It's so frustrating to have this when it's like, they still could have had the same result of everything fucking up and everything going to shit without making Ironwood this overtly evil. And it would have been so much more interesting for all of the characters. And it would have meant so much more to Jaune and RWBY's Crashouts if they had realized that Ironwood wasn't actually a bad guy. Imagine if they just agreed or disagreed to go their separate ways from their different philosophies, and that is what caused them to fail rather than RWBY's plan. Right? Imagine if the lesson was that the fact that they didn't work, that Ironwood and RWBY didn't work together to defeat Salem and Cinder was the reason why they didn't save everybody in Volume 8. The reason why Volume 8 went so poorly at the end. Could you imagine how much more impactful that would have been if Ironwood wasn't just a complete ass, if they didn't turn Ironwood into an evil bitch? Imagine if he was just another guy doing what he thought was right. And you'd have so much more moral complexity with, was Ironwood right? Was RWBY right? Guys, we don't need to agree with everything the main character does in order to sympathize with them and like them and identify with them. We don't agree with everything Aang does in Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's okay. We don't have to like everything he does. We don't have to like everything RWBY does. You don't need to make her perfect. Especially when in Volume 9, you make her not perfect. So why are you trying to make her perfect and Ironwood an idiot in volumes at the end of Volume 7 and all through Volume 8? That doesn't make sense. Well, and it's just so frustrating because Ironwood was pretty high on all of our lists when we did our first character ranking. And then now he has to be super low. He could have been number 1 if they had followed through on everything they were doing with him in Volume 7. If they kept that going in Volume 8, he probably would have been my number 1 character. And that's why he's on this list, because it's the potential for what they could have done and what they didn't do.
Well, I think that even if they did want RWBY to come off as still having the moral high ground, they could still do that with a non-evil, just differently gold Ironwood. You know, if you had him have some interaction with her at the end of his failure and just say to her, like maybe as he's dying, RWBY, you were right. I fucked up. We should have done what you said in the first place. You could have done that. Like,
but that's too late. Like, he needed to not be as evil earlier. That's the biggest problem. The problem is
I'm
not
saying like no. I'm not. I'm saying like if he hadn't been evil at all, but his plan had still gone south, but they also did still want RWBY to be the more morally, because that is still a declaration of the show's morality. When you have a character admit to their own wrongdoing, that is a moral that the show is attempting to convey. They are saying, here is a thing that the character did. The character is admitting that it was wrong. He has been punished for it. That is still the conveyance of a moral. If they wish to convey a moral using Ironwood, that was a means by which they could have done it. You know?
No, I agree. That's true.
We have 3 more good moments and 1 more bad moment. Do we want to end on a positive note or on a negative note?
Let's end on a positive note. This is our 100th anniversary. This is our 100th episode. So let's get rid of the last bad moment.
All right. So the biggest piece of bullshit in the entirety of RWBY is just the entirety of the Battle of Haven. Volume 5, episode 10 through 13, and even a little bit of 14, but not really, is just a cavalcade of what the actual fuck. Why are we even watching this? Why this is the one moment that made me regret getting into RWBY. Or one sequence of episodes. Like, it hurt. It pained me because I had been one of the very vocal RWBY Volume 4 defenders. I'm one of the few people who are saying that Volume 4 was better than Volume 3.
We all were. That's the thing. We all were.
And then just all the shit in my face through this. We were excited for Volume 5. Even as Volume 5 was rolling out, we were still excited. We were optimistic. We liked the first episode. We loved the second episode. We didn't like the third episode, but the third episode was like, pretty par for the course for a standard like RWBY episode. It wasn't as bad as like the worst parts of Volume 4. And then episode 4 happened, and that was like kind of cool because, we were really excited for Raven. We loved her. We loved her scenes in Volume 4. And then episode 5 is when things got really bad. And we started being like, I was actually one of the first people to say, I think I was the first RWBY tuber to say it, that Volume 5, Episode 5 was the worst episode of the series to date.
That's the episode where Blake...
Nothing happens.
That's the episode where Blake boils down every character to one word, and the writers think that that's a good idea.
There's that, and then the RWBY Oscar scene.
Oh, God, that scene is so bad. Fuck that scene too. Holy shit.
Yeah, completely pointless episode. It's like one of the few episodes that you can like actively skip.
No, an episode you should actively skip.
And then episode 6 happened, and things were like not really getting any better, but like they weren't horrible at least because we did get a little more Raven. But that all set up the rest of the volume, which was like you had Rest and Relaxation, which was bullshit. It was boring. Another episode that's skip worthy. Then episode 8 was actually kind of good. Then episode 9 was the Raven and Cinder striking a deal, which we already complained about. The same episode with Raven and Cinder was the episode with the Fox brothers just standing there frozen, doing nothing, with the heroes doing nothing. That was also in episode 9. Episode 10 was like the fight with Ilya. That was fine. And then that's when the plot called Crow on the phone being like, hey, things are gonna go down now. And then just everything about this episode. I'm just gonna wrap it up here and just give a list of the stupid shit that happens throughout the Battle of Haven, and then I'm not even gonna let you I'll let you guys get like a little bit of word in after I'm done. But like, I kind of want to wrap this up too. So you have like everyone standing there. Lionheart is like surprised that they have their weapons, even though they always have their weapons with them. Especially since like the pretense of this whole meeting is that they're getting ready to launch a strike on the bandits. RWBY tries to talk no jutsu Raven. It doesn't work. Cinder for some reason decides to focus on Jaun and not literally anybody else. Vernal keeps up the charade with Weiss. Weiss doesn't use any of her interesting ability. She just keeps trying to summon, and it doesn't work. Oscar, without Ozpin's help, somehow beats the shit out of Lionheart. The whole fight is like just poorly animated, and sound cuts out. All the fights exist in a bubble. Like they don't ever like cross over. Like when it's showing one fight, all the other fights just like disappear. Raven and Crow, which is like the most thematically interesting fight of this whole shebang, is the one we don't see jack shit of. They just like had the line like, oh, we're not family anymore, and then we literally never cut to that fight again. And then Red and Nora versus Hazel, none of those three actually want to be here. They're all better than this.
That's so true.
RWBY, Silver Eyes, Cinder, it's actually like kind of a retcon that it works only on Grim now. Yeah, that would still work on Cinder because she's got the Grim arm and stuff, but like, and she apparently like had the Grim inside her the whole time, but like, that's not what was stated in Volume 4. That is just outright, objectively, not what was stated in Volume 4. And then Cinder decides to not stab literally anyone else. She decides to stab Weiss because like, apparently she knows Jaun had a crush on Weiss. I don't know how she would know that, but she does. And Weiss gets stabbed. She gets impaled. That never comes up again. She never talks about that again. She never, like, thanks Jaun for that, at least not on screen. Now, of course, after this moment, her and Jaun do spend a lot more time together. They are a little more, like, she does cling to him a little bit throughout Volume 6 and especially, like, Volume 7 and goddamn, she's thirsty in Volume 9. But, like, she never really addresses the fact that she almost died and Jaun was the one who saved her. Jaun Jean does materialize a semblance. Man, that would have been useful at literally any other point. But, they could only reveal semblances in thematically appropriate times, which is why Red doesn't use his semblance at all during the Battle of Beacon. But then, after he has his dramatic reveal, he spams that shit like in the Kamehameha. Then, in response to that, Oscar somehow knocks Lionheart off the staircase. Hazel picks him up by literally lifting up nothing. And then he goes on a fit because he has a horrible motivation. We get his backstory, sorta. He never thought his motivation through. There's a reason why he was my 5th worst character. So then Oscar and Crow start fighting Hazel and Lionheart. You got Yang and Mercury, that's mostly off-screen. Ruby and Emerald is mostly off-screen. Nora defends Weiss while Jean heals her. Whatever you do, don't stop, even though Ruby totally moved Jean's hand out of the way. While all that's going down, Raven, Vernal, and Cinder, none of which suspect the other is going to betray them because they're all just a bunch of fucking idiots. They go down to the vault. Ruby and Yang fight Emerald and Mercury, mostly off screen because fuck this volume, while Crow and Oscar are getting bodied by Hazel. Lionheart is, I can't even remember what he's fucking doing at that point.
Probably nothing, to be honest.
Then Nora uses her semblance on Hazel in literally the only good moment of this entire goddamn fight, knocks him out of the building, and then fucking Blake shows up after Adam does, obviously. Adam's been there the whole time, he's just been chilling outside. Blake somehow, one-taps Adam, because, fuck all that build-up, I guess. And he's like, this is your problem, even though this is totally inconveniencing us as well, but I'm gonna have you take care of this, even though he doesn't. Adam just bitches out. Fucking Weiss comes back, cool. She summons the Lancer to Scorpion Hazel back into the room. The rest of that fight, it's Ruby, Blake, and Weiss together versus Hazel now. That fight's off screen because fuck this volume. And meanwhile, Ruby sends Yang on her own to fight 2 maidens and Raven. I have no idea what the fuck Ruby was thinking there. I don't know what she thought Yang was gonna be able to accomplish. Oh, sure, she might be able to get through to Raven, but the fuck was she gonna do about Cinder? Ruby doesn't know that fight is going on at that time.
Yang's way of getting there was detaching her arm. So she's supposed to fight, theoretically,
I was gonna get to that.
She's supposed to fight 2 maidens and with one arm. Again,
with 1 arm and a dream, baby!
Yeah, the scene that she ends up having with Raven is in my top 5, and I will still maintain that this is in my top 5, because it's a great scene. But
Ruby got goddamn lucky that is how things...
But the fact that that's how it played out...
And Cinder didn't rise from the vault with the Relic of Knowledge in one hand and Yang's goddamn scalp in the other. And then the whole, Raven being the maiden is kind of dumb. The fight's flashy, but in a very stupid way. And once again, it robs the autonomy of the characters because Team Ruby / Ranger, they're not allowed to fight the big bad of the volume. It has to be this other character who has done fucking all the rest of the series, but she has to come in and fight Cinder because fuck this volume. And that's it. And then the battle's over. Emerald hallucinates. It causes everyone to hallucinate. A giant wacky inflatable arm flailing Salem, and then they all just kind of fuck off and aren't interesting ever again.
Yeah, I have nothing to add to that. You perfectly exemplified how that is the worst arc of RWBY of all time. There's nothing to add to that.
Well, I mean, think of it this way, guys. As long as there's something going on, it's at least interesting. A lot of the stuff that went on was interesting for maybe reasons that were not intended. Also, as I recall, a lot of people had previously called the twist that Raven was the real maiden the whole time. And
there were, I remember that being a theory, but no one really knew for sure. It was just kind of, the people who theorized that correctly were literally just throwing shit on the wall and seeing what stuck. No one had any real evidence. It just happened to be right.
Look, man, I'm just saying, if the shit does stick to the wall, then you've got to clap for the shit stickers, okay? We recognize shit stickers.
Gotta clap for the shit stickers, Coop 2025. Speaking of clapping, let's get on to our picks for the best scenes. Coop, your number 1 pick was, I've seen kind of be divisive among certain corners of the fandom, but I also know that this is a lot of people's favorite moment. It's at least everyone's favorite Volume 1 moment, or most people's favorite Volume 1 moment.
Yeah, so I picked the end of the Huntsman entry exam where the two teams go up against two big Grims and have a good old showdown in the OK Vale Corral against.
The gunfight at the O Vale Corral.
Yeah.
I've actually been to the OK Corral, by the way, in Arizona.
That is pretty cool, honestly.
It's a great dude. They preserve it so well. It's so cool, and there's some really good beer there too. You can get wasted there really easily. It's a fucking awesome place, and they do like recreation gunfights of the whole thing all the time. I do like it as a history nerd and a history teacher. It's fucking badass.
I have actually thought about like going to some of those places, the Alamo especially. I've always
bring this back on track. Usually I'm not this much of a moderator, but goddamn, we're approaching the 5-hour mark.
Okay.
It's the 100th anniversary.
I did leading into this. I did, because it's our 100th podcast, I did want this to be the longest podcast in history. I planned for this to be at least 4.5 hours long. That's why I picked the amount of scenes that I did.
Anyway, the reason that I picked this scene was because this is the first team fight scene in RWBY proper, where we get to see the dynamics amongst the girls and boys as they work together as a cohesive unit to accomplish a goal. This never happens again in the rest of RWBY. I kid, but this is one of the few times it does happen, and it is, and most of those times are rather forward weighted. But this, I would put it as sort of, if you were to take the concept of characterization and apply it to an entire team, like what is this team like as a whole, I think that this scene did an excellent job of it with both Ruby and Juniper, because you have not just the cool choreography of it, but there are also interactions and speech that goes on between them. You have Weiss and Ruby having a sort of similar dynamic to like Legolas and Gimli going on with it. You have clumsy at first actions become cohesive as the fight continues on. And on the other side of things, you have, John kind of not being able to carry the rest of the unit as much as Nora and Pyrrha do and stuff like that. So it really tells you what the groove is of these teams. And that groove carries over into like not just their fighting interactions, but also their personal interactions later on in the other volumes. And so I think this was a sort of good way of establishing who these groups of people are and how they operate as a group. And that's why I've always found it good. And it's also a very exciting fight scene, and that was very well choreographed too.
Yeah, I think as far as the characterization stuff goes, it really boils down. I think the Juniper side of things with them versus the Deathstalker is actually the superior scene. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but it is the superior half of this whole shebang, and that's it's because you do get so much more character stuff, like Laura swatting Jean down and then launching him with her fucking grenade hammer so that he can cross the gap after she finds out that he can't clear it on his own. Get the little moment where like Jean notices that the Deathstalker stinger is loose because of Ren unloading his clip into it, and he just says Pyrrha, and Pyrrha's like, on it! Boom! Captain America's her shield into the Deathstalker stinger, making it fall onto its head, and then Nora gets launched up so that she can smash it in. And then the cherry on top is right after that, which is as the Players of Pieces motif turns into Red Like Roses Part 2, we get Jean flopping on the ground because he is just out of his depth. Nora landing on her butt because she's a bit of a klutz. Pyrrha doing the superhero landing because she is on top of things and the most competent of the 8 and is already like basically Huntress level for whatever that's worth. And then Ran walks over to them, sighs, and falls down because he is exhausted. And then we get the awesome song of Red Like Roses Part 2, which is probably my favorite RWBY song, as Team RWBY comes together and faces off with the Nevermore and finishes it off.
Spoiler alert for when we finally do the fucking soundtracks that we're gonna do in the coming, year or so, when we have to fill the gap between this the next volume. But yeah, I actually agree that Red Like Roses Part 2 is probably my favorite RWBY song of all time too. It's either that or the original RWBY intro song. This will be the day, I think is what it's called, right?
Yes.
Coop, I love that Coop chose, I think his theme was kind of action scenes for his top 5 scenes, and it's great to contrast what Media and I chose. And this is definitely great. It is one of those scenes that made everybody love RWBY as a show. The teamwork is fantastic. It has a couple of super iconic moments. The whole, you're just trying, what's it like Weiss saying, you're just showing off here, and then RWBY actually runs up and fucking decapitates the fucking Nevermore and lands with the most aura farming pose of all time. And then, of course, my favorite, as a huge Nora fan myself, what I still think is probably the second most iconic pose in all of RWBY is when Nora smacks the fucking bridge to hit Jean over to the other side and stands on Magenhild, fucking salutes, clicks the button, just ha, laughs while she's yay, and just fucking smacks the fucking scorpion. I don't know what those things are called. I don't give a shit. It just smacks it in the head. It's fucking badass. It's one of the best moments of the show. It says so much about her character, and it just looks cool as shit. This is one of those things that we lose with later, volumes and episodes of RWBY that you just don't have anymore.
I really also like about it the fact that they incorporate the environment into the fights so great, and have it be destroyed as it's going on too, with the way that they break the bridge and then basically use it as a lever, and then have an entire tower collapse. It's a real spectacle. I always love that.
Yeah, they use the bridge, they use the cliff. RWBY actually runs up the cliff and uses it. And they even have it kind of stick out at the end to make it easier for her to decapitate the Nevermore. That's one of the things I think they do lose with Monty is I'm not saying the fight scenes are bad without him, but there's a lot of things.
There's a lot of fights in corridors, or fights in rooms, or fights in we didn't have anything from Volume 7, Episode 11 in here. Gravity, the Ironwood Watts fight, that would have probably been in my top 10. But that's the last time that they really used the environment in a fight in RWBY. And it was the first time that they had used the environment in a fight in RWBY since probably this. Or since Volume 3. They did a little bit of it in Volume 3 throughout the show.
Not much.
I was considering putting that one on my list. I thought that it didn't quite make it because it wasn't as involved with the main characters as the other ones that I had.
That's also why it didn't make my list.
Yeah, but it was extremely good. I did love that scene. It is definitely 6th on my list.
And they do actually at least even pay lip service to Jean being kind of the shot caller in this whole Players and Pieces thing too.
Well, they kind of had to in order to make it make sense for him to be the leader getting assigned to us later.
Yeah, but at least they did it, which is something they don't do in a lot of later volumes. So at least they did it.
That's crazy. Paying something off. That's insane. I never.
Wow.
Setting something up and then paying it off instead of doing it in reverse. So, dude, you want to talk about your number one scene? Because when you told me this was your number one scene, it threw me for a loop because I was not even thinking about this. I didn't even have this in my top 20.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's expecting this scene from me. I wasn't expecting to pick this scene. This is a scene that I didn't even notice the first time I watched it through, probably even the second time. And I only noticed this scene on my most recent watch through. And apparently, I've seen people talk about this, and some people fucking hate this scene. And they're completely fucking wrong. Because after I've gone through in my personal life, this is, to me, by a pretty fucking wide margin, the best scene in RWBY. And that is the scene between Willow and Weiss in Volume 7. Weiss's mom, Willow, I fucking love her. She is fantastic. I actually think she's one of the best characters in the show. Everything to me works in this scene. This is the scene where Weiss and Willow meet in Jacques' office. Now, the rest of that episode is pretty fucking terrible, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. Like, the rest of it is bad. And I think that's partly what make people think this scene is not good. Because you have Ren and Nora, especially Nora, being kind of like fucking silly and stupid while you're in a very serious moment overall with what's going on during that volume. But that doesn't take away from the fact that this scene specifically pays off so well. First of all, one of the first things that Willow says in this scene is she says, "Oh, I'm sorry I didn't come down for the party. I wasn't feeling well." That's a fucking brilliant line just to start off with. Because I've been there. And I have family members who have been there. When your family's hosting a party, or you are supposed to go to a party, or something, a gathering with a lot of people, and you just really don't want to fucking be there. You know? I'm sure some of you listening have felt that before. And this is not even just me speaking from my experience. Like, I'm talking about like family members that I know that have been there, that have used this exact excuse of like, I'm not feeling well, I'm not going to come down. I don't feel like being at this party right now. Obviously, it's bullshit. Obviously, it's not that she's not feeling well, but that's not the point. It is an excuse that real people actually use when they just don't want to socialize with people. And people already are complaining about this, like, oh, Willow's not being a good mom. Yeah, no fucking shit. She's not portrayed as a good mom here. That's the point of this scene. That's what makes it so fucking brilliant. RWBY as a show does never portrays their main characters as being flawed. We can never have sympathy for people. You can never have complex characters. And this scene has the most complex character in the entire fucking show. So continuing on from that, so not only do I relate to her saying, yeah, I just don't want to be here right now, basically. I've had several other people tell me that before. So I'm sure we've all used that excuse before of like, oh, I'm just not feeling very well. I can't come to this event. I can't come to this meeting. I can't come to this thing right now. I'm not feeling well. Even if you're feeling physically fine, mentally, you are not feeling well. We should all be able to sympathize with that, at least a little bit. And then one of the best things about this scene is when Willow says, "Are you here to stay?" And Weiss says, "No," very confidently. And Willow says, and she starts crying and says, "Good." Given how Jacques is, I can't blame her for being like this and for drinking. She's honestly the most relatable character in this entire show, Willow. I have actually gone through what Willow has gone through now. It is absolutely 100% canon that Willow has been told by her own husband, Jacques, that she was proposed to and married only because of the family name. My ex-wife basically told me exactly the same kind of thing, okay? Not exactly that, but without giving too much detail, pretty much the same kind of thing. I was married out of convenience, okay? I can't blame her for drinking. She's actually been through even worse than me because she actually had kids with the motherfucker. Thank God I didn't do that. She's very, very real. She's a broken person. She is not a good mom. She's not supposed to be portrayed as a good mom. One of the things people complain about in this scene is like, oh, she's not a good mom. Yeah, no shit. This is a person who is destroyed. Like, this is somebody who is just the most broken person probably in this entire show. It's understandable that she acts the way she does in the scene. Willow, something else that people have complained about in this scene is that Willow's drinking so much. Yeah, no shit. When you have the things that she's been through, when you have people break your entire perception of reality, the way Willow has had her perception of reality broken, you find something to latch onto, and oftentimes that's some sort of vice. Whether it's alcohol or drugs or whatever it is, right? For me, it's alcohol. For Willow, it's alcohol. So I get it. It's something. I don't even drink as much as Willow, but Jesus Christ, I fucking relate to her right now. The fact that she's been through worse, and the fact that I literally saw people complain about the fact that when Weiss says some of us are still trying to do something about this. And Willow's response is to take several swigs of vodka, and people complained about that. F*** you.
Like, it's such a well done scene too, because I can't remember where exactly it is in the scene, but there's the shot where she tips the bottle up, and you see Weiss through the glass being filtered through the alcohol. Yeah, the thing, just that is an artistic shot. That's one of the best shots in the whole show.
You guys don't understand. This is the perfect what I've been talking about this whole 5 hours that we've been talking. Show, don't tell. It's something that RWBY as a show is generally very bad at, but they do it so perfectly here. Weiss says, some of us are still trying to do something about this. And Willow's response to her daughter's words are to take like 3 fucking gulps of vodka, because that's what she's doing about it. That's how she is dealing with this.
And Dude and I had a whole conversation about this last night, because when he brought this up, I was like, okay, y'all, you're gonna have to like explain this to me before I put it in the docket. And we ended up having like a hour-long conversation relating this to another series that we're both familiar with.
Alia, right?
Adding to Alia, adding to my suspicion that like Willow may have had like mental health issues before Jacques even came into the picture, which made her easy to manipulate and gaslight into this like loveless marriage. And it makes me wonder, I really want to see a flashback or something of like her and Nicholas. Like, I want to know what kind of relationship she had with her father. Like, was her father as kind to her as he seemingly was with Weiss and Winter? We don't really know. And it makes Willow an interesting character that I actually want to see more of.
I kind of don't. I think we kind of got enough of her.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that it was bad. I think it's perfectly fine to have it be as it is.
I do too, because mostly just hedging my bets. Last time I really wanted more out of a parent, it was Raven.
Yeah, no, I agree with Coop that this was perfect and we don't need any more. My problem was with people that...
I just came up with a much funnier joke for that. Last time I was excited this much, it was for a parent, it was my own, and look how that came out.
That's way darker, but also funnier.
My mom more, I would be very excited for it if we want.
People complain about the scene of like, oh, Willow's like a bad parent. Yeah, no shit. She's supposed to be. Like, you guys, the problem with the RWBY fandom in some ways is that they're so used to the writers not doing subtlety and not doing complexity and not doing gray area characters that they expect a character to be either good or bad. And they were disappointed with the fact that Willow was disappointing as a human being. To me, and I didn't even notice it the first time I watched it, but now, going through what I've been through, she's the most relatable character in the show. She's the most real character in the show because she's not a good person. She's not a good mother. She has gone through so much that she has been broken and she cannot be saved at this point. It shows that, the fact that Weiss's response is, some of us are still trying to do something about it, and Willow's response is to put down her glass of vodka and take 3 swigs from the fucking bottle and take that bottle out of the room and keep the bottle to keep drinking. That's her response to the situation and what she's been through, right? And that, if anything, makes Weiss look better. That actually strengthens Weiss's character. They've both been through shit. Obviously, Willow's been through more, but they're both... Jacques Soup is evil, and they've been through it. And if anything, it strengthens it strengthens Weiss's resolve, and it makes Weiss look better by comparison. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. It's okay for a character to do both good and bad things. This is the thing that RWBY as a show has been very, very, lacking in, right? I would say and the thing is, Willow does actually help Weiss here. She tries to help Weiss. She gives info on Jacques and the camera she installed. Anything else that she can basically help with, essentially. Willow is actually trembling and shedding a tear when Weiss says she's not coming back to stay. Because that's heartbreaking for Willow. Because the fact that she's happy that her daughter doesn't want to stay with her, that's a heartbreaking thing. Because Willow knows she has not done enough for it to be good that her daughter wants to stay with her, right? She knows she can't do anything to help her at this point. She knows that her own daughter is stronger mentally and physically than she is. And she's proud of her, but she's also regretful that she couldn't do more for her. Again, that's a level of complexity that the show does not reach in any other scene. In no other scene do they reach that level. And then she actually goes, she helps Weiss. She gives her information, knowing that she can't do anything else for her. This is the bare minimum that she can do, but at least she's doing something to help her daughter in some way. that makes her feel better about how shitty of a mom she's been. Like, Willow has been, I said this before, I think in the last episode, she's like the 18th century version of a hikikomori. She just drinks all day in the garden or in her room, right? Because she's broken. She's got nothing left. But she does say one other super important thing in this scene. She's sad that she's glad her daughter is leaving. The same thing what I said with Yang in her scene with her mom in Volume 5. Yang is sad that she was right that her mom would abandon her in order to give her what she wanted, right? That's heartbreaking. It's the same thing in this scene. That's a level of complexity this show doesn't reach in any other scene. So the other thing that's complex and interesting about the scene is that Willow says, while she's leaving, basically, the last thing she kind of says is, don't forget about your brother, Whitley. And Weiss says, Whitley wants nothing to do with me. And Willow's response is, of course not. You left him alone with us. That's absolutely fucking right. What else could you expect from Whitley given that situation? Both his siblings left him. It's not just Weiss here. Winter left too.
That is the moment of the scene that kind of hit close to home for me because of things that have happened in my life.
His mom was driven to drinking. And again, trust me, somebody who's lived through a broken marriage, I promise you, fuck you if you can't understand what Willow was going through. You have no empathy, okay? She's been through it, okay? She's broken, and she kind of deserves to be as broken as she is. It's okay for her to be not a great person. She's been through so much that it's too late for her, and I understand that. That's how real people are. A lot of people are like that. This is the most real any human being or character has ever been in RWBY, right? And then she says, yeah, you left him alone with us, and that's true. Like Weiss did leave her alone. Like, I understand. Like, if Weiss is my favorite character. Spoiler for next episode. Weiss is my number one. I've got staring at my 2 Weiss figures right now. She is a great character, but she did do a lot of things. Her arc is more about finding herself and dealing with, her own racism, her previous racism and privilege and all this kind of stuff. And she does deal with that. But the thing that would make her the ultimate character is then helping people that really need it the most, right? And she does start to do that. Like, one of the things that's great about Weiss is in the later episodes, especially volumes 6 through 8, she is always, and I noticed this on my latest watch through, she's always the first person to defend Blake. When somebody gives her Blake shit for being a faunus, Weiss, before anybody else, is the first person to stick up for her. When anybody else mentions the word faunus in like any sort of derogatory way, Weiss is the first person to defend that and to cut that off. Which is, in fairness, one of the very few examples of the writers following through on shit. That's why another reason why Weiss is the best character. But they don't follow through here. Because, Willow says, you need to help your brother. You need to give your brother the benefit of the doubt. You need to be there for him. And at the end of this scene, Weiss's reaction is not to care for her brother. The first thing she says after Willow exits the door, with her last words being, be there for your brother. Your brother is broken because you left him with me, the person who is too far gone, and your father who is evil. Weiss's response is not to think about her Whitley. It's, who are you? Referring to Watts. Which is, again, I can't apologize for this at this point, but it's, again, my number one favorite scene in the show, but I still have to have an asterisk here. Because imagine if they followed up that scene with Weiss actually caring about Whitley. Throughout the rest of the series so far, she has treated Whitley like shit. Whitley has actually gone out of his way to try to improve himself. He's the one who called Klein over to help Nora. He's the one who opens their home to help everybody. Weiss does hug him, but it should have been Weiss going out of her way to try to help him and try to make him a better person and try to support him. This scene with Willow set that up so perfectly, and they don't follow up with that. As a scene on its own, Willow, to me, I technically, as a meme almost, I had her as my number one character. Because there's no character in the show that is more deep and complex as an actual human being. And they did that in 2.5 minutes. And I don't know if that's more positive or negative, because the fact that Willow is technically the most morally ambiguous and complex character in the entirety of this 9-season fucking show, I can't tell if the fact that they did that in 2.5 minutes is impressive or pathetic because they couldn't do that with any other character.
It just means that they haven't had the time to fuck her up yet.
Yeah.
I'd say, like, in terms of the Whitley thing, just a small side, from what I can tell about this show, like, anytime a bad guy becomes good, it's usually of their own accord. Like, it's not somebody actively trying to convince them to do it. So that may be just the way that they think that redemption has to be done. The idea of actively, like, sort of.
Which there is a point to that, but it does like kind of take, it just kind of takes agency from the main characters who should be inspiring all this.
Yes, exactly. Weiss should be inspiring that, because the thing that's best about Willow is she's supposed to be a contrast to Weiss. And this is why I don't understand why people don't love this scene, is that the point of Willow is to show she wants to do the right thing. She wants to help her family. She wants to help Whitley. She wants to help Weiss. She does a couple of things in this scene to help each of them, right? But she is such a broken human being at this point that she can't do anything more. And that's realistic. That's relatable. That's heartbreaking, and that's sad, and that's pathetic. And that's okay, because that's how people really are. And to have that, to contrast the heroes like what Weiss is supposed to be, is actually a really good thing. It's a perfect example of how Weiss is better than her mom. That's great. Why is that not a good thing? Why is it not good that Weiss is better than her mom? That's what she's supposed to be. That she's the main character. Willow is not a main character. So to have her be like this and be pathetic and be broken and be trying kind of to help, but like only when it's convenient for her and only the slightest way, Weiss should take that and run with it, That's a good thing. We need that comparison. We need that contrast with our heroes to make our heroes look more heroic. This is the most heroic.
Yep. Speaking of heroes, I think it's time that we get to my final moment, my number one moment. And I cheated because I actually picked 3. But they all come from the same
disaster. I go out of my way to use up one of my slots for you, and you pull this type of shit on me?
It's Volume 3, Episode 11, Heroes and Monsters. So it's really just one moment from this episode that made the list, but I do have to pay special lip service to Yang getting her arm cut off, because that moment was just fucking metal, and the show had never really gone that dark before. This was before Pyrrha's death.
Can I just say real quick, I promise I'll shut up after this. That is the moment that made me a true RWBY fan. That is why I'm here today. That's why I joined the Discord. That's why I'm here on this podcast. The consequence of maiming somebody, consequences that people actually have to deal with in real life rather than just death, are much more powerful. And Yang, that was one of the scenes that Media and I discussed as who's getting what. This would have been in my top 5 for sure, of Yang getting her arm cut off. That was so huge.
And it does a good job showing, and so does the scene that I'm actually going to get to. Both, actually, the commonality between all 3 of these scenes is that they have something to do with showing legitimate progress. Yang's does not show progress. It shows a lack of progress. It shows that she's nowhere near ready for a real fight with real stakes yet. She's good in a tournament setting. She's good when there's rules. But when faced with an overwhelming threat, something that she just can't block, she's worthless. And it sets up really nice her developing physically in Volume 6, where like the same attack that took off her arm in Volume 3 does not work on her in Volume 6. She's able to actually catch it and dish it back out. So that's really good. That's something that this show does so sparingly. And then you have the bit. It's only like 5 seconds, but it's the only 5 seconds in RWBY that made me jump for joy and cheer, which is the first time Weiss summoned, and it kind of brings her initial character arc to a close, where like at first it was just being a good partner for RWBY, then a good teammate for Blake, and now it's just being a good person overall, because she is the only one who manages to jump in the way when Velvet is about to get squashed, and in that moment of explosive character growth, the armor Gigas comes to her aid and cuts the mech in half. Velvet had to like pull out Monty's entire combat reel in order to do what the armor Gigas does in a single swing. But the actual moment that topped my list, my favorite moment, the thing that was actually my background on my computer for a very long time, RWBY versus Roman, Torchwick, and Neo on top of the airship.
Yes.
On top of being just a creative fight, and one where like RWBY has to use, oh my god, actual like clever tactics, like her pushing the button on Neo's umbrella to Mary Poppins her off the airship and get her out of the way is a stroke of creative genius that the show never even comes close to approaching ever again.
That is very sad.
Because they so sparingly use the setting of a fight as a character in and of itself, I can't even think of a situation where they could have done that. Like, maybe they could have done something like that with Yang and Blake versus Adam, but like that's basically it.
Well, there was a right there that probably could have come into play a little bit, but you know, I digress.
But on top of that, just every single line in this whole sequence is gold. Like, you want to be a hero, then die like every other huntress in history. You got Spirit Red, but the world doesn't care about
real
Spirit.
world. I like how he says the real world. It's not just the world. It's the real world. That, I think, says a lot more.
And RWBY defiantly rejecting Roman cynicism and rejecting what she doesn't even realize yet is Salem's entire MO. The entire, like, oh, everything is pointless. There's no reason to not just fall in line with me. You should just all roll over and die and let me win, because time is on my side. You'll all either die on the battlefield or grow old and die, and I'll still be around. RWBY defiantly, like, still rejects that entire notion, rejects Roman's entire, like, cynical worldview, rejects that being the real world, and says, I don't care what you say, but we will stop them, and I will stop you. Bet on that. And Lindsay's line delivery is so good. I think like that and her "Leave You Alone" from earlier in that
Leave Her Alone
are two of the best line reads Lindsay has ever done, topped only by her Crashout. Specifically, we're all so happy for you. It took 6 volumes for her to top herself there.
This moment actually leads up to her Crashout as well, because the whole thing is that she's rejecting the real world. And the thing is, Roman is right. That's the thing that we realize in volumes 7 and 8, especially in volume 8, is that we realize, yeah, RWBY won in the moment against Roman, but whether the writers intended this or not, and they probably didn't, but let's just give them credit and say they didn't intend it. Let's hope they did. RWBY is wrong, and Roman is right. That in the real world, you're not going to win all the time. And in volume 8, there's nothing RWBY could have done, no matter how good her strategy could have been, to win in volume 8. And that's what leads to her crash out, which again, that's why her crash out is justified, you fuckers.
Yeah, it is all connected.
Yeah, she kind of didn't win the volume 3 fight either, really. Even against Roman.
No, she didn't.
She was getting her ass kicked.
Yeah.
And then Roman had to say the ironic thing, like, I'm gonna keep lie, cheat, steal, and survival.
I think I still don't really like that he just gets randomly gobbled by a thing to hand RWBY the win. Had she, through some means, thrown him into the mouth of the Grim, I would have probably accepted that a little bit better. But the fact
that would have been better. You are right about that.
It just comes out of nowhere and gobbles him. I think that also helps to reinforce his point that this is a very cruel world indeed. If they were trying to have him come off right, he does so on very many levels.
Yeah, and it does lead to this like kind of hollow victory, which, in my opinion, like helps motivate RWBY. It helps make her motivations make more sense going into Volume 4. That like she does have this regret. Like, she does actually feel like she failed in Volume 3. Like, it's not really addressed a whole lot, but, like, not only did she not really earn the W against Torchwick, she did earn the W against Neo. That was straight up, like, just a G play. But she then goes on to, like, not get to Pyrrha in time. And, yeah, she does, like, win in the end because, like, her magic eyes caused the Grim to freeze, but, like, she has no control over that, just like she had no control over how she beat Roman. So it does kind of, like, light a fire on her ass to, like, really lock in and put her money where her mouth was.
I think 4 kind of does a fairly good enough job of, like, portraying that rather than without it. I don't think it needed to, like, deliberately come out and say that's what the deal was. I think it gets that sort of angle across on her relatively well afterwards.
Yeah, and then there's that Volume 4 moment with her and Jean during the whole Kuroyuri segment where, like, she starts to doubt herself and Jean gives her a pep talk because that's the dynamic that they have. So, like, it's very clearly, like, there. So the writers are very clearly, like, conscious of all that.
Well, I wouldn't say that that's so clear, but yeah, it is a very easy interpretation to get to from what was written. And as far as, like, the scenes themselves, yeah, it's all good stuff. Like, great curtain on that first act that was the first 3 volumes, I would say. It was very unexpected at the time for it to go like that. There are still quite a few things that down the road maybe, like, made you think back on, like, and wonder about, like, the fact that they were willing to, like, destroy the school and have nobody go there anymore. Kind of helped with the whole wondering why they were ever at school thing.
Yeah, that's just a problem with the first 3 volumes collectively. That continues to be a problem every time we meet a professional huntsman.
Pretty much. I guess if that whole thing is kind of, like, broken down, like, I would maybe think that the Pyrrha fight against Cinder was, like, pretty much all good up until, like, the closing line. That was kind of cringy. Like, but other than that, like, I can't think of too much that was really wrong with it. Like I said, this was a very solid finale for those first volumes.
You got any last minute things, dude, before we wrap this up?
No, I already said my piece on the biggest impact for me was the Yang getting her arm cut off, and I already said what I needed to about that. I talk too much anyway.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you for watching this. We've been technically going my recording for 5 hours and 34 minutes, but we didn't even get started until like 10 minutes in because I was just doing sound checks and stuff for the first part of that. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I'm not even going to, like, tell you what all I'm about. If you've made it this far, if you've been on the channel this long, you know what I'm about. Just click on the links in the description and have a good night.
Everybody.